Chapter 1701. On the 7th floor of the 10,000-weapon pavilion, Xiaoqin held the tyrant saber. His entire body was bathed in blood, on the verge of collapse. Not only were there many different great Tao energies in the injuries that had accumulated in his body, but there were also great Tao energies that were either icy cold, scorching hot, lightning, or disdain. There were dozens of great Tao energies, not just one. There were also the repercussions of activating the Blue Dragon bloodline. When the layers of great Tao energies exploded together, it was like a dam bursting, unstoppable. Xiaoqian's strong Blue Dragon war body and strong and resilient physique were like a dam bursting in a flood. Xiaoqian allowed the many terrifying Tao energies to run rampant in his body. His body was like a pool of stagnant water. If he did not control it, it would be extremely horrifying. In the next moment, he would explode and die. This was not an exaggeration at all. The might of a Tao tool was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, Xiaoqian endured dozens of different great Tao energies in one go. When they layered over each other, it could be said that his body was filled with demons. All the blood vessels in Xiaoqian's body burst, and blood oozed out of his body. He looked like a horrifying blood person. Hua Yunfeng reacted quickly. While the others were still in a daze, he took advantage of this chaotic moment. His figure flashed and arrived beside Xiaoqian. Then, he placed a palm strike on Xiaoqian's back. At this crucial moment, Hua Yunfeng sent a mouthful of warm veritable essence energy into Xiaoqian's body. Hua Yunfeng was fire attributed in the first place. Although he did not comprehend the fire Tao, he already grasped the flame domain and could control fire energy as he pleased. This mouthful of warm veritable essence energy was a life-saving straw. It temporarily neutralized the various chaotic great Tao energies in Xiaoqian's body. It gave the body a precious chance to catch a breath, and the originally stagnant body functions began to improve. Xiaoqian's originally stagnant body was like a highly efficient and precise machine moving slowly. Whoosh! Just at this moment, many murderous gazes landed on Xiaoqian at the same time. The appearance of a Tao tool would definitely change the ranking of the three Blessed Lands geniuses. To put it more accurately, it might even affect the ranking of the various factions for the next few hundred years. Be it to themselves or to their sects, it would have a direct impact. The outstanding talents here, be it the monks or the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars, were all decisive and intelligent people. They instantly felt a murderous intent. You leave first. I'll hold them off for a while. There was no point in saying anything more. Hua Yunfeng turned around and arrived before Xiaoqian. Then, he threw a palm strike and sent Xiaoqian flying toward the entrance of the 7th floor. Hua Yunfeng had always been a calm and scheming person. He cherished his reputation. His character was very well demonstrated on the thunder-controlling peak. He would help Xiaoqian to the best of his ability. Beyond a certain price, they would consider all sorts of consequences and make their move. But now, when it came to the interests of the sect, he was incomparably decisive. At this moment, they had to protect Xiaoqian. No matter what, a Tao soldier had landed in their sect. It was definitely better than ending up in the hands of the other sects, even if they did not obtain the Tao tool. After sending Hua Yunfeng flying with a palm strike, Xiaoqian leaped into the air, using the momentum to leap out of the entrance. He turned his head and looked deeply at Hua Yunfeng, who had helped him delay the others. This person was worth befriending. With just a glance, he quickly turned around. Given the current situation, if he stayed here, he would definitely die. Not only would he not be able to help the other party, but he would also be a burden. Hua Yunfeng probably had some life-saving means and would not die so easily. The instant Xiaoqian turned his head back, his face sank. He discovered that the valiant female disciple of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain was already waiting here. Bai Yu was very intelligent. After she sighed when Xiaoqian obtained the Tao tool, she immediately knew that this was an opportunity. Her figure flashed out of the chaotic 7th floor and arrived at the entrance, waiting for her prey. Xiao Chen's first reaction was to draw his saber. However, when he did so, he could not draw it out of its scabbard. A stunned expression appeared on his face. A confident smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. It looks like you did not have time to completely subdue this saber. Hand it over, then. Boom. However, who knew, after Xiao Chen revealed a stunned expression, he simply held the sheathed tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering oneself first before shattering others. Xiao Chen was already injured to begin with. When his heart shattered, all sorts of intense pain appeared, pushing the pain from the heartbreaking stance to an unprecedented level. The sharpness of this move surpassed all the previous ones. Bai Yu revealed an extremely shocked expression. She had not expected Xiao Chen to dare to clash head-on despite being so severely injured. When the weapons clashed, Bai Yu did not suffer any injuries on the surface. However, her chest instantly shattered, and the intense pain made her tremble. There was no way to draw it in the first place. I was just lying to you. Xiao Chen did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he directly knocked Bai Yu into the air and quickly descended. Bai Yu fell by the wall, clutching her chest. She showed an expression of unbearable pain. She had never experienced such intense pain in her life. Xiao Chen entered the 6th floor. The many true inheritors immediately discovered the blood-soaked Xiao Chen. They all showed stunned expressions. Then, they looked around and fixed their gazes on the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Their hearts immediately raced as two exciting words appeared in their minds. Dao Tool. The strongest person here, Gongzi Mo, thought quickly, wondering if he should use his great desolate Ian bloodline to gamble. However, when he thought about how Xiao Chen knocked him back with one move earlier and how helpless he felt, he feared that Xiao Chen still had a desperate move. If he attacked now, both sides would end up injured, and the others would benefit. However, anyone would be reluctant to give up just like that. Should I attack? Should I attack? Should I attack? Gongzi Mo felt conflicted. Bang! How could Xiao Chen care so much? When he saw Gongzi Mo's unfocused gaze and restless thoughts, his figure flashed and he stabbed the scabbard into Gongzi Mo's chest. Gongzi Mo was knocked into the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled, and his eyes filled with horror. When Gongzi Mo saw Xiao Chen's ferocious gaze and tyrannical aura, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in his life. He was hesitant, decisive, and soft. The opportunity was right in front of him, but this Gongzi Mo could not grasp it. It could only be said that despite his strength, he was still trash in the end. I'll spare your life. Xiao Chen, who no longer had the strength to continue attacking, said coldly. Then, before the others could react, he quickly rushed down. Gongzi Mo held his wound and heaved a long sigh. He felt that it was good to be alive. However, Gongzi Mo suddenly thought of something, and heavy regret appeared on his face. That bastard attacked so ruthlessly and decisively. If he could kill me, how could he not kill me? He was simply injured and could not continue killing me. The blockhead Gongzi Mo finally became smart for once. However, he was heavily injured, so he could not give chase. Gongzi Mo roared, "Bunch of fools! What are you all standing there for? That bastard is injured. Quickly chase after him. He holds a Dao tool. How can we let him off?" The true inheritors of the other sect startled to their senses. They all showed regretful expressions, frightened by Xiao Chen. Now that Xiao Chen reminded them, they immediately came to their senses and gave chase. The vast 6th floor was now empty. Only Gongzi Mo remained. He clenched his fist as he lay on the ground, continuously pounding the floor. Damn it! Damn it! Why did I hesitate? That earlier moment might have been the best opportunity for Gongzi Mo to obtain a Dao tool in his life. However, not only did he not accomplish anything, but he even got severely injured by Xiaoqin. Furthermore, he even had to thank Xiaoqin for sparing his life. Gongzi Mo's thoughts were in a mess. Regret and hatred filled his heart. His lips twitched, and he could not breathe properly. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Capture him. He holds a Dao tool. When Gongzi Mo reached the 5th floor, he could no longer muddle his way through. The cultivators of the various floors all startled awake and chased after him, not willing to let up for even a moment. Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he held the tyrant saber. Aside from occasionally causing some chaos, he did not linger. However, the chase did not stop. There were people from the 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor. Instead, the number of people chasing increased. Gongzi Mo managed to reach the 1st floor with much difficulty. Kill him. He holds a Dao tool. Countless shouts came from the 2nd floor, startling the cultivators on the 1st floor to their senses. Greed appeared in their eyes as they looked at Xiaoqin, preparing to pounce over. A nameless flame immediately flared up in Xiaoqin's heart. The moment it flared up, it burned even more fiercely. The 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, it was one thing for those people to chase after him. However, the weakest disciples of the sects on the 1st floor were like ants. Yet, they dared to bully and humiliate him. This was intolerable. Xiaoqin roared ferociously and spread out his Dao energy. Then, he slammed the tyrant's saber on the ground. Clang! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out, controlling the profound weapons on the 1st floor to shoot out with Dao energy. The profound artifact saber that contained Dao energy wasn't something that the people on the 1st floor could block. In that instant, miserable cries rang out. The cultivators launching themselves at Xiaoqin were either injured or knocked into the air. They were either injured or sent flying one after another, falling to the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was especially so when a group of people got knocked into the air. Under Xiaoqin's control, they happened to block the entrance to the 2nd floor, buying him some precious time. Xiaoqin turned around and gently drifted out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. After he landed, he did not even look back as he rushed forward. Boom! Just at this moment, the 1,000-odd beams of Dao might light encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion vanished, leaving only a scarlet beam of Dao might light. The light coalesced into a majestic and tyrannical figure. When that figure roared, the entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled intensely. Then, that figure laughed loudly, looking tragic and stirring. Amid the desolation, there was a mocking look of disdain for life and death. That lingering laughter rang in the ears of everyone in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. After the laughter faded, that figure seemed to feel incredibly delighted. It turned into boundless scarlet light and returned to the tyrant saber in Xiaoqin's hand. The sky instantly turned dark. Boundless darkness encased the fiendish demon battlefield. Only the scarlet light on Xiaoqin's body soared into the sky, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it, now, I can't leave even if I want to. Amid the scarlet light, Xiaoqin felt helpless as he held the trembling tyrant saber. Although he knew that this might be some kind of inheritance, this was not the right time. After a while, the scarlet light vanished. However, the tyrant saber in Xiaoqin's hand became even heavier. At the same time, Sheng Wanlei, Wang Yuming, and the profound light temple Xin Yuan, who were hundreds of kilometers away from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all felt this Dao might. Chapter 1702. In a desolate area of the fiendish demon battlefield, black clouds shrouded the land, thunderclouds surged, the air was filled with miasma, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, crushed stones stood in great numbers, and in the distance were undulating mountains. Occasionally, fiendish demons roared ferociously as they came from the mountains to a forbidden land of the fiendish demon battlefield. The environment was vile and demons were everywhere. Very few people walked out alive, and there were no fortuitous opportunities within. Other than demons, there were more demons. However, to some people, cruel and brutal demons were the best opportunity. At this moment, the plain of rubble was filled with rows and rows of demon corpses. There was no end to them. Many of them had even been eroded by the wind, leaving only their skeletons exposed. Amidst the strong winds, a tall and sturdy figure holding a saber dripping with blood was looking into the distance. A peak major primal core fiendish demon had just fallen before him. Wounds covered this fiendish demon's body, and it was not wearing any armor at all. Crackle. Lightning flickered around his body, giving off crisp sounds in the air. This person was none other than the Purple Flame Sect's Xianxia, the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. Xiaochen looked into the distance. In the extremely distant sky, the Dao might was chaotic, stirring up winds and clouds. A tyrannical aura swept through the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Dao soldiers appear. Shock flashed in Xianxuanlei's eyes. In the entire fiendish demon battlefield, no one had managed to take away a Dao tool in the past 1,000 years. A moment later, he grinned, making people feel that it was exceptionally scary. Master's teachings were indeed correct. Temper yourself in peace and constantly surpass yourself. Opportunities will always appear on their own. While he was in the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaochen had to improve every day. Otherwise, he would have to endure the pain of lightning corroding his heart. That kind of pain was enough to make one wish they were dead. After trying it once, they would never want to try it a second time. Hence, when Xiaochen came to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not seek out any fortuitous encounters, completely immersed in killing fiendish demons. He enjoyed the thrill of the hot-bloodedness brought by the battle between life and death. Unknowingly, Xiaochen's strength had risen to peak major primal core realm, only one step away from the Cloud Sea realm. Xianxuanlei smiled coldly. He was determined to obtain this Dao tool that appeared. So. As Xiaochen stepped on the corpses strewn all over the place, he moved 1 kilometer with each step, heading for the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Eventually, his speed increased. With every step he took, a corpse would be crushed and dust would spread everywhere. In the 10,000 flower garden, he relied on his own strength and the folding fan left behind by his master. In this place, Wang Yueming swept through all directions, and no one could contend against him. The huge garden was almost completely occupied by him. All kinds of exotic flowers, rare herbs, natural treasures, almost everything that could be found was found by him. If there were some places that were truly too dangerous and impossible to enter, the harvest would be even more astonishing. When something strange happened in the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of doubt appeared on his handsome and refined face. Dao soldier. To think that there really was someone who obtained a Dao tool. That was originally Xiaochen's next destination. Who knew that someone would get there first? Xiaochen had already heard about the difficulty of obtaining a Dao tool from his predecessors. One could not obtain one just by having sufficient strength. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Originally, he wanted to sweep through the 10,000 flower garden and refine the exotic flowers, rare herbs, and natural treasures he obtained. When his strength improved again, he would be absolutely confident of subduing a Dao tool. Who knew, however, that's fine. It might be easier to obtain in your hands. Wang Yueming smiled faintly, revealing heavy confidence. Then, he slowly opened the folding fan in his hand and soared into the air. Thousands of flowers looked very beautiful, competing with each other in beauty. As the fresh flowers danced, Xiaochen moved through the hundreds of flowers. Not a single leaf touched him, looking indescribably elegant and free. Bang! 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 The profound light temple Xinyuan was publicly recognized as the strongest existence in the three blessed lands. Xinyuan's choice was the same as the purple flame sect's Shanghuanlei's, tempering himself among the fiendish demons and not searching for fortuitous encounters. Xinyuan bared his upper body. His bronze-colored muscles looked like they were painted gold as he fought an intense battle among the fiendish demons. When Xinyuan attacked, he gave off a Buddhist light, appearing ferocious and tyrannical. The chest of the fiendish demon that Xinyuan punched cracked like broken rocks, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Xinyuan's fist technique was completely different from the Buddhist sect's martial techniques, a mixture of real and fake. His moves were bold, complementing his indestructible iron body that he had cultivated to an extremely high level. Xinyuan, who was surrounded by the fiendish demons, appeared exceptionally relaxed. His expression was as calm as still water, not showing any joy or anger. Dao Tool. When Xinyuan sensed the mysterious phenomenon caused by the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he frowned slightly, revealing a grave expression. He was not very interested in the Dao Tool. Instead, he was thinking about something else. A Dao Tool did not appear for 1,000 years. Once it did, it would definitely be exceptionally precious. It would definitely cause a chain reaction, triggering a huge storm. Is there going to be a change in the fiendish demon battlefield? While Xinyuan felt doubtful, the many fiendish demons surged with killing qi, taking advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Boom! Xinyuan punched the ground, and a golden fist light shot out. Buddhist might erupted, and a huge swastika appeared on the ground. The fiendish demons charging at Xinyuan got blasted away, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they were purified on the spot. When the fiendish demons landed, only rows of peaceful corpses remained. After making up his mind, Xinyuan leaped into the air and rushed in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dust on the ground sank. A huge Buddhist swastika appeared on the flat ground, looking like it had existed since ancient times. Xiao Chen, who had not gone far from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, did not know that he had startled the top geniuses of the three blessed lands. Even if he knew, he would not have time to care. At this moment, the scarlet Dao light that suddenly appeared above the 10,000 weapon pavilion entered the tyrant saber, making it exceptionally heavy. The tyrant saber's movement technique was significantly affected. The mysterious phenomenon startled the cultivators of the various sects near the 10,000 weapon pavilion. This was especially so in that moment earlier. The sky had turned dark, and only that scarlet Dao light encased the tyrant saber. Everyone knew that the Dao tool was in Xiao Chen's hands. As far as the eye could see, there were figures moving in all directions, all of them leaping towards his location. After all, this was the fiendish demon battlefield. The level of space was different. No one dared to fly continuously. Xiao Chen did not need to sense it to sense that there were no blind spots. No matter where he went, he would run into people. As long as he encountered some obstruction or delay, he would be surrounded. At that time, even if he was very capable, only death would await him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's internal injuries were severe, and he was not even 10% of his peak strength. Earlier, he had charged out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion in an incredibly dangerous manner. Then, he ran into such a situation. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. That beam of light really did him in. Brat, you are really incredible. To think that you dared to play with yourself so ruthlessly and still not die. This is truly a miracle. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, making the somewhat despairing Xiao Chen rejoice. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul. The mysterious dragon seal hidden in the 9-star primal core, the blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul sitting cross-legged, spoke at this crucial moment. Senior, when did you wake up? When you broke through to the primal core realm, I woke up automatically. Originally, I wanted to teach you some things. When I saw you fighting for the Dao tool, I did not startle you. Your performance is pretty good. If it is not what I love, what is the use of it? A man should have the air of a man. Senior overpraises me. Does Senior have a way to quickly recover from my body's injuries? Xiaochen asked in anticipation. If he were not injured, no one would be able to stop him from leaving this fiendish demon battlefield if he wanted to. How did he end up in a situation where even a group of ants could surround and kill him? Haha. Do you think I'm a deity? Dozens of great Dao energies intertwined. You already have the blessing of the blue dragon bloodline by not dying. Yet, you want to recover quickly. How naive. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's emotionless words immediately dashed Xiaochen's dreams. I cannot help you recover from your injuries. However, I can help you absorb the great Dao energy in your body. However, you have to find a place to treat your injuries quickly. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, you will really end up crippled. After all, the blood-soaked dragon emperor carried the hope of the blue dragon bloodline. He could not leave Xiaochen to die. This was the greatest help he could offer. All right. The blood-soaked dragon emperor could absorb all the great Dao energies that made Xiaochen uncomfortable, preventing him from driving his veritable essence energy. At the very least, his injuries would not worsen, and he could recover 20 to 30% of his strength. With the tyrant saber in his hand, Xiaochen would have some hope of escaping. Whoosh! The blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul moved at lightning speed. A vast suction came from the dragon seal. The dozens of great Dao energies in Xiaochen's body flew uncontrollably to the dragon roar hidden in his primal core. Ah! Xiaochen could not help crying out in pain. It felt like dozens of sharp knives were moving around in his body. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. Xiaochen let out a soft cry. Then, he gritted his teeth and stopped screaming. He picked up the tyrant saber in a direction with fewer people and quickly ran over. All right, good luck to you from now on. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's weak voice came from the dragon roar. Xiaochen immediately felt much more relaxed. At the very least, he could circulate his veritable essence energy slightly. His meridians were no longer blocked by the great Dao energy. However, the injuries to his meridians had not healed yet, so he did not dare to use his veritable essence energy rashly. If he used too much force, he might end up killing himself. Right now, his body simply could not withstand too much damage. Xiaochen. It's really him. Is that a Dao tool? Just at this moment, 7 or 8 people appeared in front and coincidentally met with Xiaochen. All of them showed pleasant surprise on their faces. There was one peak minor primal core cultivator, 4 middle stage minor primal core cultivators, and 3 early stage minor primal core cultivators. All of them were core disciples of rank 3 sections. With one glance, Xiaochen figured out the other party's strength. He did not hesitate to make the first move. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. The heavy tyrant saber struck the people who spoke and knocked them back, causing them to vomit blood. In one exchange, Xiaochen tore an opening. While his companions were still stunned, he flew away. Damn! After him. Relying on the tyrant saber's sudden increase in weight and the horrifying Dao might, Xiaochen dragged his injured body forward without stopping, charging forward. True inheritors. After clearing 5 stages, Xiaochen's face sank. As he looked at the people blocking his way, he frowned. No matter which sect's true inheritors it was, they would not be able to obtain victory in a short time. As long as these true inheritors paused for a moment, they would be able to delay for a moment, and the large group of pursuers would immediately surround them. Dong! 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 Who knew how many people had gathered behind him? However, the heavy footsteps and the trembling of the ground told Xiaoqin that danger had not left. Hand over the Dao tool, and I'll let you go. The person who arrived showed a cautious expression, not revealing any openings. He was also very careful when facing the injured Xiaoqin, not giving him any opportunities. That's impossible. The saber was the dignity of a bladesman. If one lost their dignity, what was the point of living? Xiaoqin showed a determined expression as he raised the tyrant saber and charged forward. If there was still a chance, he would not give up. You are seeking death. When that true inheritor saw that Xiaoqin still dared to charge over, he smiled coldly and prepared to kill Xiaoqin. Pu Ci. Suddenly, a white afterimage appeared behind that true inheritor. Caught off guard, a scarlet light appeared on that true inheritor's neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out, and he fell over. When the white afterimage appeared, it was the young cat-eared girl that Xiaoqin had parted ways with. Now, she suddenly appeared again. Come with me. Right after the true inheritor spoke, the young cat-eared girl turned into a white cat and ran in front, leading the way. Chapter 1703. Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment before following them. At this time, the injuries on his body could not be effectively suppressed. If this dragged on, it would only get more and more hurtful. This kitten in front of him had to believe him for once even if she didn't want to. Following behind the cat-eared young lady, Xianxia moved swiftly, taking many turns here and there. Surprisingly, he managed to perfectly avoid the encirclement, not running into a single enemy. Many times, he even brushed shoulders with the disciples of the various sects, but in the end, he was never discovered. An hour later, the cat brought Xiaoqin to a valley where hundreds of flowers were blooming. They entered deep into the valley and stopped in front of a hot spring. The cat-eared girl reverted to her human form and looked at Xiaoqin. They probably won't be able to find this place for the time being. You should take a break. Xiaoqin was mentally fatigued. The tyrant's saber became even heavier in his hand. Thank you for saving me. The cat-eared girl said calmly, in any case, you saved me once, so I have to repay you, right? This hot spring has a miraculous healing effect. Sometimes, when I go out and get injured, I will come here to soak in it. You should quickly heal your injuries. I have tried my best to help you to this point. They will find this place sooner or later. Xiaoqin understood that while the fiendish demon battlefield was large, it was also small. The disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield were not elites or outstanding talents. Xiaoqin could make a rough estimate based on his location and some other conditions. There were also quite a few people proficient in tracking. If they worked together, it would not be difficult for them to track down a person. If all of them came, the cat-eared girl alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Clearly, she wouldn't be able to help him to the end. Xiaoqin was already very grateful that he was able to help him by so much time. Naturally, he had no more complaints. When the young cat-eared girl saw Xiaoqin enter the hot spring, she revealed a startled expression in her eyes. Unexpectedly, he had kicked up such a huge storm in the fiendish demon battlefield right after leaving the temple. Dao soldier. In the past 1,000 years, no one had managed to obtain a Dao tool from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, much less a peak Dao tool. Ordinary Dao tools could not possibly cause such a huge mysterious phenomenon. In the past, Dao tools had been taken away. However, none of them had been like what Xiaoqin did, shaking up the entire fiendish demon battlefield. When that peerless tyrannical aura stirred up the winds and clouds in the surroundings, every cultivator felt their hearts tremble. Who wouldn't fear such a Dao soldier? Who wouldn't be tempted after learning that Xiaoqin was seriously injured? No one. The thousands of people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield were all tempted, including the core disciples of the rank 3 sections. The weakest existences all revealed their ambitions, wondering if they could be lucky enough to secretly obtain it. Once he obtained this saber, even if he could not use it himself, he could exchange it for the sect or trade it away. He would also be able to find a huge fortune for himself. In the past, all the cultivators who obtained a Dao tool had reached the Cloud Sea realm at the very least. 50% of the possessors of Dao tools successfully comprehended their own Dao, what more the superior grade Dao tool in Xiaochen's hand. The fortuitous encounter and value it represented was self-evident, and it absolutely surpassed any of the previous encounters. Perhaps choosing him was the right choice. The young cat-eared girl muttered. Then, she turned into a white cat and left again. Soon, someone would find this place again. She would not be of much help if she remained here. Being able to help Xiaochen find a place to rest temporarily was already a great help. In the hot spring, as the hot water entered Xiaochen's body, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. The wounds on his body warmed and healed at a visible pace. Brat, this hot spring is only somewhat effective on external injuries. It is not of much help to your internal injuries. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind again, telling him the bad news. Xiaochen replied, I can feel it. These injuries will take at least half a month to recover completely. The wounds left by those great Dao energies will be hard to treat in a short time. When Xiaochen checked the wounds left by the various Dao tools in his body, he felt horrified. The price he paid to obtain the Tyrant Saber was truly horrifying. In the past, Xiaochen had always used great Dao energy to attack his opponents. This time, he suffered. Furthermore, it was dozens of great Dao energies. The Dao marks were hard to remove, and they were everywhere in his internal organs and meridians. Even if his injuries healed, he could not circulate his veritable essence energy as he pleased. If he used too much force, his injuries would worsen, resulting in a permanent hidden injury. Not to mention 6 stars, he could not even light up a 9-star primal core. Xiaochen even had to continue suppressing his strength. He could circulate only half of his veritable essence energy. I can remove the Dao marks in your body. However, I will need some time. Quickly recover from your internal injuries. Leave the Dao marks to me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice sounded somewhat weak, but it was heavy and forceful. Xiaochen did not dare to delay. In reality, this was not the time to relax. 2,000 or 3,000 sect disciples were searching for Xiaochen outside. Many cultivators with special bloodlines and good tracking skills were slowly narrowing down the search area. The people searching for Xiaochen outside the valley were split into 3 groups. One group was the sect disciples of the Black Cave Mountain, one group was the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars, and the last group was the Potala Mountains monks. The leader of the Black Cave Mountains' many true inheritors was the Divine Firmament sect's second strongest person, Berserk Saber Liang Zimo. Since Sheng Wanlei was not around, he held the highest prestige. The leader of the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars was the Confucian Institution's Meng Qi. For some reason, the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Baiyu, who was second only to Wang Yueming, did not participate. The leader of the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple's Shindo was rumored to be Jin Yuan's junior brother. The 2 of them were disciples of the Venerable Xian Bei. 4 hours later, the 3 groups gathered outside the valley at nearly the same time. All sorts of signs indicate that the trail of Xiaochen's aura reached this valley and broke off. It is very likely that Xiaochen is hiding here, the Berserk Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. Frenzied Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. His eyes were burning with passion. Liang Zimo had heard that the Dao tool that Xiaochen obtained was also a saber. As a bladesman, he was even more interested in it than the others. The Confucian Institution's Meng Qi hugged his sword as he looked at the valley. He said indifferently, it looks like we all came to the same conclusion. However, this valley is rather large, and mental energy cannot probe too far into the fiendish demon battlefield. If he intends to hide from us, it will not be easy to find him. A ruthless look flashed in Liang Zimo's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Bring Hua Yunfeng out." Before the strange gazes of the other Blessed Land's true inheritors, the injured Hua Yunfeng was tied up and brought to the very front. Under the temptation of the Dao tool, the Black Cave Mountain's true inheritors, who were supposed to be allies, actually attacked their own people. This was truly shocking. However, when the Confucian institution's Meng Qi thought about it, he understood. Within the Black Cave Mountain, the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flames sect were both rank 4 sections. They had always firmly suppressed the Purple Flames sect. If the other party obtained the Dao tool, the Divine Firmament sect would be under the greatest pressure, followed by the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the other 2 Blessed Lands. Before the temptation of a Dao tool that could change the ranking of the various major factions, what did the Verbal Alliance count for? Actually, it was reasonable for the Divine Firmament sect to do such a despicable thing. The berserk saber Liang Zimo gathered his breath and shouted ferociously, "Shao Qin, I know that you are in there and can hear me. Your senior brother, Hua Yunfeng, is in my hands. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you do not come out, I will break one of his fingers until I chop off one of his arms." The thunder might of Liang Zimo's body rang out like thunder, echoing endlessly in the valley. Inside the hot spring, Xiaoqin heard it immediately. His expression instantly changed drastically. Without thinking, he rushed out of the hot spring while holding his saber. "Brat, you have not gotten rid of even half of the Dao marks in your body. Don't be rash." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiaoqian's mind. The warm spring water washed away the blood and fatigue on Xiaoqian's body. After 4 hours of recovery, his injuries had already healed significantly. The only problem was the Dao marks left in his body by the many great Dao energies. Ignoring the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words, Xiaoqian opened his heavenly eye and zoomed in. Then, he saw Hua Yunfeng, who was pushed to the ground. Damn it, as Xiaoqian held the tyrant saber, a murderous intent leaked out of his eyes. If not for buying time for himself, how could Hua Yunfeng, and the other 2 be in such a sorry state? Chapter 1704. Inside the valley, Xiaoqian could not stop the murderous intent in his eyes. He found it hard to calm his heart or calm his anger. Possessing a Dao tool was the original sin of being hunted. Xiaoqian could only accept it. However, he could not tolerate such underhanded methods. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had formed an alliance with the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. "Xiaoqian, your time is up. Since you do not show yourself, don't blame me for being cruel." The Divine Firmament sect's berserk saber Liang Zimo showed a sullen expression. When he saw that there was no movement in the valley, he could not help feeling enraged. He raised his saber and prepared to chop off one of Hua Yunfeng's fingers. Hua Yunfeng's expression was unsightly, but he did not show any fear. He only thought that the ugliness of human nature was even more terrifying than he imagined. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiaoqian would not come out. If Xiaoqian came out, he would definitely die. For Hua Yunfeng to become the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, he was much calmer than ordinary people. This Liang Zimo looked enraged and ready to kill Xiaoqian at any moment. However, even if Liang Zimo were 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to do so. No matter what, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect. Liang Zimo could not bear the consequences of killing their top true inheritor. At most, he would just cripple one of his arms. Liang Zimo's greater purpose was to infuriate Xiaoqian and force him to show himself. This was an overt plot. Hua Yunfeng saw this more clearly than anyone else. He despised this underhanded method in his heart and hoped that Xiaoqin could see through it. Stop! Holding up the tyrant saber, Xiaoqin rushed out of the valley and looked coldly at Liang Zimo. When Xiaoqin looked around, he immediately felt a heavy weight in his heart. The true inheritors of the heavenly shaking mountain and the Potala mountain were actually gathered together. When Xiaoqin looked behind him, he saw many core disciples hiding everywhere, hoping to take advantage of the excitement. The appearance of the Dao tool attracted nearly all the disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield. At this moment, they all gathered outside this valley. Liang Zimo's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "White-robed Xiaoqin, you are indeed a man. I thought that you would hide in this valley forever." Xiaoqin looked coldly at the other party. Then, his gaze landed on the two divine firmament sect disciples pressing down on Hua Yunfeng. Killing chi surged out from his gaze. This immediately caused the two of them to tremble in fear. For some reason, they pulled Hua Yunfeng back 2 steps. "Release Hua Yunfeng. Whether you want the Dao tool or my life, everything is negotiable," Xiaoqin said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word. Liang Zimo grinned. "Untie him." The two true inheritors immediately loosened the ropes binding Hua Yunfeng. Liang Zimo stepped forward and grabbed Hua Yunfeng, saying, "Hand over the Dao tool. I will give him to you." The Confucian institutions Meng Qi and the profound light temples Xinda raised their eyebrows, and their expressions changed slightly. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection. They exchanged glances and sent voice projections. "To think that this Liang Zimo is using us as decorations, wanting to take the Dao tool for himself. Xinda, what do you think?" Meng Qi sent a voice projection. Xinda replied, "Both the Buddhist sects and the Confucian institution have very few people who use the saber. Let's work together. After we obtain this saber, we can auction it off at sea and give it to someone who truly uses the saber. After maximizing the benefits, we can split them evenly." "That's what I was thinking." The two hit it off and reached a simple agreement. Whoosh! Without much thought, Xiaoqin tossed the tyrant saber in his hand at Liang Zimo. Clang! The instant the saber was tossed, the melodious sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out in Xiaoqin's heart, spreading throughout his entire body. It was like some sort of emotion had awakened in his body. Liang Zimo did not notice this at all. Wild joy appeared in his eyes as he caught the tyrant saber and kicked Hua Yunfeng away. Then, he retreated to the protection of the divine firmament sect true inheritors. How heavy! However, the moment Liang Zimo caught the tyrant saber, he felt like he had caught a mountain with his bare hands. He could not react at all. After catching the tyrant saber pulled him to the ground with a plop, and he fell flat on his face. Clang! A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. He drew his sword, and the sword light shone like the red sun. Righteous Qi surged out as he thrust it at Liang Zimo. The profound light temples Xinda leaped into the air and swung the Buddhist staff in his hand, grasping the end. The mountain-like staff head tore through the air, giving off a terrifying howl as it smashed at Liang Zimo. Damn it! Liang Zimo brought out his will of thunder, and his entire body flickered with electric light. He cursed in his heart and used all his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Finally, he managed to stand up while holding the tyrant saber. Liang Zimo smiled coldly and grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, ready to draw it. However, when Liang Zimo pulled, he discovered that he could not draw it at all. His expression changed drastically. Pu Ci. Without giving Liang Zimo any time to react, Meng Qi's sword pierced through his chest. The Buddhist staff in Jinda's hand ruthlessly smashed Liang Zimo into the air. Before the tyrant saber could warm up, a shock wave shot out in a direction that Jinda and Meng Qi did not expect. After him. the entire place immediately turned chaotic. Everyone focused their gazes on the tyrant saber as they flew towards it. Saber. My Dao tool. Liang Zimo lay on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his entire body. He appeared dispirited and dispirited. Blood leaked out of his mouth as he coughed continuously. The planned attacks of two peak true inheritors were not that easy to deal with. They immediately inflicted severe injuries on Liang Zimo. This was especially so for Zhenda's mountain-like Buddhist staff. The vast strike landed on Liang Zimo's body. All the ribs in Liang Zimo's body shattered, and his internal organs shattered. This made the wound from Meng Qi's sword even more slippery. At this moment, Liang Zimo did not even have the strength to stand up. The most helpless thing was that no one cared about him. Everyone was chasing after the tyrant saber, rushing over in a frenzy. Seeing the chaotic scene, Xiaochen led Hua Yunfeng back to the valley entrance and removed the restriction on Hua Yunfeng's body. Whoosh! Hua Yunfeng heaved a long sigh. Then, he sighed, I should not have shown myself. It is truly not easy for a bladesman to meet a treasured saber that suits me. This was especially so after Hua Yunfeng personally saw how much effort and price Xiaochen paid for this saber. Xiaochen smiled faintly. That saber has only one word, tyrant. However, I tried 3 times and failed to draw it. Instead, when I tossed it out earlier, it came out of its scabbard. Hua Yunfeng showed a strange expression. It came out of its scabbard. I didn't see it. Xiaochen pointed to his chest. It was here. Just earlier, I understood why I could not draw this saber. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, I held the saber and left, abandoning senior brother Hua to flee alone. After that, I lost the feeling of being a tyrant. Even though I forcefully subdued this saber, it felt ashamed and was not willing to be used by me. The true way of the tyrant is not to show off and fight viciously, to dominate the world. Instead, it needs to have a pure heart, to value relationships and righteousness. It needs to have the pride and courage of a tyrant, and even more, the feelings and boldness of a king. Only then can it be called the way of the tyrant. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. Then, he nodded and said, What you said is not what I like. What is the use of it? It is the same for sabers and swords. In the past, I often read in ancient texts that some famous sabers and swords directly shattered after changing owners. In the past, I thought that was just a story. Now, it looks like the rumors are true. Between this gain and loss, Xiaochen gained a lot. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, it looked like he obtained a Dao tool. However, in reality, he did not manage to subdue the tyrant saber. Holding it in his hand, aside from attracting boundless disaster, he did not gain anything. Now, while it looked like he lost the tyrant saber, he gained the tyrant saber's acknowledgement. Xiaochen had already unsheathed it in his heart. Regardless of where it was, this saber already had Xiaochen's mark on it. Suddenly, a pained grunt entered Xiaochen's ears. When he looked over, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Hua Yunfeng followed Xiaochen's gaze and could not help smiling. Heaven is watching what people do. This Liang Zimo sneak attacked and injured me while I was fighting with the 6 experts. Now that he ended up like this, I can only say that he deserves it. Brother Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Xiaochen's eyes were clear. He already had a plan in his heart. I'll let this situation be a little more chaotic, luring out those ambitious people. I'll treat my injuries properly and recover to my peak combat prowess. Be it Shengwanlei, Wang Yueming, the profound light temple's Xinda, or the Black Lotus Church's holy sun hiding in the dark, they were all tigers and wolves and could not be underestimated. Using this tyrant saber to draw out all these threats was simply the best. After all, aside from Xiaochen, no one in this vast fiendish demon battlefield could draw out the tyrant saber. what was mine would still be mine in the end. Chapter 1705. The appearance of the tyrant saber incited many people to fight over it, giving Xiaochen an excellent opportunity to rest. He did not need to worry about anything else. He could focus on treating his injuries to prevent any hidden injuries that he could not get rid of in the future. Back then, Xiaochen's experience in the Kunlun realm was still fresh in his mind. Now that he was in the Great Thousand Realms, he had to be careful not to make the same mistakes as before. Martial Uncle. Senior Brother Hua. As the two chatted, the core disciples and true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect all rushed over. The originally anxious group of people relaxed significantly when they discovered that the two were fine. This group of people from the Divine Firmament sect is really too much. We have to take revenge for this. To think that they took advantage of Senior Brother Hua while he was down. After learning about Hua Yunfeng's experiences, the many true inheritors all felt aggrieved, rage burning in their hearts. Back then, at the Divine Firmament sect's thunder-controlling peak, they had agreed to form an alliance to fight the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Potala Mountain. To think that they used such despicable means for the sake of a Dao tool. This was simply despicable, despicable. Xiaochen smiled faintly. Of course, we have to take revenge. However, now is not the time. Now is actually the best time to search for fortuitous encounters. The disciples of the other sects are all going to fight for the Dao tool. This is an opportunity for us. Ling Yu asked, feeling confused, Martial Uncle, why are you not anxious at all? Right now, the most important thing is to help you snatch the Dao tool back. A peak Dao tool was the greatest fortuitous encounter. All the disciples of the sect would benefit from it. There was no greater fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield. Otherwise, the other sect disciples would not be like this. Every single one of them seemed to have gone mad, fighting to the death, and fighting to the death. Even those who were not in the mood to fight ran over to join in the excitement, trying to fish in troubled waters. Hua Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. There is no need for you to worry about this. Xiaochen has his ways. After I recover my strength, I will bring everyone to sweep through the various lands of fortuitous encounters. No matter how the others fought, they could not draw the scabbard. This tyrant saber had already recognized Xiaochen as its master, and it already bore his mark. Sooner or later, it would return to Xiaochen's hands. There was no need to worry. Many disciples were skeptical, but they were satisfied with this arrangement. With Hua Yunfeng leading the way to seek fortuitous encounters, there would definitely be a great harvest at this juncture. 1 hour later, with the aid of the medicinal pills, Hua Yunfeng's injuries healed rapidly. He led the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors and core disciples to bid farewell to Xiaochen and leave the valley. Although his injuries were terrible, his cultivation was not as terrible as Xiaochen's. With the help of the elixir, he recovered very quickly. With the help of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, Xiaochen continued to clear the Dao wounds left by the Dao tool in his body. His heart remained as still water, calm and unperturbed. On the other side, the fight for the Dao soldiers had completely descended into chaos and white-hot. Meng Qi and Jinda had wanted to join forces to suppress them, but they were not strong enough. Even though the two of them had joined hands, they were still unable to dominate the scene. In the end, the two of them actually began to fight. Each of them had their own selfish motives. How could a verbal alliance last long? Damn, what a heavy saber. I can't pull it out at all. Ha! I managed to snatch it. It's mine now. Amid the chaotic crowd, the tyrant saber kept changing hands. However, no one could successfully pull it out. Instead, they ended up bringing trouble for themselves, getting surrounded and attacked. Just when it looked like there would never be a winner, a clap of thunder suddenly roared in the sky. A tyrannical, heart-stopping aura came from the distance, accompanied by the claps of thunder. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder rumbled endlessly. "Where are the divine firmament sect disciples?" A loud shout rang out. The divine firmament sect's Xianguanlei finally rushed over from the forbidden land. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As Xianguanlei bathed in the lightning, he looked like an aloof war god, looking down coldly at the various sect disciples below. "It's Xianguanlei." Xianguanlei appeared. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Xianguanlei spoke, startled cries rang out in the chaotic crowd. The divine firmament sect disciples responded to Xianguanlei's question with excitement on their faces. "Senior brother Xianguan, you finally came out. This tyrant saber will definitely belong to my divine firmament sect." The moment Xianguanlei landed, the divine firmament sect disciples crowded around him, boosting his aura. "Senior brother." The many disciples respectfully greeted Xianguanlei. When they felt the peak major primal core aura from him, the people around them all felt immense pressure. Xianguanlei swept his gaze around, and a formless pressure spread out, forcefully silencing the 2,000-odd sect disciples present. No one dared to meet Xianguanlei's gaze. Even the profound Light Temple Xinde and the Confucian institution's Meng Qi, who fought the fiercest earlier, avoided each other's gazes. They did not dare to clash with Xianguanlei, feeling shocked in their hearts. How terrifying! To think that he is already a peak major primal core cultivator. Just this cultivation alone is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. How exactly did he cultivate? After reaching the major primal core realm, one's cultivation would progress extremely slowly, reaching peak major primal core. In the entire Grave Sea cluster, one would be considered an expert. After all, the sect masters of some rank 3 sects in the outside world were only at this level. However, Xianguanlei's potential was clearly not limited to this. Furthermore, he was still so young. He would definitely reach the Cloud Sea realm in his lifetime, becoming a star venerate or even higher. Xinde thought to himself, right now, this Xianguanlei's aura actually looks even scarier than senior brother Jin Yuan's. What exactly did Xianguanlei experience in the past few days for his improvement to be so terrifying? Meng Qi felt the same way. When he compared Xianguanlei to Wang Yueming, he felt that the originally evenly matched situation was about to be broken. Xianguanlei was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. His gaze never left a disciple holding the tyrant saber. That was the top true inheritor of a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain. Under Xianguanlei's gaze, he felt immense pressure. Sweat continuously leaked out of his forehead. Xianguanlei recognized this person. He looked straight at the other party's bright eyes and suddenly shouted, "Ma Tianliang, are you seeking death? Why are you still not handing over the Dao tool?" Xianguanlei's voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking people's hearts and entering Ma Tianliang's soul. It felt like a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Ma Tianliang's sea of consciousness. This startled Ma Tianliang into trembling, and the tyrant saber in his hand flew out uncontrollably. Whoosh! The crowd scattered. No one dared to get close to the Dao tool lest Xianguanlei target them. Everyone scattered, leaving behind a large, empty space where the Dao tool was. Now, no one showed any interest in the item that everyone fought for earlier. They could only watch in dissatisfaction. So, it is a tyrant saber. With your appearance, you think you are fit to wield this saber. When Xianguanlei saw the ancient words on the scabbard, he revealed a mocking expression, making Ma Tianliang feel ashamed. Only I, Xianguanlei, am fit to wield this saber. The word tyrant was deeply engraved in Xianguanlei's heart. He showed a stern expression, exuding strong self-confidence and a tyrannical aura of thunder. No one dared to block Xianguanlei, automatically opening a path for him. That might not be the case. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. Wang Yueming landed, holding a folding fan. He had finally rushed over from the 10,000 flower garden. It's Senior Brother Wang. Senior Brother Wang is finally here. The people of the Confucian institution immediately became excited. The others also showed joy on their faces. Finally, someone who could suppress Shangguan Lei's limelight appeared. Wang Yueming, you dare to compete with me? Shangguan Lei shouted coldly as he looked at the descending Wang Yueming with a murderous intent in his eyes. Wang Yueming opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. Others might fear you, Shangguan Lei, but why would I, Wang Yueming, fear you? Shangguan Lei's eyes flashed. He suddenly discovered that this Wang Yueming had already reached peak major primal core realm. Wang Yueming's aura was no longer as overbearing as before. He said, this saber is perfectly compatible with my Dao. It was born for me. Wang Yueming, what is the point of you going? Wang Yueming said indifferently, there is no need for you to worry about that. I have my own reasons for making a move. Interesting. Do you really think that you can compete with me just by relying on some natural treasures to advance to peak major primal core realm? Receive my saber strike. A saber appeared in Shangguan Lei's hand as he leaped into the air, sending out a saber light. The saber light flashed, turning the sky as resplendent as the sun, disappearing in a flash. Purple qi comes from the east. Wang Yueming closed the folding fan in his hand, and the righteous qi in his body turned into the rising sun, sending down strands of pure purple qi. He used his veritable essence energy and righteous qi to clash head-on with this saber strike. Ka Xie. A crack appeared in the folding fan, and Wang Yueming took 3 steps back. He felt his arm go numb, and his expression could not help changing drastically. How can this be? My cultivation is the same as his. Why is there such a huge difference in strength? Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. His cultivation came from mountains of corpses and seas of blood of fiendish demons. Wang Yueming relied on external items to advance. How could he compare to Shangguan Lei? An ancient loyal heart like the sun and the moon, a body of righteous qi traces the spring and autumn. After putting himself at a disadvantage with one move, Wang Yueming quickly took out the 2 lines of the poem his master left in the folding fan. The crack in the folding fan mended, and a vast righteous qi poured out. Wang Yueming's cultivation soared again, bursting out with an aura that rivaled that of a star venerate. Xiaochen exchanged another move with Shangguan Lei, forcing back the other party, who was closing in on him. Shangguan Lei somersaulted in the air and landed, causing the ground to tremble. He looked at Wang Yueming and said, no wonder you are confident to compete with me. However, let's see how long this broken fan of yours can help you. Shangguan Lei did not fear Wang Yueming, whose aura soared to that of a star venerate. Whoosh! 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 Just as the 2 faced off, a figure suddenly appeared, standing on a lotus flower. His figure was like a phantom, and he grasped the tyrant saber before Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. Tyrant saber. This was the strongest person of the 3 blessed lands, the profound light temple Xin Yuan. As he held the tyrant saber, he showed a grave expression. This saber is an inauspicious item. Although every master ruled the world, they all died under their own saber. Aside from the tyrant saber, it has another name, the saber of misfortune. This saber needs to be handed to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping. Xin Yuan held the tyrant saber as he looked at Wang Yueming and Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei mocked, do you think that I will believe your words? Stinky monk, cut the crap and hand over the saber. In the clouds, a vertical eye quietly flew away. In the valley, Xiaochen opened his forehead and sent the heavenly eye back into his forehead. Then, he revealed a doubtful expression. Tyrant saber. Saber of misfortune. Chapter 1706. The saber of misfortune. Xiaochen stood up and muttered to himself, feeling confused. Then, he asked the blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul, is there really such a saying? Do you believe it? Although the blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice in the dragon seal was weak, it still contained some disdain. Xiaochen made up his mind. In that case, this monk is here to deceive me. Naturally. I have interacted with this group of bald donkeys too much. They are always talking nonsense, acting like they are the only sober person in the world. It is just a different path. There is no need for too much explanation. However, every master of that saber did end up committing suicide. Xiaochen immediately felt speechless. After all that talk, it turned out that Jin Yuan was telling the truth. That is indeed the case. However, that monk said something about handing it to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping was clearly selfish. Can't you tell? Furthermore, why did all the masters of the tyrant saber end up committing suicide? That is just arrogance and conceit. Their understanding of the path of an overlord is wrong. The path of an overlord is never about ruling the world alone. If one stubbornly insists on doing things their own way, wanting to trample on the entire world, not leaving others a path to survival, how could the heavens leave you a path to survival? Even if these people did not obtain the tyrant saber, they would still end up in a miserable state. Xiaochen understood. So, it is not the saber that has a problem. It is the person wielding the saber that has a problem, magnifying the flaws in their hearts. That's right. For example, that person here is called Shengwan Lei, right? I don't know which master taught him. With such a temper and character, even without the tyrant saber, he is destined to end up in a miserable state, taking the wrong path. If he happens to obtain the tyrant saber, he will definitely end up in the same state, committing suicide. Then, as the rumors spread, the reputation of the saber of misfortune will continue to spread. Do you think you can blame it on the saber? After the blood-soaked dragon emperor's explanation, Xiaochen's doubts cleared up. It was as he expected. Xiaochen had already recovered from his injuries. The 3 experts of the blessed lands had all appeared. However, there was still one person who had yet to say anything. The Black Lotus Church Holy Son was still hiding somewhere, waiting for Xiaochen to show himself. It looked like this fellow was even more cautious than Xiaochen thought. To think that a Dao tool did not tempt him. Forget it, even if he doesn't appear, I'll have to show myself. If the Black Lotus Saint still thought that his strength was limited to the Buddha-seeking platform, then Xiaochen would teach him a harsh lesson. Set off, snatched the saber. Moving like the wind, Xiaochen executed the steps of the new fish dragon art, advancing quickly in this fiendish demon battlefield, where the spiritual energy was vast and the pressure was immense. On the other side, Shengwan Lei and Wang Yueming did not believe what the profound light temple Xin Yuan said. Xiaochen believed that Xiaochen had selfish motives and just wanted to bring the Dao tool to the profound light temple. As Xin Yuan looked at Shengwan Lei and Wang Yueming, he entered deep thought. If these two worked together, he might not be a match for them. However, it did not matter if this tyrant saber was the saber of misfortune or not. In a very short time, Shengwan Lei and Wang Yueming's strength would increase tremendously. This was not a good thing for the profound light temple, which was in competition with them. The Buddhist sects also needed incense and fame, as well as their own faction. It wasn't that he was far away from the mortal world and untainted by dust. Xin Yuan also had a direct competitive relationship with these two. Be it public or private, he could not let the other party obtain this saber. However, it would not be easy to resolve this matter peacefully. Xin Yuan thought for a while before saying, I have a suggestion. I wonder if the two of you are willing to hear it. A cold light flashed in Shengwan Lei's eyes as he said, Speak. Wang Yueming nodded, willing to hear it. Brother Shengwan, if I give you the saber, are you sure you can block Brother Wang and I working together? Xin Yuan asked as he looked at Shengwan Lei. Shengwan Lei remained silent for a while. He felt unconvinced in his heart, but he still answered honestly, I can't block it. Then, Xin Yuan looked at Wang Yueming. Wang Yueming shook his head and said, "Same." "All right, if that's the case." "Since that is the case, then the three of us will make a gentleman's agreement. Whoever of the two of you can block a palm strike from me will get this saber. If you cannot block it, then it will belong to me, and the profound light temple will hold on to it." Shangguan smiled coldly and said, "However, what if the two of us block it?" Jin Yuan smiled and said, "In that case, I will withdraw from the fight for the Dao tool and lead the disciples of the Potala Mountain far away from this conflict." "Good. It is settled, then. The three of us will swear an oath on the will of the dead sovereign emperor. Whoever breaks the oath will die a violent death." Wang Yueming did not even think about it before directly agreeing. No matter what, Wang Yueming felt that receiving a palm strike from Jin Yuan would be no problem. Shangguan did not hesitate either. If he could not even receive a palm strike from Jin Yuan, then he really did not need to live anymore. "Good." Jin Yuan revealed a faint smile. After the three agreed, they prepared to swear an oath. The others present all revealed startled expressions, wondering if Jin Yuan had gone crazy and underestimated Shangguan and Wang Yueming. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The fight for the Dao tool, which had lasted for a long time, was finally coming to an end. Everyone knew who the Dao tool would go to in the end. Was the monk Jin Yuan just boasting again? However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The tyrant saber in Jin Yuan's hands suddenly trembled uncontrollably, trying to struggle free. A vast tyrannical aura swept out from the saber scabbard. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, kicking up boundless dust. It was like there was something extremely attractive to the tyrant saber, making it struggle for all it was worth. Even Jin Yuan could not control it. "Come back!" A shout rang out. The tyrant saber flew out with a whoosh, heading for the owner of the voice. The expressions of Jin Yuan and the other two, who had finished discussing and were preparing to snatch the tyrant saber, changed drastically. They did not know what happened. Whoosh! 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 The three soared into the air and chased after the tyrant saber. However, halfway through the chase, they suddenly discovered a white figure standing on a small hill in front. This person stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the tyrant saber. Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen looked at the three people who had been chasing him, he admired the interesting expressions on their faces. Xiao Chen could not help smiling. "I say, the three of you are trying to decide who this saber belongs to in public. Have you asked the original owner?" Shangguan Lei's face sank. "I was wondering who snatched this saber." "So, it is you. I was just wondering where to look for you. Now, you deliver yourself to me." Before Shangguan Lei finished speaking, a saber appeared in his hand. Then, he used instant flash to charge at Xiao Chen. Wang Yueming entered deep thought. He gently closed the folding fan in his hand, not attacking rashly. On the other hand, Jin Yuan's expression was the most interesting. His plan looked like it would succeed. Unexpectedly, it failed in the next moment. Anyone would feel upset and depressed at such a feeling. Fortunately, Jin Yuan came from the Buddhist sect and possessed a stronger mental state than ordinary people, so he quickly calmed down. Seeing Shangguan Lei charge over, Xiao Chen's face sank. Without even thinking, he placed his hand on the saber hilt. In the next moment, he drew the saber. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, a bright saber light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. 2 different Great Dao rings immediately appeared behind Xiao Chen. One was the Thunder Great Dao, and the other was Xiao Chen's Saber Great Dao. The two intertwined and merged. When the Saber Dao and the Thunder Dao worked together with Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it was simply a perfect fusion. Shangguan Lei's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to hold back. He roared, Purple Thunder 7 Strikes. As Xianxia saber descended from the air, he hacked down 7 times in a row. Every time he did so, he would attract a bolt of thunder that shook the heavens. The thunder rumbled, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble. After the 3 saber strikes, the world felt like only majestic thunder remained. The sky changed color, and thunderclouds churned. The air turned dry. As the saber in Xianxuan's hand absorbed more and more lightning, it turned bright and piercing, looking like the blazing sun. Every saber strike drove boundless lightning-attributed energy. Every saber strike was Xianxuan's peak strike. However, every time he attacked, it would surpass the previous peak. When Xianxuan's saber descended, 7 peak-level lightning strikes layered over each other. The saber strike landed. When Xianxuan's saber landed, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and attached itself to the saber. Before this terrifying saber strike landed, it pressed down on the slope under Xiaochen's feet, causing it to sink in. Resolving the mundane. After drawing the tyrant saber, Xiaochen did not hold back either. The other party's Purple Thunder 7 strikes could threaten a star venerate level existence. If Xiaochen got careless, even with the tyrant saber, he would still be the one defeated. A swastika appeared on Xiaochen's forehead. At this instant, his expression no longer showed any humanity. Surpassing the mundane, the 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. The tyrant saber showed neither joy nor sorrow. It was like an iron-faced Buddha that saw through the fickleness of the world as it swung down. A tall Kasyapa Buddha image appeared behind Xiaochen. As he swung his saber, he drew his Buddhist monk's saber and mercilessly swung it. It was clearly a Buddha, but it did not contain any gentle or warm Buddhist intent. This was different from any Buddhist sect martial technique. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Xianxuan, who was fighting with Xiaochen, felt a sense of guilt in his heart for committing a great sin. Even the benevolent Buddha was heartless to him, killing him. He could not help feeling horrified, and a weak opening appeared in his mental state. When the 2 sabers clashed, this weak opening widened with the clash of the 2 powerful martial techniques. Ka-xie. A melodious clang rang out, and the treasure tool in Xianxuan's hand broke. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xianxuan's mouth. The instant his saber broke, his aura plummeted. Then, Xiaochen's 2-layered Dao might knocked him back. As Xianxuan stood firmly on the ground and looked at the broken saber in his hand, his expression turned extremely unsightly. There was even a terrifying saber wound on his chest. This saber strike had chopped through the bones and flesh of his chest in one breath, nearly chopping him in half. However, no blood spurted out. This was because the saber intent was too tyrannical. It remained in the gap, blocking the recovery of the wound and preventing blood from spurting out. Plop! Xianxuan cried out silently in pain. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. As for Xiaochen, his arm was already numb, and his palm had cracked. The bones in his right hand, which held the saber, cracked in the instant they clashed. If he had lasted any longer, his entire arm would have been crippled. Clang! Xiaochen sheathed his saber and said with a cold expression, "This is my, Xiaochen's, saber. Aside from me, no one else has the right to decide its fate. Not even you, Jin Yuan." Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan was raring to go. Clearly, he wanted to take this opportunity to attack. Chapter 1707. A huge battle could break out at any moment. As Xiaochen held up the tyrant saber, he did not show any intention of explaining. Sometimes, many people just needed an excuse. An excuse that they could use to deal with others, an excuse that they could use to their advantage. Given Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan's experience, it was impossible for them not to see that the black lotus that suddenly appeared on Xiaochen's body was very strange. Just this point and the confession of a new profound Light Temple disciple could not prove that Xiaoqin was a Black Lotus Church member. However, that did not matter. Wang Yueming could use this favorable excuse to snatch away the Dao tool. To him, this was the best. He could use this excuse to get Jin Yuan to interrogate Xiaoqin and force out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual. This would not arouse any suspicion. Jin Yuan only said that he could use any means to pry out a Black Lotus Church disciple's confession. As for whether Xiaoqin was a Black Lotus Church disciple or not, it was not that important. Xiaoqin's heart was as clear as a mirror. When he saw Jin Yuan hypocritically ask him if he wanted to explain, he directly rejected it. Jin Yuan clearly saw that Xiaoqin's identity as a Black Lotus Church member was suspicious, yet he kept pressing him, putting on a hypocritical act to get him to explain. The more Xiaoqin tried to explain, the more he would appear guilty. It would not be useful. This was because Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan already firmly believed that Xiaoqin was a Black Lotus Church member. How could they really listen to his explanation? Hypocrite, fake monk, and scheming. Xiaoqin did not believe that the two of them were willing to risk their lives and dare to take a step forward. When Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan saw Xiaoqin pressing forward with an indomitable will, showing that he would rather die in glory than live in dishonor, they showed grave expressions, no longer as overbearing as before. They did not dare to take a step forward where the saber pointed. That was the line of life and death that Xiaoqin set. Brother Jin Yuan, you are not just slightly stronger than me. Furthermore, this fellow is a sworn enemy of your Buddhist sect. I am willing to cooperate with you. Wang Yueming stared at Xiaoqin, looking for openings. At the same time, he sent a voice projection to praise Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan locked on to Xiaoqin. When he heard that, he could not help smiling coldly. Indeed, Jin Yuan did not fear Xiaoqin. If there were no one here, he would have charged forward without any fear. However, there were too many people here. Furthermore, Wang Yueming was here. How could he take the risk? Even if Xiaoqin defeated Xiaoqin, he would end up helping Wang Yueming. How could he be careless? This Wang Yueming's calculations were really good. Naturally, Jin Yuan would not fall for this trick and suffer. He replied, "Let's attack together. He cannot injure both of us with one move. He can only injure one of us at the same time, and then he will be crippled." Wang Yueming said coldly, "I don't like to gamble. If it were me, I would definitely use this move on someone weaker." Behind them, the Black Lotus sect Holy Son, who had been smiling with a smug look in his eyes, suddenly showed a grave expression. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin's aura stunned the two strongest outstanding talents of the Grave Sea. This is indeed a small place. It cannot compare to people who have experienced countless life and death situations. No matter how strong they are, even with such boldness, they are just trash in the end. They are not even comparable to the unconscious Shangwan Lei. Ming Xian snorted coldly in his heart, showing deep disdain and contempt for Jin Yuan and Wang Yueming. In Ming Xian's opinion, if these two had Shangwan Lei's boldness, they would have taken down this Xiaoqin long ago. There was no need to put in so much effort. In the end, he still had to make a move. Black Lotus secret technique, world-eliminating imprint, exterminating all life. Xiaoqin held his index and middle fingers together and formed a hand seal with one hand. The string of seemingly black Buddhist prayer beads dangled between his two fingers. Without any movement, he ferociously pushed it forward. Boom! A force equal to a cloud sea star venerate's casual strike appeared out of nowhere. Caught off guard, Jin Yuan and Wang Yueming did not have time to turn around by the time they sensed it. A force equal to a star venerates, containing the will of soul, surged over like a wave. The force immediately knocked Jin Yuan and Wang Yueming into the air, their bodies in intense pain like they were falling apart. Their souls trembled, and they felt dizzy. The world spun around, and their souls swayed in their bodies. After they fell to the ground, they could not get up. His body and soul were both heavily injured by this attack. It was like a star venerate attacking. Caught off guard, the two were instantly injured to the point where they could not continue fighting. This was especially so for the Confucian institution's Wang Yueming. His physical body was not as strong as Jin Yuan's. Intense pain covered his entire body, making it hard for him to even turn around. The scarier thing was that the shock to his soul could not recover in a short time. Jin Yuan's indestructible iron body blocked out half of the damage from this move. His physical injuries were much lighter than Wang Yueming's. However, the damage to his soul made him feel incredible pain. He barely managed to get up and revealed an extremely shocked expression as he looked at the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun. However, that was all. Right now, Jin Yuan could not deal any damage to the Holy Sun Mingxian. As for Wang Yueming, he was still in so much pain that he could not even raise his head to look up. 2 pieces of trash. The Holy Sun Mingxian said with deep disdain. Then, his figure soared into the air and charged towards Xiaoqin, who had just dealt with the shock waves, without hesitation. This time, you won't be as lucky as last time. The Black Lotus Church sage no longer held back, unleashing his full power. The Holy Sun Mingxian's entire body radiated a terrifying black Buddhist light. An expressionless, cold black Buddha image appeared behind him. The Black Lotus Church also believed in Buddhism. However, their interpretation of the ancient Buddhist scriptures differed from the orthodox ones. The Buddha they believed in was the same as the orthodox Buddhism, the Kasyapa Buddha. But in their eyes, the true body of the Kasyapa Buddha was like this. He was expressionless and cold, looking down on all life. He was known as the revered Black Lotus. Humans are born evil, and their 7 emotions and 6 desires are all sins. Kasyapa Buddha had no compassion. Those who believed in him could reduce their sins and enjoy reincarnation. Those who didn't believe in him were willing to fall into depravity. Their sins would reach the heavens and they would never be able to reincarnate. The appearance of the Black Buddhist voice immediately exposed the Holy Sun Mingxian's identity. This was a result that no one could have imagined. Who could have imagined that Mingxian, who righteously pointed at Xiaoqin and said that he was a pawn of the Black Lotus Church, was the true Black Lotus Church disciple? However, it was too late. Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan were severely injured. The others were not strong enough, unable to interfere in the battle between the Holy Sun Mingxian and Xiaoqin. They could only watch from afar. Xiaoqin possessed 2 kinds of great Dao energy, the Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Then, he used the army-breaking saber technique to fight the Holy Sun Mingxian. The army-breaking saber technique focused on pressing forward with indomitable will, which was similar to the Tyrant Saber. The Tyrant Saber contained the Thunder Dao. However, the tyrannical nature of the Tyrant Saber would not change. It could strengthen the aura of the Thunder Dao. Similarly, it could strengthen the compatible army-breaking saber technique. As Xiaoqin faced the mysterious and strong Black Lotus Church sage, he remained calm. Previously, due to his cultivation being limited, he could not clash head-on with the other party. Now that he obtained the Tyrant Saber, it was the right time. The other party's identity was exposed, and Xiaoqin held the home ground. He had the geographical advantage, and his cultivation broke through. The right time, the right place, and the right people, all 3 were present. He could clash head-on with the other party. Xiaoqin brought out the techniques of the Saber Dao to the fullest. Back at the Buddha-seeking platform, the other party had dared to rely on his cultivation and physical body to look down on Xiaoqin's attacks. Now, the other party no longer dared to be so careless. After exchanging 100 moves to his heart's content, the Holy Sun Mingxian was shocked to discover that he did not hold the upper hand at all. That's all you are capable of. Black Lotus Church Sage, you are only so-so. Xiaochen raised his saber and switched from defense to offense. He roared, sounding like a dragon roaring in the surroundings and like thunder shaking the nine heavens. The tyrant saber in Xiaochen's hand merged two kinds of great Dao energy as he executed army breaking. With the tyrant saber in hand, its surging aura seemed solid. With a gentle raise, it was like a tyrant appeared, ruling over the world. One saber strike could destroy an army, piercing through the nine heavens above the clouds. The holy Sun Mingxian frowned slightly. He could not forcefully attack, and his momentum had already weakened. Now was not the best time to clash head-on with Xiaochen. With a thought, the holy Sun Mingxian thought of a plan and quickly retreated. Break! Xiaochen leaped into the air, gaining the upper hand in his aura. His expression turned grave and stern as he smoothly executed army breaking. The previous saber strike pierced through the clouds, and stars appeared in the sky. Bathed in the brightest starlight, the saber light piercing the eyes. Then, Xiaochen continued advancing. The holy Sun Mingxian landed on the ground. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, he calmly executed hand seals and knocked away the saber light and saber might attacking him. Black lotuses appeared under Xiaochen's feet. With every step he took, a lotus bloomed. Xiaochen advanced ferociously, materializing his flawless saber Dao to its limits. The saber light in his hand flashed continuously. It was like the starlight, like the moon setting, like the sun rising, like the cold winter snow, like the warm spring light, like the merciless autumn wind. The tyrant saber in Xiaochen's hand changed continuously. However, it was connected smoothly, like he was telling a story. This exquisite saber skill stunned the various sect disciples in the surroundings. All of them sighed in amazement as if he was a celestial being. When Jin Yuan, who barely managed to sit up and treat his injuries, saw this scene, he stopped his cultivation technique and was stunned. Just based on this saber skill, Xiaochen was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Jin Yuan. No wonder back then, when Xiaochen pointed his saber at Jin Yuan and Wang Yiming felt like there was a line between life and death. Indeed, Xiaochen had the strength to make those who crossed that line pay a heavy price. Death was not excluded. What Jin Yuan said was not a joke. When the holy Sun Mingxian faced this exquisite saber skill, he could always resolve it. His strength was truly admirable. If it were them, how could they make out so many of Xiaochen's saber skills? However, in the end, Xiaochen's saber skills were stronger than the holy Sun Mingxian's palm technique. After 300 moves, Xiaochen finally found a major opening, causing the holy Sun Mingxian's expression to change drastically. Breaking the world. Relying on the aura from the 300 moves, Xiaochen used breaking the world to find an opening and hacked at the holy Sun Mingxian. The holy Sun Mingxian could no longer retreat. He formed another dermic hand seal, and scriptures echoed in the surroundings. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently raised it. The scriptures gathered, and the space around him continuously rose, becoming like a Buddhist spiritual mountain. The saber light tore through the layers of barriers. The two Dao might merged and tore a hole in the holy Sun Mingxian's tight defense. The tyrant saber chopped at the holy Sun Mingxian's shoulder, trying to chop him in half. This scene was similar to when Xiaochen first fought with the holy Sun Mingxian. By feigning weakness, the holy Sun Mingxian severely injured Xiaochen with one strike. Would the same result happen again? Whoosh! Just as the tyrant saber was about to strike the holy Sun Mingxian, the Black Lotus Sect's Buddha image in the sky suddenly shrank. Then, it shrank and gathered on the holy Sun Mingxian's body. The holy Sun Mingxian's physical body immediately changed, becoming like a black sculpture. Xiaochen's tyrant saber landed on the holy Sun Mingxian's shoulder. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the black sculpture, which quickly peeled off, revealing the Black Lotus Sect's true appearance. The broken statue had negated most of the saber's power. When the saber landed again, it could only enter by 1 centimeter, stuck by the Holy Sun Mingxian's shoulder. History repeated itself. The Holy Sun Mingxian vomited a mouthful of blood. This time, the force of the saber strike was much stronger than before. Even though the Holy Sun Mingxian blocked most of it, he could not avoid sustaining significant injuries. The Holy Sun Mingxian's complexion paled, but he smiled widely. You fell for the same trick twice. Xiaochen, you are really stupid. Soul-destroying eye. The Holy Sun Mingxian's forehead opened, and a vertical eye appeared. The vertical eye flickered with a sinister light, giving off a soul-trembling aura. Now, the Holy Sun Mingxian's meticulous plan finally started to pull in the net. He used the soul-destroying eye, a powerful killing move, to severely injure Xiaochen's soul. Is that so? In that case, you will be disappointed. Dragon Blood's soul-breaking finger. Just as the sinister light gathered in the vertical eye and looked like it would shoot out, a scarlet light appeared on Xiaochen's left index finger as he moved at lightning speed, tapping the Holy Sun Mingxian's forehead. Before the Holy Sun Mingxian could execute the soul-destroying eye, he cried out in pain as Xiaochen's finger knocked him into the air. The Holy Sun Mingxian was not the only one who could set up a trap when two experts met. Chapter 1708. Dragon Blood's soul-breaking finger. Xiaochen moved later but arrived first, sending the Holy Sun Mingxian flying with a finger strike. After the Holy Sun Mingxian landed, his pale complexion turned even more unsightly. The might of the soul-destroying eye rebounded, and the Dragon Blood's soul-breaking finger detonated in the depths of his soul. He felt like his soul was about to scatter, his physical body and soul slowly separating. The Holy Sun Mingxian's thoughts slowly blurred. At the critical moment, he crushed the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. After Xiaochen's attack succeeded, he did not hesitate to swing the saber in his hand. Electric light spread out, and the tyrant saber suddenly descended like a bolt of lightning, carrying unparalleled force as it stabbed into the Holy Sun Mingxian's chest. Boom! The Holy Sun Mingxian, who had just crushed the Buddhist prayer beads, was already in a life-and-death situation. Before he could do anything, the tyrant saber struck him. There was a loud sound, and the energy in the tyrant saber exploded. Boundless electric light burst out from that area, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, only a charred body remained, devoid of any aura of life. Xiaochen still did not feel assured. He leaped into the air and withdrew the tyrant saber. Then, he stomped down. Their charred bodies were like brittle bones, crunching noises could be heard as they were stepped on. It was a complete mess. This fellow died just like that. Xiaochen looked at the charred ground. The Holy Sun Mingxian's corpse had already turned into a pile of mush. Xiaochen was in some disbelief. However, whether he believed it or not, there was nothing he could do. He could not find any trace of the other party at all. Xiaochen also felt incredibly fatigued. His entire body felt weak, and cold sweat trickled down his back. He had won this battle by a hair's breadth. If not for the other party being careless and trying to use tricks to defeat him, Xiaochen would not have expected the other party to have a Soul Dao martial technique as well. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen also had a Soul Dao martial technique. Even so, he ended up falling for it. Even so, it was hard to say who would win. Even so, Xiaochen's victory was not easy. Everyone saw exquisite saber techniques, ever-changing saber moves that flowed like clouds in water. These were not moves that could be executed easily and without using one's brain. They exhausted a large amount of veritable essence energy and mental energy. Xiaochen glanced coldly at Jin Yuan and Wang Yueming. The Holy Sun Mingxian's sneak attack on these two was very miserable. Caught off guard, they were struck by the world-eliminating imprint. It was not a good feeling. Back then, Xiaoqin had tried to defend, and the Black Lotus Church sage had held back. Even so, he had been heavily injured by the World Annihilation Seal. Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan had faced the sneak attack of the World Annihilation Seal at full power. One could well imagine the severity of their injuries. Serves him right for bringing this upon himself. Xiaoqin cursed in his heart. Then, without even looking at the two, he picked up the tyrant's saber and fled far away. Jin Yuan's expression sank. He, who had been recovering rapidly, could already stand up with great difficulty. The injuries to his physical body had mostly recovered. However, the injuries to his soul could not be healed in a short time. His complexion was still unsightly. He could only watch as Xiaoqin calmly left after the great battle. From then on, one of the blessed enclave's 3 great experts fainted, another fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and the last one couldn't fight even if he got up. This solution was directly or indirectly related to Xiaoqin. Who was the greatest dark horse in this fiendish demon battlefield? It was definitely Xiaoqin. After this, the name of the white-robed Xiaoqin would spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire Grave Sea. 3 days later, an irresistible will appeared and forcibly dragged the recuperating Xiaoqin out of the fiendish demon battlefield. After defeating the Black Lotus Church sage, no one sought trouble for him. Xiaoqin obtained the Dao tool, the Buddhist-seeking platform, the many rare Buddhist sect plants, and the precious earth and fire golden lotus. Xiaoqin was not in the mood to seek out other fortuitous encounters. He spent the next 3 days treating his injuries. He made sure not to leave any hidden injuries. Then, he quietly waited for time to run out. After 3 days, Xiaoqin completely recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak. Be it his physique, physical body, or spirit, they all reached an unprecedented height. Defeating Shengwanlei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun invisibly increased Xiaoqin's aura and luck. After leaving the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaoqin turned his head back to look. The floating island slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The next opening of the fiendish demon battlefield would be another 20 years later. This trip was pretty good. I managed to scavenge some resources, enough for me to advance my cultivation in advance. Everyone more or less gained something as they discussed excitedly. Martial Uncle, congratulations on obtaining the Dao tool. In this fiendish demon battlefield, Martial Grand Uncle really brought glory to our Purple Flame sect. Haha. Even Shangwanlei lost to our Martial Grand Uncle. The Purple Flame sect disciples in the crowd quickly flew over to Xiaoqin's side and congratulated him. Hua Yunfeng arrived late. He glanced at Xiaoqin and smiled sincerely. I am truly ashamed of my inferiority in this fiendish demon battlefield. I am truly sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as the top true inheritor. Later, Hua Yunfeng heard that Wang Yueming and Jin Yuan made things difficult for Xiaoqin, while he led his disciples to take advantage of the situation to scavenge resources. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat apologetic. Fortunately, Xiaoqin managed to leave in the end. Furthermore, he defeated Shengwanlei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun. Xiaoqin said quickly, Brother Hua, you are too polite. Without your help, it would have been impossible for me to obtain the Dao tool. No matter what, I will definitely remember this favor. After saying that, Xiaoqin took out all the rare Buddhist sect flowers and herbs he obtained on Buddha-seeking mountain, aside from the earthly fire golden lotus. Among them, the 20 white jasmine flowers were the most precious. They were one of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. They could directly increase one's cultivation and cleanse one's veritable essence energy. There was no market for them in the outside world. One could not buy them even if one wanted to. They were so expensive that one would find them unbearably heavy. Hua Yunfeng had not expected Xiaoqin to be so generous, spending money to such an extent. He simply treated the white jasmine flowers like cabbages. I simply cannot reject the white jasmine flowers. I will take 5 and give the rest to the sect disciples. Everyone will gain something. Hua Yunfeng did not try to be pretentious. Right after he spoke, the many Purple Flame sect disciples all smiled. Many thanks, Martial Granduncle. Many thanks, Senior Brother Hua. On this side, the Purple Flame sect disciples were all incredibly happy. They had already gained a lot in the first place. Now, they even received such a huge gift. Who would not be happy? On the other side, the disciples of the Divine Firmament sect, the Confucian institution, and the Potala Mountain showed unsightly expressions. Benefactor Shao, we offended you in the fiendish demon battlefield. In the future, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Jin Yuan led the Profound Light Temple disciples over and bowed in greeting. Before Xiaoqin could say anything, Hua Yunfeng's expression turned serious. He said, Jin Yuan, you are really bold. Brother Xiao is my Purple Flame sect's senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother. He is the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang's disciple. To think that you wrongly accused him of being a Black Lotus Church disciple. I will personally speak to the sect master about this. The moment Hua Yunfeng said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The expressions of the various sect disciples as they looked at Xiaoqin changed drastically. To think that he is Pan Huang's disciple. This was truly unexpected. Jin Yuan was strong and held a high position. However, in the fiendish demon battlefield, Jin Yuan publicly attacked Xiaoqin and threatened to clean up the heretics. That was a grave mistake. The more serious thing was that the one who framed him was a Black Lotus Church disciple. That was even worse. When Jin Yuan returned to the temple, he would not be able to avoid punishment. Jin Yuan's expression changed slightly. He felt very sullen in his heart, but he endured it. He said softly, this time, I was tricked by a demon. I will definitely take responsibility. After I return to the temple, I will take the initiative to ask for punishment. I will definitely give Benefactor a satisfactory apology for the trouble I caused this time. Goodbye. Jin Yuan did not want to apologize in his heart. However, he had no choice. The Buddhist sect's rules were the strictest. Unless Jin Yuan gave up on his Buddhist sect martial techniques and left the Profound Light Temple, he would have to apologize and put on a show so that the Profound Light Temple could provide an explanation to the Purple Flame sect. As Xiaoqin watched the other party leave, he thought to himself, this Jin Yuan is really tolerant. In the fiendish demon battlefield, he was clearly very unlucky. However, when he came out, he could swallow his anger and apologize. I cannot underestimate this person. I have to pay attention to him in the future. As Hua Yunfeng watched Jin Yuan leave, he said to Xiaoqin, don't worry. Sects have their own rules. This Jin Yuan made a huge mistake. When he returns to the temple, he will definitely be punished. My Purple Flame sect can at least do that for you. Based on Hua Yunfeng's tone, he did not intend to let this matter rest. Xiaoqin could only repeat this in his heart. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Xiaoqin. As the two chatted casually and prepared to rush back to the sect, a resonant voice rang out. It was Sheng Wanlei, who had mostly recovered from his injuries. Aside from Jin Yuan, the person who was the most sullen in the fiendish demon battlefield was Sheng Wanlei. After forcefully advancing to peak Major Primal Core Realm, he did not show off for long before Xiaoqin knocked him unconscious with one saber strike, losing all his reputation. Given Sheng Wanlei's character, this matter dealt an even heavier blow to him than killing him. Sheng Wanlei looked at Xiaoqin with dissatisfaction. Then, he said coldly, you merely used the might of a Dao tool to defeat me by half a move. Do you have the guts to put down your Dao tool and fight me again? Right here, in front of everyone, let's have a fair fight. A sore loser was a perfect description for people like Sheng Wanlei. Sheng Wanlei's words were funny and infuriating at the same time. After Xiaochen heard that, he could not help feeling speechless. Then, he said indifferently, "Sure. Lower your cultivation to peak minor primal core realm, and I'll have a fair fight with you." Shangguan Lei roared, "Coward. My cultivation was tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Your cultivation is not high, and you did not work hard. Can you blame me for having a high cultivation? Interesting. Could it be that my Dao tool fell from the sky?" Xiaochen could not help smiling coldly in his heart. He said seriously, "I did indeed rely on a Dao tool to defeat you. However, so what? Just like your cultivation tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I barely managed to subdue this Dao tool of mine. If you are not convinced, you can go and find a Dao tool. I'll keep you company at any time. Don't humiliate yourself here and make a fool of yourself. Weapons and armor have always been a part of a cultivator's strength." Shangguan Lei was originally filled with resentment. Now that Xiaochen's rude words added fuel to the fire, he became even angrier. However, Xiaochen now had a Dao tool. He was not a match for Shangguan Lei at all, and he could not do anything about it. Good. 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 Shangguan Lei was so angry that his entire body trembled. After saying "good" 3 times, he flicked his sleeves and left. The Purple Flame sect disciples watched as Shangguan Lei, who was normally unparalleled in the Black Cave Mountain, left in such a sullen manner. All of them felt delighted in their hearts. Hua Yunfeng smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, Shangguan Lei has such a day. Ha! Come, let's return to the sect." Chapter 1709. Xiaochen did not dare to tarry. After he took his leave of the group, he quickly headed for the summit. Right now, the most important thing was to raise his strength and properly digest the fortuitous encounters he obtained in the fiendish demon battlefield. It turns out that there really is a Tianwu dynasty in the central Great Realm. Xiaochen could not help but recall. The descendant of the Kunlun realm's Tianwu dynasty, Chu Chaoyun, the Tianwu dynasty. It was extremely rare for the sect master to personally receive a disciple returning from the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiaochen's senior brother got injured because of him. Now that he could profit from this disaster, it was simply great. Where are we going? The instant the Black Lotus formed, the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun appeared in it, panting heavily. His complexion looked extremely weak. "However, senior brother, your injuries." Xiaochen frowned slightly. Yi Zifeng had fought with the Black Lotus Church Venerate and got injured, causing his cultivation to drop by 1 grade. The Tyrant Saber is a Dao tool that I obtained in the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. What should I do? Xiaochen asked sincerely. How dangerous. I nearly died in this fiendish demon battlefield. When the Purple Flame sect master received the news, he personally led the sect elders to the foot of the mountain to welcome Xiaochen's group. Xiaochen nodded silently. However, great waves surged in his heart. He was incredibly shocked. After Yi Zifeng's pointers, Xiaochen seemed to have comprehended something and thought of something. This was a huge blow to the Divine Firmament sect. This was especially so for defeating Shangguan Lei. To the Purple Flame sect, this was a joyous matter. After chatting for a while, just as they were about to take their leave, Xiaochen asked, Senior brother, if I want to go to the Central Great Realm to look for you in the future, where should I go? In the following days, Xiaochen was very busy, familiarizing himself with the Tyrant Saber in his hand. Next was his cultivation. He needed to temper it properly to stabilize his current cultivation. Whoosh! Perhaps it was to seek refuge, to explore, or just out of pure boredom. When Xiaochen heard that, he found it slightly strange. This was because his senior brother did not seem to crave power. The feeling he gave was one of indifference and lack of desire. Yi Zifeng did not find Xiaochen's expression strange. You have never seen a true saber expert before. The Grave Sea cluster ranks within the top 100 of the many clusters of the Great Thousand Realms. However, compared to the Central Great Realm, it is not even worth mentioning. There is not a single saber expert of the same generation as you. Xiaoqin cupped his fists and said, Sect leader Duan is too kind. One's luck waned while the other grew. For a long time, the Divine Firmament sect had suppressed the Purple Flame sect to the point of suffocation. After this, the situation would definitely change. After a long time, the Black Lotus carried him into the sky, flying towards the starry sky. He had to return to the Black Lotus to recuperate. As a complete saber technique, the army-breaking saber technique was more suitable for the Tyrant Saber. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng was stunned. The Central Great Realm's 4 eternal dynasties were established by the great desolate bloodline noble clans to resist the sections. The Tianmu dynasty was established by the ancient royal clan, the Chu clan. There is no need for you to ask about this. In the future, when you go to the Central Great Realm, you will know about it. Yi Zifeng had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him arrive, he raised his head slightly and gestured for him to sit down. A sharp light flashed in the Black Lotus Holy Sun's eyes as Xiao Chen's figure appeared in his mind. He wished that he could tear Xiao Chen to shreds and take out the demonic bone relic. Flashy but impractical. Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. This was the first time he heard someone say that his saber skills were flashy but impractical. Xiao Chen used this saber to materialize the various saber techniques that he knew. Among them, the army-breaking saber technique was the main one, with the flawless saber technique as support. The sect leader of the Purple Flame sect was called Duanya. He was an old man dressed in gray. His aura was withdrawn, causing others to be unable to see through him. Yi Zifeng said honestly, originally, I should not have come looking for you when you just returned from the fiendish demon battlefield. However, I need to now. I'll be leaving the Purple Flame sect tomorrow. Yi Zifeng smiled faintly as he emitted a trace of his aura. There were also some things that Xiao Chen could not do in the past because he was not strong enough. Now that he had advanced to the Primal Core realm, he could try them. The Chu clan. Chu Chaoyun. It looks like this is not a coincidence. The army-breaking saber technique that Xiao Chen practiced was modified from their Thousand Army sword technique. Now, it was a completely different martial technique. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise. Yi Zifeng continued, I'm leaving tomorrow. So, if you have any requests, you can tell me now. If I can help, senior brother will do his best. Duanya did not say anything more. He smiled and said, you go first. Martial uncle has been waiting for you for a long time already. Later, I'll discuss with the elders how to reward you. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about this. Senior brother is looking for me. However, Xiao Chen knew that this sect leader had been a late-stage Starry Sky Realm cultivator for many years and was exceptionally strong. Senior brother, who established the Tianwu dynasty? Xiao Chen asked. However, since Yi Zifeng said this, it clearly made sense and would not be without evidence. Purple Flame sect, Yi Zifeng returned the saber to Xiao Chen. Then, he entered deep thought and said, your attainments in the saber technique are very deep. However, it gives me the feeling that it is flashy but impractical. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. These words were too familiar. Xiao Chen had fallen from Holy Venerate to Peak Star Venerate. Just after Xiao Chen, Hua Yunfeng, and the others returned to the sect, Xiao Chen did not know where Chu Chaoyun was. Aside from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun had left the Kunlun realm. The Central Great Realm. After a pause, Yi Zifeng continued, your saber technique is exquisite, and your comprehension ability is startling. However, when you draw your saber, it does not feel heavy or steady. Yi Zifeng did not know why he made such a change. Xiao Chen asked probingly, Senior brother, why are you going to the Central Great Realm? Why is senior brother in such a rush to find me? Xiaochen asked in a rush. Xiaochen stepped forward and handed the tyrant saber to Yi Zifeng with both hands. Yi Zifeng calmly said 4 words. If what senior brother said is true, then the Tianwu emperor who established the Tianwu dynasty in the Sky Dome realm must have been an expert of the Central Great Realm's Chu clan. The upper echelon of the Divine Shield army probably could not tell. On the calm surface of the sea, there were bursts of bubbling. The Black Lotus sage felt a lingering fear. If he had not crushed the Buddhist prayer beads at the last moment, he would have died. A holy venerate. Be it obtaining a Dao tool or suppressing the Divine Firmament sect disciples, he had raised the Purple Flame sect's luck. You truly live up to being Martial Uncle Ye's junior brother. The sect is truly fortunate to have you. After about 7 minutes, the group arrived at the summit, where the 7 colored clouds shrouded the summit. After saying goodbye to his senior brother and returning to his courtyard, Xiaochen still could not calm down. Such a situation had rarely happened in the history of the Purple Flame sect. Xiaochen felt embarrassed in his heart. How could he still have the face to make any requests? Yi Zifeng had simply helped him too much. Yi Zifeng said softly, find more experts of the same generation to exchange pointers with. You need to find experts of the same generation who are truly evenly matched in terms of saber techniques. You still have to rely on yourself to comprehend these things. After activating the Immortal seal, it might really be possible for Xiaochen to fall in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. The Tyrant Saber was one of the biggest gains in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. Yi Zifeng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the saber in Xiaochen's hand. Your saber, with the two combined, Xiaochen felt that he could bring out 20% of the Tyrant Saber's strength. Breaking through to sovereign personage in this grave sea is practically impossible. Only by entering the Central Great Realm will there be a chance. Yi Zifeng nodded. That's right. I was injured by the Black Lotus sect venerate, but I never felt depressed. This is because I know that fortune and disaster are hard to determine. This is not a bad thing for me. When you entered the Fiendish Demon battlefield, an old friend came to visit and brought you an item. Not only did you recover from your injuries, but your strength also improved. Many thanks, senior brother. However, junior brother had some fortuitous encounters in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. The Black Lotus mark in my body was also completely removed, so I do not have any other requests for now. Yi Zifeng held the Tyrant Saber and felt it. Then, he nodded slightly. Good saber. It is a superior grade Dao tool. Although it contains only one kind of Thunder Dao, it is very compatible with the word Tyrant. The two are naturally compatible. The Thunder Dao walks the path of tyranny, ferocity, and decisiveness. It is simple, direct, and efficient. However, don't stray from the right path. Otherwise, you will end up like that Divine Firmament sect saber fanatic. Yi Zifeng's cultivation had also dropped from peak Major Primal Core realm to peak Minor Primal Core realm. Xiaochen said sincerely, congratulations, senior brother. Finally, there was the Earth and Fire Golden Lotus. After he absorbed the Earth and Fire Golden Lotus, he would comprehend the final move of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Saber Manual, entering Hell. However, Xiaochen did not know why he wanted to enter an abandoned land. After a while, black lotus petals appeared on the surface of the sea. Then, they merged and formed a complete black lotus. Xiaochen had not even brought out 10% of this saber's might. There was still a lot of potential that he could dig out. The Thunder Dao contained in the Saber Manual was also useful for reference. Xiaochen. You really startled me. I will definitely obtain the demonic bone relic. The grudge between us will not end so easily. It is not over yet. Xiaochen seemed to have comprehended something. He had long felt that his saber techniques had reached a bottleneck. However, he did not know where it was. After familiarizing himself with the tyrant saber for half a month, Xiaoqian could finally bring out 20% of the tyrant saber's might. The might of the army-breaking saber technique reached unprecedented heights. The divine firmament sect saber fanatic was the thunder saber Xiang Tian, Shengguan Lei's master. Xiaoqian wondered what the connection was between the central great realms Tianwu dynasty and the Kunlun realms Tianwu dynasty. Chapter 1710. Although the army-breaking saber technique had reached its peak, Xiaoqian still could not figure out the heaviness and steadiness that Yi Zifeng mentioned. He had clearly used his full strength in every single move he made, and his momentum was heavy, firm, and tyrannical. But why did he still say that it was just an empty shell? Xiaoqian racked his brains, but to no avail. Perhaps it was really as senior brother had said, he had to find a saber expert of the same generation to spar with. However, in this vast grave sea, Shengguan Lei was already the strongest bladesman of his generation. His saber techniques were not a match for Xiaoqian at all. If not for the difference in cultivation, Xiaoqian would not have cared about Xiaoqian at all. In terms of saber techniques, Xiaoqian far surpassed Xiaoqian. Perhaps the experts of the same generation that senior brother is referring to are existences like me who have comprehended the saber Dao great Dao power. Due to this reason, Xiaoqian had no choice but to put aside his cultivation of the saber Dao for now. Xiaoqian started to try something that he had never tried before, refining the heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame. These two flames were primal chaos level existences. This was especially so for the heavenly snow divine flame, which had already reached rank 3. There was no need to refine it for now. What he needed to refine was the heavenly flame. This extremely domineering yang attributed flame was only a core at the moment. It hadn't even reached the first grade. The fastest way to improve a flame's quality was to devour other flames. Xiaoqian was prepared for this long ago. Currently, he had the peak solar true flame, the purple thunder true fire that came from the purple thunder divine incantation, and the dazzling sunlight true flame that he obtained from the purple sun region's auction. The quality of the three types of flames were all above the 8th grade. It was just that its grade was far inferior to the heavenly flame. The primal chaos flame was the oldest flame in the world. It was said that there was a primal chaos flame ranking in the great thousand worlds. When nurtured to its peak, it would be able to rampage in all directions, becoming a great killing weapon in one's hands. He didn't know if his 2 chaos-level flames were on the list or what their rankings would be. Xiaoqian did not think about this for now. He took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. As he looked at the familiar appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Xiaoqian's thoughts drifted. This cauldron had followed him for many years. After hesitating for a moment, a flame appeared in Xiaoqian's palm. This was the infamous heavenly flame of the Kunlun realm. With a gentle blow, the golden heavenly flame slowly fell into the cauldron. Boom! The flame immediately burned fiercely in the cauldron. A scorching heat spread out and assaulted Xiaoqian's face. The intense temperature forced Xiaoqian to circulate his quintessence to resist. If he continued, he would definitely injure himself. Gotcha, gotcha. Just as Xiaoqian was about to place the purple thunder true fire in, cracks appeared in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and continuously expanded. With a bang, the entire Dragon Phoenix Cauldron shattered into pieces. The golden flames suddenly retracted, turning into a small ball of blazing flame, quietly floating in the air. Damn it! Why did you destroy my Dragon Phoenix Cauldron? A pained expression appeared on Xiaoqian's face. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron had been with him for a long time, carrying many memories of the Kunlun realm. It shattered just like that. It was truly unexpected and caught them off guard. It is my fault for not considering it thoroughly. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a replica. How could it withstand the might of the heavenly flame? Xiaoqian withdrew his flames and looked at the shattered Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then, he sighed softly. He needed to change to a better cauldron. Martial uncle, someone is looking for you. Just at this moment, Ling Yu's voice rang out from outside. If there is nothing important, Ling Yu will not disturb me, Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, his figure flashed as he walked out. Why are you looking for me? Ling Yu smiled and said, that monk Xin Yuan is here to ask for forgiveness. Even his master is here. The sect master said that this matter depends on your attitude. If you insist on being stubborn, then Xin Yuan will be in a miserable state. He might even be punished to face the wall for 10 years. Where is he? He is just outside our courtyard. I left him hanging and did not bother with them, Ling Yu said, feeling aggrieved. Wasn't Xin Yuan's master the monk Xian Bei? No matter what, that Xian Bei had saved Xiao Chen's life before. That was a different matter. Xiao Chen could not slight him. Make some preparations and properly entertain our honored guest. That venerable Xian Bei saved my life before. Afraid that the venerable Xian Bei would wait for too long, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and quickly arrived outside the courtyard. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When the venerable Xian Bei saw Xiao Chen arrive, he placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Xin Yuan, who was at the side, showed a sincere expression as he bowed as well. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and said, Venerable is too polite. If it is because of your disciple, you can rest assured. I have no intention of pursuing this matter. The venerable Xian Bei smiled kindly. He was not surprised by this and thanked Xiao Chen again. However, Xin Yuan was startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let go of such a great opportunity to punish him so easily. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Venerable, this way, please. Ling Yu had already prepared tea in the great hall. Then, the group sat down according to etiquette. Benefactor Xiao, I was rash in the fiendish demon battlefield. Although you forgave me on account of my master, please accept this small gift of thanks. Xin Yuan stepped forward and handed a brocade box to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually received it but did not open it. No matter how hard Xin Yuan made things for Xiao Chen in the fiendish demon battlefield, the venerable Xian Bei had saved him before. Accepting the venerable Xian Bei's gift of thanks would be equivalent to writing off this matter and not mentioning it again in the future. The venerable Xian Bei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Benefactor Xiao, what are your plans after this? I can see that your complexion is full and your aura is stable. You are not like others who just advanced and have unstable cultivations. You will probably have to go on experiential training soon. Xiao Chen's cultivation was stable, and he had reached the peak in all aspects. Naturally, he could not continue closed-door cultivation. Regular sect disciples would usually accept sect missions at this moment and go on experiential training. Xiao Chen was not a member of the Purple Flame sect and could not do as he was told, so he could only think of another way. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am still considering it, but I have not decided yet. There are still some things I need to do. The venerable Xian Bei smiled faintly. After exchanging some conventional greetings, he sent Xin Yuan away, showing an expression of having something important to discuss. Xiao Chen immediately understood and got Ling Yu to leave for now. Then, he asked, Venerable, what do you have to say? The venerable Xian Bei took a sip of tea before putting down the teacup. Then, he said softly, Naturally, I am not worried about Xin Yuan's matter. I believe that you will give me some face and not hold it against him. What I want to talk about is the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Xiao Chen's face sank, and his expression changed. However, he did not understand what the venerable Xian Bei meant. Is he going to represent the Buddhist sect and take back this saber technique? That will not do. Even if the other party saved my life, I absolutely cannot hand this saber technique over to him. I also cannot let the other party cripple my breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. The venerable Xian Bei said, You have to hand over the saber technique manual and cripple the two moves that you practiced. This old monk will give you a corresponding compensation." I really guessed correctly. Xiaoqin did not know how to reply. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was indeed a Buddhist sect martial technique. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Buddhist sect martial technique. It was a consummate Buddhist sect martial technique derived from a primogenitor-grade cultivation technique. Large sects always treated their cultivation techniques as their exclusive property. That was the foundation of their sect. They were not allowed to casually teach it to outsiders. As for the consummate martial techniques that were leaked, they had to send experts of the sect to investigate and take them back. The other party was an esteemed monk of the Orthodox Buddhist sect. The Profound Light Temple definitely had a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple. As they belonged to the same sect, their relationship was like that of a superior and a subordinate. Making such a request was morally justifiable and not overboard. The crucial thing was that Xiaoqin did not want to offend the Profound Light Temple now. After all, he had just temporarily resolved his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. Xiaoqin asked after some consideration, "Venerable, can I not hand it over?" The Venerable Xianbei smiled and replied, "Naturally, you can." "How?" "Convert to the Buddhist sect. I can personally help you tonsure and recommend you to join the Hidden Spirit Temple of the Central Great Realm." Xiaoqin felt speechless. The Venerable Xianbei really could not forget about accepting me into the Buddhist sect. Is there no other way? The Venerable Xianbei shook his head and said, "At the very least, you have to hand over the saber technique. In the future, if you expose your saber techniques while roaming the Central Great Realm, you will not be able to escape. The people from the 4 Buddhist monasteries will all find trouble with you. You don't have anyone you know to speak for you, so it will be even more difficult. When the time comes, the people from the Commandment Hall will take action and treat you as a traitor. The other 4 great temples can also exert influence on the 4 great dynasties." The Venerable Master Xianbei's attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were very high. However, he was also very clear about the ways of the world. The hint he was hinting at was very obvious. He was already helping Xiaoqin by handling this matter. "If you hand me the saber manual and swear not to teach the saber technique to anyone else, the situation will be different. Not only will you form a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple, but you will also receive a lot of care in the future. I will also give you a corresponding reward." The Venerable Xianbei tried to move Xiaoqin with his emotions and reason, advising him to not be stubborn. Xiaoqin analyzed in his heart. That saber manual only had 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and he had already comprehended them. With or without the saber manual, Xiaoqin could practice the final move, entering hell. However, the value of the saber manual was clear. Back then, the savage blood star venerate did not hesitate to destroy an entire sect to obtain it. From this, Xiaoqin could prove the value of the saber technique. "Never mind, I'll just hand it over. The Buddhist sects are very powerful. I really don't want to get involved in any trouble." Xiaoqin made up his mind. Then, he took out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual and handed it to the Venerable Master Xianbei. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, entering hell. There are a total of 3 moves. I can swear that the saber manual in my hands only has these 3 moves. The Venerable Master Xianbei did not ask any further. He only looked at Xiaoqin and asked, "Benefactor Xiao, how many moves do you know?" Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, both comprehended the true meaning. The moment Xiaoqin said that, the Venerable Master Xianbei immediately felt that it was a pity. Disappointment filled his face as he said, "This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a forbidden technique of my Buddhist sect. Not just anyone can practice it. Benefactor is an outsider, yet you managed to practice 2 moves. This is really..." After all the miscellaneous steps were completed, Xiaoqin made a heart demon oath not to spread the saber manual. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed Xiaoqin a golden page with words that he had personally written. In the future, if the Buddhist sect's people used this saber to make things difficult for Xiaoqin, they would treat him with respect. With this as proof, the Buddhist sect's people would not make things difficult for Xiaoqin. Instead, they would treat him with respect. This is a gift from the Golden Letter. It is one of the highest appreciation gifts of the Buddhist sect. I hope that benefactor Xiao will cherish it. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed the golden page to Xiaoqin. Then, he took out a storage ring with his reward in it. These are some secular gifts. Please accept them. We will meet again in the future. After the Venerable Master Xianbei and Jin Yuan left, Lingyu rushed in and asked, "Martial uncle, why did that old monk look for you?" Xiaoqin looked at the golden page in his hand and the storage ring. Then, he said softly, "Nothing much. It's just that today, I realized that people who hide a dagger behind a smile are the scariest. They make it impossible for you to reject them." Chapter 17:11. What is this fellow going to give? At the foot of the Purple Flame sect, Jin Yuan endured for a long time before asking, "Master, did you obtain the saber manual?" The Black Lotus Church Holy Sun had made a fool out of him, watching as Xiaoqin defeated the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun and watched as Xiaoqin left. If Xiaoqin were in Ancestor Dragon City, the dragon race upper echelon would have bestowed him with an esteemed dragon pattern cauldron. Inside the considerably large space, the storage ring nearly filled with medial-grade spirit jades. Xiaoqin extended out his spiritual sense and did a preliminary count. Naturally, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not there. The Soaring Dragon Marquis's clan faction was focused on the central Great Realm's Yanwu dynasty. Lingyu calmed himself after a while. Then, he sighed, "In the past, I heard from the sect master that any rank 3 monastery on the Potala mountain has much more wealth than our sect. Now, I finally see it for myself. I heard that many believers do not feel any heartache when donating that incense money, wishing that they could donate their entire family fortune." "Empty?" Lingyu asked in surprise. "Who gave it to me? What does that mean?" "An ancient cauldron. This stumps me. In the ancient era, cauldrons reigned supreme, standing tall and fighting for the top. In the ancient era, cauldrons represented not only items but also luck, the nation's luck, even the dragon luck of a dynasty. An ordinary cauldron would have been fine. However, when Xiaoqin pointed out an ancient cauldron, Lingyu did not dare to speak carelessly. Instead, he entered deep thought. Lingyu smiled and did not refute. Originally, he had just said it casually. He had indeed gained a lot in this fiendish demon battlefield. Everyone in the Grave Sea knew that Xiaoqin was Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think twice. Xiaoqin handed the storage ring to Lingyu, letting him see what was inside and what compensation Xianbei had given him. Lingyu said with a smile, "Martial uncle, everyone who saw it has a share. Can you give us some? Money has been tight recently. Right now, it had nothing to do with the dragon race. That was the conferred land of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. It was called Soaring Dragon and had more than 10,000 years of history. Regardless of whether they cultivated merit, incense power, or great aspirations, they were not easy to deal with. Jin Yuan had never treated Xiaoqin as a true opponent. The environment that day was very complicated. If Jin Yuan had to deal with Xiaoqin alone, he would not have to worry about anything. The contents of the storage ring revealed themselves. It was empty, there was nothing at all. You can't get along with others just because they have a kind and gentle smile on their faces. However, Lingyu was too embarrassed to accept it. After asking several times, he reluctantly accepted it, unable to hide the smile on his face. Xiaoqin did not want the sect to do anything about this matter. Actually, the sect could not do anything about it. Xianbei taking away the saber manual was perfectly justifiable, and there was nothing wrong with it. Xiaoqin to Xiao Dragon. Spirit of Qin of the clan to Dragon Sect Dragon to the Qin. Chen. It is just a spirit you is of long Chen. It is Chen to the Chen to. Spirit Chen of Chen Chi, just a Chen, spirit Chen, is spirit. The truth was more or less the same. Xiao Chen's expression could not help changing drastically. Xiao Chen recalled that his net worth was only 2 million medial-grade spirit jades at most. Lin Yu continued, that soaring dragon great realm is the territory of the soaring dragon marquis. Its status is instantly different. The many surrounding astral zones are all centered on that soaring dragon great realm. I know a place in Soaring Dragon City where you can definitely obtain the ancient cauldron that Martial Uncle wants. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he finally thought of a place. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. Could the Soaring Dragon Great Realm be related to the dragon race? At this point, Xian Bei suddenly stopped and sighed. How unfortunate for that Xiao Chen. At first glance, I felt that he had a fate with Buddhism. The Buddhists place great emphasis on fate, so my first impression was definitely right. Indeed, an outsider actually managed to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that Orthodox Buddhist sect disciples find hard to practice. Xiao Chen looked at the empty box, and his lips curled up in a smile. Interesting. Is he trying to say that I am like heir to him, not worth mentioning at all? Xiao Chen felt even more sullen. He could not bring out his strength at all. The Tianwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Leiwu dynasty, and the Shuowu dynasty were the 4 dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of years of history. The dynasty's main clan was even older, dating back to the era when fiendish demons ran amok and sages appeared. All right, I'll listen to you. Xiao Chen said with disdain. Then, he took the box and took a look. The dazzling light immediately dazzled him. Xiao Chen's speech was somewhat unclear, and he could not hear what he was saying. Xiao Chen still had some of that high-grade life juice source. Together with his own medial-grade spirit jades, he had more than 10 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh! The names of the dynasties all had the word martial in them, representing a certain atmosphere. It implied a prosperous martial luck. In the martial epoch, the dynasties stood firm and did not fall. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm was just their conferred land. I don't believe it. When they make their moves, they are inhumanely rich. Wow! Back then, they could sweep through the peak auction houses of the Purple Sun region, directly suppressing their opponents until they could not retaliate. Xiao Chen shook his head. This was the charm of faith. He could not compare. However, if he wanted to cultivate, he needed an ancient cauldron. A light flashed in Jin Yuan's eyes. However, he did not clearly hear what Xiao Chen said at the end. He smiled and asked, Master, can this disciple take a look at the saber manual? The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is really curious. The Venerable Xian Bei was someone who showed kindness and authority. Taking away the saber manual was the best way. I got it. Xiao Chen rarely saw the Venerable Xian Bei fight at full power. He was very mysterious and had the capital to be arrogant. In any case, no matter what, this incident taught Xiao Chen a lesson. In the future, when he interacted with the people of the Buddhist sect, he could not lower his guard. What a bunch of vulgar things. Xiao Chen let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. The Venerable Xian Bei is indeed extraordinary. However, Xiao Chen felt somewhat upset that the saber manual was taken away. After all, that was the original version. By giving Xiao Chen an empty box, Xiao Chen wanted to tell Xiao Chen not to get cocky. He would settle this score sooner or later. Xiao Chen felt very tyrannical just thinking about it. To think that a complete Great Thousand Realms was just one of the conferred lands of a marquis. Jin Yuan gave it to me, right? That fellow is really arrogant. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew about ancient cauldrons. Coincidentally, he needed a good cauldron for cultivating vital qi. Ling Yu sent his mental energy into the storage ring and exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. He recovered his wits only after a long time. Martial uncle, they are all spirit jades. They are all medial grade Ling Yu. 3 days later, it was time for Xiaoqin and Ling Yu to depart. After hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Xiaoqin learned that this soaring dragon great realm did indeed have some connection to the dragon race. According to rumor, before the central great realm was established, that place used to be the territory of one of the 6 dragon race bloodlines. Martial uncle, what is this brocade box? Let me help you open it. Xiaoqin smiled and said, don't worry about that for now. Let's see what's inside. Ling Yu muttered but did not say anything else. For a long time, Zhen Yuan had firmly suppressed Sheng Wanlei and Wang Yueming. Most importantly, Zhen Yuan even comprehended a true intent. It would be a pity if such a talent was not of the Buddhist sect. Xian Bei nodded without much concern. Merits offset demerits. You do not need to be punished for the mistakes you made because of the Black Lotus Church's demons. I will explain it to Senior Brother Abbot. In that case, he could use the cauldron for 2 purposes. As he refined the heavenly flame, he could also use the cauldron to cultivate vital qi. Even so, Xiaoqin did not treat Ling Yu as an outsider, directly giving him 1 million medial grade Ling Yu. Xiaoqin smiled and said, cut it out. Aside from me, you gained the most in this fiendish demon battlefield. Who knows how much that peak-grade treasure weapon is worth? Furthermore, there is still a pile of natural treasures that have not been sold yet. Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. Martial uncle, what's going on? Weren't they the ones who made the mistake first? Why did they take away your saber manual? I'll go and look for the sect master for you. Ling Yu even added in his heart, if possible, I will not stand on ceremony with such worldly items. Xiaoqin said indifferently, there's no need to care about him. Let me ask you something serious. Do you know where I can buy cauldrons? It would be best if they are ancient cauldrons. The older, the better. They have to be genuine. Xiaoqian's expression recovered its calm. Then, he waved his hand and said, there's no need. I already have no need for the saber manual. It is a Buddhist sect consummate technique in itself. Even if he does not come to me for it, someone else will come to me in the future, using even more forceful methods. Xian Bei shook his head. Then, he said decisively, if it were any other consummate technique, it would not be a problem for me to let you take a look. However, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not possible. Hence, there are too many disciples who fall into a state of obsession with the saber. After breaking the abstinence, how to exercise self-discipline and explain the words Mahamaya have always been difficult problems. If it were any other Buddhist sect expert, they would definitely attack without saying a word and not be so polite. When Xiaoqin heard that, he immediately thought of something. What lousy scripture! It must be the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual. Ling Yu was about to rush over excitedly when Xiaoqin stopped him. Wait a moment. However, Ling Yu brought surprising news to Xiaoqin. Zhen Yuan betrayed us. I heard that he killed a few Xian-ranked esteemed monks and stole a scripture before fleeing. The Profound Light Temple notified all the sects in the 3 blessed lands and issued the highest level wanted posters. Right now, there is no place for him in the entire Grave Sea. Xiaoqin made some mental calculations. His net worth seemed to be more than 8 million medial grade spirit jades. One day, he would go to the central great realm and compete with the strongest outstanding talents of the great thousand realms. Before the blood-soaked dragon emperor fell asleep, he finally gave Xiaoqin a dragon race cultivation technique and some dragon race secret techniques. Hiding a dagger in a smile, actually, that was not to the extent of it. 8 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiaochen looked around and discovered a brocade box on the table. That was what Jin Yuan had given him. Ling Yu still felt dissatisfied. How could he bully others like this? How hateful. After a pause, Ling Yu smiled and said, "Furthermore, we are now rich. 8 million medial-grade spirit jades. There are also the many natural treasures of the fiendish demon battlefield. We can sell them there and sell them for a good price." It seemed like the defeat or some other reason led to the retreat of this dragon race bloodline. Aside from this, there was nothing else. All the items were clear and tranquil spirit jades giving off dense light. Xiaochen flicked his finger and sent out a strand of energy. Bang! The brocade box instantly bounced open. The cultivation technique for vital qi was called the Divine Dragon Golden Body Art. Just from its name, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Xiaochen did not trust Jin Yuan. He had been so unlucky in the fiendish demon battlefield. He did not believe that Jin Yuan did not hold any grudges against him. However, Xiaochen was not as lucky. He could only rely on himself. Xiaochen did not notice that Jin Yuan's expression was scarily sullen at this moment. Regardless of whether he had something to do or not, he would gain something by comprehending it. Damn it! Does Master think that I am not even comparable to an outsider? Chapter 17:12. Then, he suddenly made a move in the profound light temple and stole the saber technique manual. Everything was connected meticulously. That was to say, one could still see Soaring Dragon City from 5,000 kilometers away. Ling Yu did not know about the saber technique manual, so he asked, finding it strange. "Ling Yu, where are you bringing me?" Furthermore, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter in the boundless starry heavens? Even a cloud sea cultivator would not dare to say that he could move around without fear. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything more. Let's end this matter here. Let's go to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Now that Xiaochen could accompany his martial uncle, he got what he wanted. The indistinct figure looked like a huge coiled dragon amid the dust and sand, looking hazy and majestic. Yi Zifeng probably started plotting from the moment he left the fiendish demon battlefield. The two did not dare to waste time or use Yi Zifeng's name, so they could only obediently head to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Looking at Soaring Dragon City, which was not very far away, he barely managed to reach it at dusk. After entering, Ling Yu marveled at the exquisite and luxurious carriage. This was especially so when he saw a small cabinet appear when Xiaochen gently touched it. What opportunity! Xiaochen felt astonished in his heart. Soaring Dragon City's accumulations were much deeper than he had expected. The streets immediately became much less populated, forming a strong contrast. The outline of a vast city appeared at the limits of the two's vision. Xiaochen nodded and stretched out his hand, and the cycle throne appeared from his clothes. Let's go. A special auction. How special is it? Ling Yu smiled and said, That's right. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is an auction that only those with a great desolate Ian bloodline can attend. No matter how many spirit jades one has, one is not qualified to enter. Martial uncle, let's set off as well. This was just the conferred land of a feudal lord in the Yanwu dynasty, and it already had such grandeur. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is a special auction. If you want to find an ancient cauldron, that auction should be the fastest way. Otherwise, you will have to go to the market and search slowly, wasting time and effort. The horses galloped, and the war chariot sped forward, kicking up dust clouds. Ling Yu explained to Xiaochen where they were going. After putting away the cycle war chariot, the two went to the majestic city walls and lined up to enter. After sailing for half a month, they finally arrived at the Soaring Dragon Great World. Xiaochen smiled faintly, and the throne transformed into the shape of a horse. A huge spiritual pressure emanated from the city. It was unknown how far away it was. When Xiaochen and Ling Yu, who were in closed-door cultivation, were woken up. It felt like they had fallen asleep. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in the soaring dragon great realm. It was an eye-opener for him. One could only imagine the magnificence of this city. "Martial uncle, why do you think this Xin Yuan would betray the temple for no reason?" Ling Yu was filled with confusion and doubt. Xiaoqin sighed softly. "That's right. He has already reached the ceiling of the profound light temple." However, he still did not go to the central great realm. It was clear that he was not confident enough, feeling nervous and uneasy. "Now that I've seen an opportunity, it's not strange for me to take the risk after waiting for more than 10 years. The two mutated flood dragons turned into black dragon horses, gently moving their hooves. They looked tall and mighty, exuding an extraordinary aura. No wonder Ling Yu said that this soaring dragon great realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. It was indeed true. This was not Ling Yu's first time here. He explained softly, that soaring dragon city is built in the center of this great realm. Its aura swallows everything, absorbing the luck of the entire great realm. After accumulating for more than 10,000 years, it is not strange for it to have such boldness. Ling Yu chuckled and said, "Martial uncle, don't be anxious. You will know when we get there." Xiaoqin took out the 1,000-year flame that he normally could not bear to drink and filled the cups for Ling Yu and himself. Then, he gently swirled the wine cups. When Xiaoqin heard this, his interest was piqued. What strong might and pressure! Even a sovereign personage would have to think twice before attacking this soaring dragon city. Xiaoqin leaped off the warship. "Come on up, then." There were 3 large docks in the vast grave sea. Yes, 10 years. To be precise, more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago, when Sheng Wanlei and Wang Yiming made their debut, they were no match for him. Over the years, he has gone further and further away, and Sheng Wanlei and Sheng Wanyun have rarely fought with him. No one knows how strong he really is. Everything was ruined. Xiaoqin entered the car and called out to Ling Yu. His days were definitely not going to be easy. How could he cultivate in peace while hiding? Of course, it was not because the war chariot was moving too slowly, but because the journey was simply too long. Xiaoqin estimated that it was at least 10,000 miles away. The Purple Flame sect had a starry sky teleportation array that led directly to the soaring dragon great realm. However, it consumed a lot of energy to operate it. Even if one wasn't an ordinary person, they wouldn't be qualified to use it. They all seemed to have the bloodline of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Normally, it was rare to see the bloodline of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. However, this street was filled with them. It looked like Xin Yuan had planned this long ago. He clearly knew that he could not snatch the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual. After several rounds of modifications, the cycle throne was now comparable to a peak-grade treasure tool when it came to traveling. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaoqian's future was boundless. He would definitely shake up the Cloud Sea domain in the future. Xin Yuan could even go to the distant central great realm and make a name for himself. Betraying the temple would be a grave sin. Hence, Xin Yuan informed the venerable Xian Bei to borrow the profound light temple's strength to retrieve the saber manual from him. "What is this?" Ling Yu asked in shock as he looked at the throne. The most important thing was that the cycle throne used to be a magic treasure. It referenced the immortal equipment of the immortal epic and was unique in the Great Thousand Realms. When Ling Yu heard that he was going to the soaring dragon great realm, he revealed an excited expression. That bustling place was much more interesting than the boring blessed lands. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough or wealthy enough, so he could not go there often. He was the most outstanding disciple of the profound light temple in the past 300 years. He was an outstanding talent with the greatest future in the 3 blessed lands. At his highest speed, he could fly as fast as a Cloud Sea sovereign personage in the starry heavens. The people of the same generation were at least minor primal core venerates. There were also many young cultivators like Hua Yunfeng and Sheng Wanlei. Although the cycle throne could not compare to a huge starship in the starry heavens, it was very suitable for traveling short distances. Ling Yu led the way, bringing Xiao Qin to a place. After making many turns, they arrived at a desolate street. Cold cheese spread out in a cabinet, sealing Xiao Chen's collection of wine cups in ice. After paying the entry tax, they entered the city without any obstructions. People continuously appeared at the port, rushing toward Soaring Dragon City. This auction house is not open to the public. However, it is the most prestigious auction house in Soaring Dragon City. Let's go and see if there are any ancient cauldrons up for auction. If there are, we can register directly. This huge warship was specially used for traveling in the starry heavens. It could carry more than 1,000 people at a time, and its flying speed was incredibly fast. It could conserve energy and was convenient to carry around. Riding on a huge starship was undoubtedly a safe and efficient method. Xiao Qin had been to many auction houses, and they were all similar. He really wanted to know what was special about them. Of course, if one had strong connections and was wealthy enough to use the starry heavens transportation formation, it would be a different story. The bustling popularity of this place depended entirely on the peak cultivators of the nearby astral clusters. Xiao Qin and Ling Yu both felt this faint spiritual pressure. All sorts of peak starships stopped at every port, traveling to various places of the Great Thousand Realms. Not only would they not have a foothold in the Cloud Sea domain, but they would also be wanted by the entire Buddhist sect when they went to the Central Great Realm. Xiao Qin took a quick look. The cultivators who came here were all extraordinary. The older ones were all Cloud Sea cultivators. Star venerates were everywhere. At this moment, the chariot also started moving. 2 horses pulled the chariot, kicking up a cloud of dust on the street. If the Soaring Dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters, it would not be surprising that this city was bustling. Hence, Cloud Sea experts would choose to travel on a huge starship to conserve energy. Xiao Qin wondered how imposing the Yanwu dynasty's true marquis's residence was. Xiao Qin said calmly, "He has been the strongest person in the 3 blessed lands for more than 10 years already, right?" Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. To his surprise, he discovered that every cultivator walking on the street seemed to be leaping about. It was like he had returned to the Great Desolate Aeon, that hot-blooded era when 10,000 races fought for supremacy. This person is really terrifying. In the future, when I run into him, I have to be more careful and not be careless. The people walking on the main road were all martial artists, and very few ordinary people could be seen. This place was an out-and-out martial city. Xiao Qin made some calculations. One grave sea cluster had more than 100 purple sun regions. One purple sun cluster contained dozens of Great Thousand Realms. Chapter 1713. Only those with a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline could participate in the auction. The style was really not ordinary high. Ling Yu continued, "Even if you are a sovereign personage, without a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, you still cannot enter the auction. Even if you are worth more than 100 million spirit jades and have mountains of spirit jades, you still cannot enter the auction without a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline." "Oh, right. If your bloodline is not pure enough and of poor quality, you will still be asked to leave." Xiao Qin entered deep thought. What does this mean? Bloodlines of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races are rare in the first place. Furthermore, the bloodline's power is not diluted and pure enough. In that case, there will be even fewer bidders. Don't auctions need to be auctioned in order to earn more profits? Ling Yu's lips curled up. Who knows? I heard that the master behind the auction has something to do with the Soaring Dragon Marquis's young master here. Perhaps he does not lack spirit jades. However, speaking of which, cultivators with sufficiently pure Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are either true inheritors of sects or noble clans. They will not lack spirit jades. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. He smiled and said, "Never mind that. Bring me over to take a look." After a while, the two stopped at the end of the street, in front of an ancient pavilion that was not very tall or magnificent. Why did Ling Yu emphasize that this was an ancient pavilion? It was because aside from the ancient aura that this pavilion giving off an exceptionally heavy feeling, there was nothing special about it. A signboard hung in front of the pavilion with the words, "Soaring Dragon Pavilion." The Soaring Dragon Pavilion in Soaring Dragon City. No one would believe that this pavilion had nothing to do with the master of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. "Martial uncle, this is the place," Ling Yu said as he pointed to the signboard. Ling Yu pointed at the signboard. At the main entrance, many people were queuing up to enter. Those who wanted to enter had to undergo a strict inspection. They would be tested with blood, the might of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races, and the light of the Great Desolate Divine Eyes. No way. The Astral Rock race bloodline is only grade 2. You cannot enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. A black-clad old man in front of the pavilion said expressionlessly to a young cultivator, urging him to leave quickly. "Senior, how about you help me out? This time, I brought plenty of spirit jades to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion and wish to auction off a good treasure weapon." The black-clad old man said without giving Xiaochen any face, "There are many other auction houses in Soaring Dragon City that you can choose from. You don't have to enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion." "Old thing, don't be so stubborn, okay? I'm also a core disciple of a 4th grade sect in the Shanghai Islands. I came here because of your reputation. Can't I go in and take a look?" Impudent. The black-robed old man let out a cold snort and sent the so-called 4th grade sect disciple flying with a gentle palm strike. A star venerate level will of soul spread out from Xiao Chen's body, startling everyone. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. The old man guarding the door looked unremarkable, but he was actually a star venerate. The Star Rock race is one of the weakest races in the Great Desolate Aeon. Furthermore, you only have a grade 2 bloodline. How dare you behave atrociously in front of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion? You are truly reckless. Scram! With a cold shout, the young man did not dare to stay any longer and left with his tail between his legs. After this scene, Xiaochen discovered that the long queue had become much shorter. It looked like many people who wanted to sneak in retreated and sneaked out. Soon, it was Ling Yu's turn. He had entered once 5 years ago. Naturally, there were no problems, so he easily passed the inspection. Then, it was Xiao Chen's turn. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiao Chen. In his opinion, after Xiao Chen activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, the horrifying dragon might made the blood in his body tremble. Passing the inspection would not be a problem. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiao Chen. Among the Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines, the dragon race ranked in the top 100. Although Xiao Chen's martial uncle could not possibly be a pure 6-colored divine dragon of the dragon race, he would not be far from it. Furthermore, the quality of his blood would definitely be very high. It would definitely be at least grade 5. That black-clad old man glanced at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Drip your blood." Xiao Chen glanced at a small spiritual pool in front. When his blood dripped into it, it would materialize all sorts of mysterious phenomena. If it were a dragon race cultivator, dripping his blood would definitely materialize the image of a dragon. It would either be a pure 6-colored divine dragon or a lower-ranked true dragon, like the sky dragon, the flood dragon, the thunder dragon, the coiling dragon, and so on. After that, the bloodline would be even thinner, and it would only be a false dragon bloodline. It would materialize some strange-looking dragons. In name, they were of the dragon race bloodline, but in reality, they were not presentable at all. Xiaochen did as he was told, dripping his blood into the spiritual pool. Boom! Dragon might spread out, making everyone's eyes light up. People of the dragon race. The dragon race. That is an existence that ranks among the top 100 of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. How incredible! I see another heaven-defying outstanding talent of the Great Desolate Aeon's 100 races. Who knew? That black-clad old man also felt slightly startled. However, when he looked at the illusion that appeared in the spiritual pool, he frowned. However, his brows furrowed. What the hell was that thing? It had green skin and a strange shape. It does not look like a six-colored divine dragon or the various true dragons. So, it is a false dragon. There is no need to test the rest. You may leave. You cannot enter the soaring dragon pavilion yet, the black-clad old man said indifferently. The dragon race was also divided into various ranks. The three great ancestor dragons were the strongest, but the ancestor dragon bloodline was already extinct. Now, the six-colored divine dragons were the strongest, followed by the true dragons, and then the various strange false dragons with the thinnest bloodline. Of course, in the history of the dragon race, there had been some false dragon bloodline cultivators who turned the tables and became heaven dragons. However, most of the false dragon bloodline cultivators were known as mixed blood dragons within the dragon race. They would not have any status outside. The black-clad old man considered himself very knowledgeable and knew the history of the Great Desolate Aeon's various races like the back of his hand. With one glance, he determined that Xiaochen was a false dragon. However, that was a blue dragon. It was once the strongest seven-colored divine dragons. However, for the sake of saving the dragon race, nearly all of them went extinct in a crucial battle, disappearing for tens of thousands of years. Now, everyone knew that the six-colored divine dragons were unparalleled. Even Lingyu, a disciple of the Grave Sea, knew about them. However, no one had ever heard of the so-called blue dragon bloodline. Xiaochen felt speechless. However, this was fine. Even the black-clad old man could not recognize the blue dragon bloodline. In that case, Xiaochen could keep his identity a secret for a long time at the very least. Lingyu, who was at the door, felt shocked. This was completely unexpected. He exclaimed, "That's impossible. Senior, you must be mistaken." The black-clad old man said sullenly, "This old man has interacted with the people of the Great Desolate Aeon's 100 races before. How could I be mistaken?" Xiaochen waved his hand and smiled. "So what if it's a false dragon? However, shouldn't old sir give me a chance to see the rank of my bloodline first?" The black-clad old man entered deep thought. Then, he nodded and said, "No matter how high the rank of a false dragon's bloodline is, what is the point? Let's go." There is no point in saying anything more. Don't blame this old man for doing things according to the rules. Whoosh! Right after the black-clad old man spoke, Xiaochen smiled faintly and opened his great desolate divine eyes. A resplendent golden light shot out from his eyes. Xiaochen's gaze, which contained the divine dragon's might, met the black-clad old man's gaze, catching him off guard and entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. The black-clad old man immediately felt his soul tremble, and he uncontrollably took 2 steps back. When the black-clad old man recovered his wits, he looked at Xiaochen, who had withdrawn his great desolate divine eyes, and revealed a horrified expression. He muttered to himself, "How can this be? How can the might of a false dragon be so frightening?" Xiaochen asked softly, "Senior, can I go in now?" The black-clad old man was still somewhat confused, feeling doubtful and confused. He shook his head and said, "Go in." As expected, Xiaochen smiled faintly. Ignoring the gazes of the others, he walked over with large strides. "Martial uncle, that was close. I thought that you would not be able to enter," Lingyu said as he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt very doubtful in his heart. To think that martial uncle does not have a true dragon bloodline but a false dragon bloodline. However, how did he clear the stage? It would be strange if the might of the strongest divine dragon bloodline did not clear the stage. Even if one was not very knowledgeable and could not recognize the blue dragon, the might of a divine dragon was real. Xiaoqin smiled and did not say anything. The two entered the soaring dragon pavilion. The two immediately experienced a different scenery. It looked ordinary on the outside, but the decorations inside were extremely extravagant and resplendent. Two maidservants with voluptuous figures in sexy clothes walked over and attended to the two. "Martial uncle, I'll just take a look first." "All right." With the maidservants attending to the two, Xiaoqin did not need Lingyu to lead the way. He also had things that interested him. Xiaoqin asked the pretty maidservant, "Are there any ancient cauldrons for auction?" "Yes. I'll bring you to the ancient cauldron zone. It's on the 3rd floor." The pretty maidservant had a smile on her face. Her service was very thorough and polite. When the two arrived at the ancient cauldron zone, the pretty maidservant moved to the side, obediently not disturbing Xiaoqin. Since this was the ancient cauldron zone, naturally, all the cauldrons on display were ancient cauldrons. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on them. One could look around to one's heart's content and check everything thoroughly. It looked like the soaring dragon pavilion's people were very confident in their security. They did not worry that someone would dare to cause trouble here. There were not many people in the ancient cauldron zone. Right now, only Xiaoqin was there, making it seem especially deserted. The 2nd floor had medicinal pills, secret manuals, weapons, and tools, as well as some ancient and legendary items. Those were the most popular places. Xiaoqin looked around, and surprise appeared on his face. Then, his gaze fixed on an ancient cauldron. That was a square cauldron with ancient patterns carved on its surface. It looked exquisite but did not lose its weight. Dragon pattern cauldron. Xiaoqin felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he saw a genuine dragon pattern cauldron here. However, based on its aura, it did not seem ancient enough. It should be a dragon pattern cauldron produced by the dragon race in the past 1,000 years. Xiaoqin did not know how it got leaked. Perhaps it was a reward from a dragon race cultivator. After the cultivator no longer needed it, he put it up for auction and spread it. After all, it could not be considered a peak dragon pattern cauldron. "Young master, are you interested in this dragon pattern cauldron? This is a genuine item of the dragon race, not an imitation made by an outsider. It is the work of an elder of the dragon race's upper echelon. Just this point alone makes it extraordinary," a pretty maidservant explained to Xiaoqin in a gentle voice. Xiaoqin took a look at the starting bid, 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. The final bid was 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. The price was rather fair. This dragon pattern cauldron should be worth 800,000 medial-grade spirit jades. After all, it was a product of the dragon race. However, it was already very expensive. Regular Cloud Sea Star venerates could spend as much as 3 or 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. After all, they could not pawn off their treasures and weapons. Not everyone could be like the Profound Light Temple, which had many believers and could take out 8 million medial-grade spirit jades to exchange for the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Saber Manual. This brother, aside from its value, whether a cauldron is good or not depends on who used it. This cauldron is definitely worth the price. In the special zone for ancient cauldrons, it can rank in the top 3. Just as Xiaoqin was about to speak, an azure-clad man with a smile walked over. As he walked, a sharpness was hidden. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. This was a bladesman. Even though this person hid his sharpness, Xiaoqin could still sense it. Furthermore, this person was an extraordinary bladesman. When the azure-clad man got closer, he smiled and said, just like the saber in brother's hand. Chapter 17:14. Who is this person? To think that this person's eyes are so sharp, immediately recognizing the origin of the saber in my hand. I am Xianxia. How may I help you, brother? The azure-robed man looked very clean. His smile was also very refreshing, making it hard for others to feel ill will. Xiaoqin, might I ask Brother Jiang why you feel that this cauldron is worth the price? This was what Xiaoqin was more concerned about. Indeed, he could not see anything special about the dragon pattern cauldron. The only bright spot was that it came from the dragon race. However, this cauldron was not made of peak materials and was not old. How could it be worth the price? He casually patted the cauldron and smiled. Like I said, it does not matter if the cauldron is ordinary. What's important is that the person who used it is incredible. In that case, this cauldron is incredible as well. He glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiaoqian's saber. Then, he continued, it is like the saber in your hand. It contains only one Dao, and it is the rather common Thunder Dao. However, because of the word tyrant and the legend of the generations of tyrants, it allowed an inferior grade Dao tool to become a superior grade Dao tool. Furthermore, it stands out from the rest, much stronger than a regular superior grade Dao tool. Anticipation appeared in Xiaoqian's heart. In that case, who used this cauldron? He smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you that. Even if I told you, you might not know. Do you know the most promising young bladesman of the dragon race? Xiaoqin shook his head. He had never been to the Central Great Realm. How could he know about the dragon race? That bladesman is known as Willow Leaf Saber in the dragon race because his saber technique is elegant and agile like the wind. When the saber light fell, it was like weeping willow leaves fluttering in the wind, like willow leaves filling the sky. Back then, when Willow Leaf Saber cultivated the dragon race's cultivation technique, he used this cauldron. Xiaoqin only half believed Xianghe's words, as many of the dragon race's cultivation techniques required the dragon pattern cauldron. Unlike the other races, only cultivators who cultivated vital qi would use cauldrons. However, there were not many cultivators who cultivated the vital qi Dao. Hence, this ancient cauldron zone was deserted. He spoke continuously, praising the dragon pattern cauldron. This made Xiaoqin feel a sense of intimacy. Xiaoqin was a member of the dragon clan. Although he had never been to the dragon clan, he definitely yearned for it. He happened to see the dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon race. Although the asking price was too high, he was actually tempted. Hearing others praise something that caught one's eye, it was inevitable that one would have a favorable impression of it. Of course, Xiaoqin would not let his thoughts and feelings show on his face. This was especially so for an unfamiliar bladesman who took the initiative to charge over. The two of them chatted casually, but they ignored the pretty maid beside them. The pretty maidservant frowned as she looked at Xianghe. She wanted to say something, but did not say anything in the end. Xiaoqin was too engrossed in his conversation with Xianghe to notice this small detail. Xianghe was quite familiar with cauldrons. As he spoke, he introduced most of the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron zone. Many of these insights broadened Xiaoqian's horizons, making him feel refreshed. For example, the difference between a square cauldron and an original cauldron, a three-legged cauldron or a four-legged cauldron. There was also the appearance and value of the cauldron, as well as how it was appraised. Just talking about it made one feel that the cauldron was indeed a great talent. Xianghe pointed at the cauldron designated for ancient cauldrons and said disdainfully, a real ancient cauldron would only be considered noble if it has an inscription on it. However, the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron area, even the oldest one, do not have any inscriptions. This means that they are just ordinary cauldrons. Things from ancient times are good, but the bricks and tiles from ancient times are still rubbish. Cauldrons can't be simply divided by age. The maidservant interrupted, no one would take this kind of cauldron out for auction. It's either a sect guarding cauldron, or an aristocratic family keeping it. For an inscription to survive until now, one can imagine how powerful the Tao contained in it is. Who would be foolish enough to auction it? Clearly, Jiang He's words had angered the maidservant. After all, no one was happy about it. People said that the cauldrons they auctioned were all rubbish. Jiang He laughed out loud. That's enough. You have your own judgment, brother. We had a good chat, and I hope we'll meet again. Goodbye. Jiang He performed a casual cupped fist salute and left with large strides. Xiaochen looked around the ancient cauldron zone again. Then, his gaze landed on the dragon pattern cauldron. That's it. After all, it was a cauldron from the dragon race and had 1,000 years of history. It should be able to endure a rank 1 heavenly flame. As for using it to cultivate, it would be more compatible with the body-tempering cultivation technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave him. Furthermore, his earlier conversation with Jiang He had deepened his understanding of cauldrons, which strengthened Xiaochen's decision. 4 hours later, Xiaochen met the late Ling Yu on the first floor. Clearly, Ling Yu had not had his fill yet. There are so many good things here. After looking around, the short sword in my hand is not worth mentioning at all. Ling Yu sighed, feeling somewhat dazzled. Dao tools were not rare in this place. There were 2 Dao tools being auctioned. However, they were not superior grade, not even medial grade, just inferior grade. Even so, they were still very popular, attracting many people to watch and play with them, praising them. Xiaochen smiled and asked, "What have you taken a fancy to?" "Too many. However, the one that truly suits me is a pair of gloves. I would like to auction off the short sword. After all, I have no use for it." Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. That ink cloud sword of yours will become a Dao tool within 10 years. Even if you do not use it, you will be able to gain a lot from it. If you do not have enough spirit jades, I can just lend you some later." Ling Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "I keep receiving benefits from martial uncle. I really feel bad about it." Xiaochen did not mind. "I am your martial uncle, after all. Since senior brother is gone, naturally, I will take care of you." After arriving at the auction house, Xiaochen took out 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source and handed it to the pretty maidservant. "The auction will be held 3 days from now. Your life juice source is considered a rank A auction item. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion will give you a VIP card for free. At that time, you can stay in a VIP room. Please keep it well." Xiaochen received the VIP card, not feeling surprised. The life juice source was a wondrous item of the highest quality, so it was very popular. The higher the price, the more the other party would charge. This was equivalent to giving money to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Naturally, the other party would not mistreat their customers. After staying in the city for a while and sightseeing, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen and Ling Yu arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion on time. When they entered, the decorations were already very different from 3 days ago. The auction items in the hall were all gone. The brightly lit hall only had a tall platform with no seats. It looked like the guests were going to stay in the 4 cubicles of the floor. The arrangement was rather unique. With a casual glance, one could clearly see the tall platform in the middle of the hall from any of the cubicles. As people came and went, a small auction for the outstanding talents of the great desolate Ian bloodlines was about to begin. "Brother Xiao." A familiar voice came from behind. It was Jiang He walking over. He had a smile on his face, looking as clean as before, giving off a good impression. "This little brother is..." Jiang He asked softly as he looked at Ling Yu. "My friend." Xiaochen did not want Ling Yu to feel awkward in front of outsiders. Normally, he would not purposely flaunt his status as Ling Yu's martial uncle. Jiang he nodded slightly. After the greetings, he asked, Brother Xiao, do you know that something major happened in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion during the past 3 days? Xiao Chen's and Ling Yu's expressions changed slightly. They exchanged looks, both confused. What major matter? Jiang he said softly, I wonder which senior expert got someone to sell 25 kilograms of life juice source here. Furthermore, it is of the highest quality, without any impurities. To think that it even startled the people of the Cluster Lord's residence. The Cluster Lord's residence, after sightseeing in the city for 3 days, Xiaochen already learned that the master of this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was a granddaughter of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. Naturally, the residence here was the Cluster Lord's residence. Comparing oneself to others was truly frustrating. Xiaochen heard that this Cluster Lord Goyu was only 20-odd years old, about the same age as Ling Yu. However, she was already the master of a great realm. Furthermore, it was the extraordinary Soaring Dragon Great Realm, the center of several dozen nearby astral clusters. As for Ling Yu, he was just a rank 4 sect disciple, not even the strongest in the Grave Sea cluster. In comparison, the difference between heaven and earth could not even be described. Xiaochen frowned and said, no matter what, Cluster Lord Goyu will not lack life juice source, right? The life juice source is not the only natural treasure that can improve one's physique. There are still some. Jiang he said helplessly, naturally, the Cluster Lord does not lack these resources. However, there are many people in the Cluster Lord's residence, and there are many people in need of rewards. Not to mention the Cluster Lord, everyone here is an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. Coincidentally, this life juice source has the greatest effect on us and is also what we need the most. Xiaochen knew about this. The life juice source improved one's bloodline, which then led to the strengthening of one's physique. The outstanding talents with a great desolate Ian bloodline happened to be cultivators with special bloodlines. This was simply a natural treasure tailor-made for them. Jiang he shook his head and sighed. This time, we really have to pay a huge price. I hope that we can gain something. Brother Xiao, have you decided on that cauldron? This question was rather direct. However, Xiaochen did not mind answering. He answered honestly, the dragon pattern cauldron. Jiang he smiled and said, you have good eyes. In my opinion, that dragon pattern cauldron is the only good cauldron worth collecting in the ancient cauldron zone. After a simple conversation, the two parted. After suppressing himself for a long time, Ling Yu said excitedly, Martial uncle, unexpectedly, that life juice source is in such high demand. It actually caused such a huge commotion. Earlier, I nearly could not hold back and even startled the Cluster Lord's residence's people. Xiaochen said indifferently, that is not surprising. After all, we have a great desolate Ian bloodline. The power of our bloodline is a treasure trove. Who would not treasure an opportunity to develop it? There were not many wondrous items that could develop a great desolate Ian bloodline. Coincidentally, the life juice source was one of them. Furthermore, it was the highest quality life juice source. When Xiaochen thought about his near-death experience that day, no matter what the result was, it would not be surprising. After all, he had used his life to exchange for it. After entering the VIP room, Xiaochen was surprised to discover that the maidservant in the room was the one who let him in 3 days ago. The pretty maidservant smiled, looking very cute. Xiaochen sat down. At this moment, an old man with a goatee walked over from the high platform in the hall. His weather-beaten face was full of vigor, his complexion flushed red, and he looked old. Ling Yu said somewhat excitedly, "It is about to begin." Xiaochen found it strange. It was just the start of the auction. What was there to be excited about? All of a sudden, the flames in the brightly lit building went out one by one, and the entire building was plunged into darkness. Before anyone could react, the light returned in the next moment. However, it was not the light of the lamps. Instead, many pairs of great desolate divine eyes opened at this moment. The ancient soaring dragon pavilion immediately glowed with a divine light, looking resplendent. Chapter 17:15. The great desolate divine eyes illuminated the ancient pavilion. As far as the eye could see, the entire place was filled with beams of dazzling divine light. Under the illumination of the great desolate divine eyes, the ancient soaring cloud pavilion's noble status and identity immediately appeared. Anyone standing here would feel a surge of excitement. The outstanding talents with great desolate Aeon bloodlines, which were rarely seen, were all gathered together today. All sorts of ancient great desolate Aeon divine might reverberated intensely in the ancient pavilion as the outstanding talents competed with each other. Ling Yu, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He activated his great desolate divine eyes, releasing motes of golden light. His gaze clashed with the gazes of the various places. This place was not a battlefield. However, the invisible competition was even more intense than a battlefield. Geniuses were all unruly. What more the outstanding talents with great desolate Aeon bloodlines? Naturally, they were even more unwilling to fall behind. However, for some reason, Xiaochen remained indifferent, unable to feel the hot-bloodedness and impulse in Ling Yu's heart. Deep disdain flowed in the depths of Xiaochen's bones. He did not have any desire to activate his blue dragon bloodline. There was no fighting spirit at all. Honored guest, are you not going to give it a try? The remaining 3 will receive prizes from the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. They will also get a significant discount from the auction. When the maidservant in the hall saw Xiaochen's indifferent appearance, shock flashed in her eyes. Actually, the prize was secondary. What they were fighting for was honor and face. Xiaochen wanted to give it a try. However, it was clear that he was not interested in the blue dragon bloodline. Naturally, he would not forcefully activate his great desolate divine eyes. Furthermore, Xiaochen was not the kind of person who liked to show off in front of others. There was no point in fighting for some vanity. Xiaochen looked at this maidservant. It was this maidservant whom he met twice. It could be considered fate. He smiled kindly and said, "Just call me Xiaochen." The maidservant smiled and said, "In that case, young Master Xiao, just call me Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. It sounds pretty good. Xiaochen said indifferently as he picked up his wine cup, no longer chatting idly. Actually, there were people like Xiaochen who did not dare to be interested. For example, Jiang He giggled as he watched the scene before him from his private room. How lively! The Soaring Dragon Pavilion played this beautifully, stirring up the competitive spirit of the people of the same generation. Furthermore, it can test who is truly an outstanding talent worthy of nurturing. I wonder how many talents the Soaring Dragon Marquis has sent to the Soaring Dragon Marquis over the years. However, he could not help but reveal a disdainful expression as he looked at the various outstanding talents fighting for the top spot. Strange, why did I not see Brother Zhao's gaze? Don't tell me you were defeated so quickly. I still want to see what kind of bloodline it is. Jiang He was quite interested in Xiaochen, who wielded the tyrant blade. Of course, he was more interested in his wealth. Whether they could obtain that life juice source or not, they placed all their hopes on Brother Xiao. Brother Xiaochen, I have high hopes for you. Ling Yu closed his eyes and cried out in pain. Just now, when he looked into someone's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Their auras clashed and their bloodlines contended for supremacy. The opponent was too powerful. In merely 10 breaths, he was defeated and could only close his eyes. Are you all right? Xiaochen asked. Ling Yu rested for a while before opening his eyes. He smiled and said, I'm fine. There will always be someone stronger. However, this is still an improvement. The last time I came, I did not defeat a single person. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle's life juice source. Otherwise, how could my bloodline power have improved so much? Lin Yu had shown off his sharpness in the Purple Flame sect. However, outside, he could easily recognize his own strength. He was neither arrogant nor rash, easily satisfied. When the maidservant at the side heard this, she did not show any surprise in her eyes. It was like she already knew. However, this made sense. It was normal for the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's people to send Xiao Qin to auction the life juice source. When only 3 pairs of eyes remained in the pavilion, the competition ended, and the auction began. Xiao Qin was not too interested in the items being auctioned. He closed his eyes and rested, directly cultivating. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Qin, who had his eyes closed. Then, she looked at the saber that never left his hand, feeling this novelty. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. Ling Yu was very interested, occasionally chatting excitedly with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was very knowledgeable. She knew the origins of every auction item and spoke about them. This broadened Ling Yu's horizons. At the same time, he felt ashamed. Unexpectedly, his knowledge could not even compare to that of a maidservant of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiao Yu, I heard that the master behind your Soaring Dragon Pavilion is Cluster Lord Go Yu. Is that true? Ling Yu did not hold back, casually asking about a topic that interested him. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. The Cluster Lord places great importance on the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. She will definitely attend every large-scale auction. When Ling Yu heard this, he immediately perked up. He looked around and said, that is to say, the Cluster Lord has already arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Perhaps she is in one of the boxes. Could it be that our fight just now was also witnessed by Her Highness? Since this Soaring Dragon Pavilion is not established for profit, there has to be some other purpose. After thinking about it, the only possibility is that it is to rope in geniuses. Hence, what you said is probably correct. Xiao Qin opened his eyes at some point in time. Ling Yu immediately felt somewhat disappointed. How unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have used my full power earlier. Xiao Qin said out of curiosity, you are the disciple with the most potential in the Purple Flame sect, yet you are interested in this as well. Ling Yu said with a fervent gaze, which outstanding talent of the nearby astral clusters does not want to make a trip to the central Great Realm? If they can enter the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, it would be like connecting the heavens and earth, directly entering the dynasty's core. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Ling Yu's words allowed him to see a new path, a path to enter the central Great Realm in advance. However, Xiao Qin did not think too much about it in the blink of an eye. His original intentions had not changed, never changing. He was someone determined to become the Dragon Emperor. How could he join a dynasty's Marquis's residence? If he did not have so many ambitions, the dynasty's Marquis's residence would indeed be a good springboard. After a few more years, when he was truly confident, he would personally enter the Great Thousand Realms. He would rely on himself, not anyone else. Is young Master Xiao regretting it? If you are willing, this servant can introduce young Master to the Soaring Cloud Pavilion's upper echelon. When the maidservant, Xiao Yu, saw Xiao Chen's silence, she misunderstood. Xiao Chen smiled and said, it's fine. Many thanks for Miss Xiao Yu's kind intentions. The next auction item is the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. It has more than 1,000 years of history and is a product of the dragon race. I believe I do not need to explain its value. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Each increment must be no less than 50,000 medial-grade spirit jades. No wonder Xiao Qin opened his eyes. It turned out that it was time for the Dragon Pattern Cauldron's auction. 600,000. 650,000. 700,000. 800,000. 1 million. Before Xiao Qin could say anything, the price instantly soared to 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. This far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations, flabbergasting him. Xiaochen frowned heavily and muttered, "Strange. Why is the bidding for an ordinary dragon pattern cauldron so intense?" It was a fact that the dragon pattern cauldron was worth a lot. However, that dragon pattern cauldron was not of high quality. It was one of the more ordinary ones. To dragon race cultivators, it was suitable for cultivation techniques and martial techniques. To others, its value was not that high. At most, it would be 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. However, for some reason, it instantly soared to 1 million. Furthermore, Xiaochen noticed that the people who called out bids were the same group of people. They all appeared determined to obtain it. Xiaochen entered deep thought. There was only one explanation. Without exception, all the people who came to buy the cauldron had their eyes on this cauldron. Suddenly, Xiao Yu said, "Young Master Xiao, actually, I was about to say this 3 days ago." Practically every time someone came to look at the cauldron, he would show an enthusiastic expression. This would lead the buyer's judgment to that dragon pattern cauldron. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he startled awake. He said, "He was the one who put that cauldron up for auction." "Yes, I checked. He was indeed the one who put it up for auction." When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help but laugh in frustration. This fellow is really going all out. After thinking about it, Xiaochen remembered that the other party had indeed, intentionally or unintentionally, strengthened his resolve to buy the dragon pattern cauldron. However, even without Jiang He's words, Xiaochen still had to buy this cauldron. 2 million. Xiaochen could not be bothered to continue bidding, so he directly raised the bid to 2 million. The buyout price for that dragon pattern cauldron was 2 million. Back then, the buyer did not buy it at the buyout price. This meant that 2 million exceeded their expectations. Hence, when the bid for 2 million was raised, no one else raised the bid. Thus, Xiaochen obtained the dragon pattern cauldron as he wished. The dragon pattern cauldron was worth 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Xiaochen felt a pang in his heart after spending twice the price. In another private room, Jiang He rejoiced. He could tell that the final bidder was Xiaochen's voice. "With 2 million medial-grade spirit jades in hand, I am now confident in auctioning off that life juice source. Brother Xiaochen, you did not make me look favorably upon you in vain. It is worth it." Jiang He giggled and muttered to himself, "However, speaking of which, the dragon pattern cauldron used by the willow leaf saber is not a loss for 2 million spirit jades. It took me a lot of effort to steal it out." The auction continued. Soon, it was time for the life juice source. The fiery scene and the soaring prices made people feel like they were suffocating. 3,500,000. Just as the price soared, a cold and serene voice rang out on the top floor. Everyone's heart immediately sank. They knew that the cluster lord's residence's people had made a move. Lin Yu could not help but look in the direction of the voice. However, he discovered that the private room was tightly sealed, preventing others from checking with their mental energy. Lin Yu was disappointed in his desire to see the cluster lord's true appearance. Lin Yu was not the only one disappointed. Most of the people thought the same. 4 million. Just when the crowd thought that no one would dare to compete with the people from the princess's mansion, a lazy voice sounded. It turned out that Jiang He had made his move. Not caring about anything else, he immediately raised the price to 4 million. The voice from the princess's mansion did not sound again. Before many incredulous gazes, Jiang He successfully won the bid, using the sky-high price of 4 million medial-grade spirit jades to obtain 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source. The normal market price of 25 kilograms of life juice source was about 1.5 million medial-grade spirit jades. However, with a bunch of envious bloodline elites bidding for it, the countess's house stepping in, and Xianxia the troublemaker, it was a pleasant surprise for Xiaoqin to make a fortune. Next, there was an ordinary low-grade Dao tool up for auction. This pushed the atmosphere of the entire auction to the peak, and then the auction came to a successful end. Xiaoqin observed the inferior grade Dao tool and was not interested in it. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. It was of little value. However, it was a Dao tool, after all. Using it as the finale item showed the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's sincerity. Similarly, it attracted the most bidders. Chapter 17-16. The auction ended. By relying on the life juice source, not only did Xiaoqin not spend a single cent, but after deducting his expenses, he even obtained 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. Young Master Xiao, do you really not need me to introduce you? The Soaring Dragon Pavilion is very curious about young Master Xiao obtaining the life juice source. The pretty maidservant, Xiao Yu, blinked her eyes and looked at Xiaoqin delicately. The originally hot and seductive maid suddenly became like a lotus flower in clear water, making one feel tender and lovable. Xiaoqin said indifferently, I exchanged my life for it. There's nothing to be curious about. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Xiaoqin was not very interested in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's invitation, so he could only reject the beauty's kind intentions. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Xiaoqin to reject her so decisively. She smiled and said, have a safe journey. I hope we will meet again in the future. Goodbye. After exchanging greetings, Xiaoqin put away the dragon pattern cauldron and left. Outside the gates, he coincidentally ran into Xianxia. He had a cocky smile on his face as he toyed with the jade bottle containing the life juice source in his hand, attracting the attention of many people. It was hard not to notice such a high-profile and casual action. Ignoring the dissatisfied gazes, Xianxia strode towards Xiaoqin and smiled. God of Fortune, no, Brother Xiao, congratulations on obtaining the cauldron. Xiaoqin said with a smile, you're too polite. You're not bad yourself. You gained quite a lot. You even dare to oppose the people from the princess's mansion. How courageous of you. When Lin Yu saw that Xianxia was a conman, Xianxia did not even bat an eyelid. In terms of acting skills, martial uncle was still better. This fellow thought that he had fooled his martial uncle and was very pleased with himself. However, Xiaoqin did not know that the life juice source in his hand was put up for auction by his martial uncle. Xianxia laughed out loud. It's fine, it's fine. The people of the cluster lord's residence are nothing. How about it? Do you need life juice source? I'll share some with you. I can't give you more than half a tael. That's not a problem. Ling Yu nearly could not hold back his laughter. After all, his martial uncle had given him 50 kilograms of life juice source. How could he have the cheek to give away half a tael? That was what Xianxia was thinking. No matter what, he had to screw over Xiaoqin. He felt somewhat apologetic. Without the other party's spirit jades, he would not have been able to bid for it. Half a tael was a sign of gratitude. What? Don't be so polite with me. Otherwise, it means that you don't treat me as a friend. Seeing that Xiaoqin was silent, Xianxia deliberately put on a serious face and emphasized his tone. Xiaoqin showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. You gave me 2 million spirit jades, yet you want me to accept your life juice source. How can I accept that? Don't. Treat us to a drink. After all, you spend a lot on the life juice source, Xiaoqin said after some consideration. Xianxia laughed out loud. Ha, what a brother. Come, let's go to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. My treat. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. The name sounded like a romantic place. Smiling Daughter Pavilion, it wasn't a brothel, but compared to ordinary restaurants, there were more elegant performers playing musical instruments. True to its name, the smile of 1,000 gold, one would have to pay an extremely high price to obtain the company of these performers. As for the smile of 1,000 gold, it was one of the top 3 establishments in the Yanwu dynasty's capital. It had sufficient charm and fame to attract the outstanding talents to spend large sums of money here. The famous performers could even incite the scions to fight over them, all for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile and showing off before others. In Soaring Dragon City, this kind of thing happened frequently. However, Xiaochen rarely went to such places, so he did not know much about them. The smile of 1,000 gold had a total of 8 floors. The higher one went, the more one needed to spend. For the sake of showing off one's wealth and status, the outstanding talents who came here would do their best to go to a higher floor. Clearly, this was not Jiang He's first time here. He smiled at the maidservant and said, "To the 6th floor." The 6th floor was the highest floor that ordinary people could go to. Any higher and required special status and invitations. Our smile of 1,000 gold is the best restaurant in the nearby dozens of astral clusters. As long as one has enough spirit jades, beautiful performers can personally serve you. That maidservant did not hide anything from Xiaochen and Lingyu. She smiled charmingly, causing Lingyu to blush slightly. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he entered the elegant room and sat down. An exquisite landscape painting hung on the wall behind him. The painting was exquisite. Xiaochen did not know which mountain it was, but it gave the illusion that he was there. When sitting at the back, it felt like a wind blew and clouds drifted around him. It was very wondrous. The decorations were elegant and refined, giving off a unique charm. This pavilion is indeed extraordinary, Xiaochen thought. It is indeed extraordinary to be able to attract outstanding talents to spend so much money here. Jiang He asked that maidservant in a familiar manner, "Are there any headliners today?" Reporting to young master, "Today is the Luo River Water Flower Day. The 10 headliners will take turns appearing." The maidservant smiled faintly, answering as she served wine. Jiang He's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Interesting. Brothers, you came at the right time. I should have guessed it." The Soaring Dragon Pavilion just held a large-scale auction, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Luo River Water Flower Day will be brought forward. After that, Jiang He waved his hand and said, "You can withdraw first. Remember to arrange for 4 performers with exquisite zither skills and 3 pretty ladies to drink with us." The maidservant nodded and withdrew. Lingyu asked in confusion, "What is the Luo River Water Flower Day?" Jiang He explained with a smile, "Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion will only occasionally have a headliner appear. After they perform, they will have people bid for them. The Luo River Water Flower Day occurs only once every 3 months. The 10 headliners take turns performing, each displaying their skills. It is very rare to see them." Lingyu's lips curled up as he said, "They are just some performers. Why would they care so much about them? You don't understand." Jiang He clinked cups with Xiaochen. Then, he said, "The 10 headliners are all extremely beautiful and have their own charm. Furthermore, their cultivations are all higher than yours. In terms of talent and air, there is no need to mention them. They have been practicing this since they were young. In the Yanwu dynasty's capital, the top 10 performers have countless experts working for them with just a word." Lingyu was startled when he heard this, feeling dubious. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Aside from the 3,000 great Dao, there were also 800 side paths. Indeed, there were people who could comprehend the Dao from music. However, without experiencing killing and walking the line between life and death, no matter how high one's cultivation was, one would just be a pretty face. However, Xiaochen had not seen any experts of the great 1,000 realms that cultivated the music Dao. He wanted to see how strong the so-called headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were. Jiang, he said, aside from this smiling daughter pavilion is definitely the place where news spreads the fastest in the soaring dragon great realm. Many secrets and recent major events can be heard here. With a thought, Xiaochen discovered that there were no restrictions in the neighboring rooms. As long as one paid attention, one could clearly hear the news being discussed. Recently, more and more bladesmen came to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. I believe that after the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's auction ends, there will be more cultivators heading to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land is the land of fortuitous encounters in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm that attracts the most geniuses and outstanding talents. Not only can one find the dragon race's ancient treasures, but one can also exchange moves with people of the same generation for experiential training. Where else can one find such a place? Actually, not really. The various astral clusters have similar experiential training lands. However, they are not like the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, which can attract the outstanding talents of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Xiaochen casually listened and heard something that interested him. Dragon race's ancient treasures and the gathering of experts of the same generation. If there was an opportunity, he would have to ask around about the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. This was the time when he needed experiential training. Soon, 4 performers entered the private room. After they bowed slightly, zither music slowly rang out. There were also 3 pretty girls sitting obediently at the side, pouring wine and chatting with them. After 3 rounds of wine, the sound of clear flowing water rang out on the 8th floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiaochen looked up and saw mist spreading above. Amid the hazy mist, he saw a flower boat drifting over, approaching from afar. The ethereal zither music, the clear water, and the hazy mist stirred one's imagination. All of a sudden, the clamor from all the floors quieted down. Everyone knew that the Real show was about to start. All they needed to do was wait. As the flower boat approached, it was like a painting slowly unfurling. When the mist scattered, a young maidservant walked out of the flower boat. She looked exquisite and obedient, dressed in white. Amidst the mist, she was as pure as a fairy, making one feel tender and lovable. The young maidservant carried a flower basket and took out a green medallion. As she stood on the flower boat, she said in a condescending manner, "The first headliner to appear tonight is Miss Ling Long, a green medallion. Miss Ling Long excels at dancing the pipe. She was once the music teacher of the Yanwu dynasty's little princess. She has been in the palace for 3 years and is well read. She is very knowledgeable and has studied Confucianism, Buddhism, and Daoism." This was Ling Yu's first time seeing such a lineup. This broadened his horizons and shocked him. He whispered to Jiang He, "Big brother Jiang, what do red and green medallions mean?" Jiang He burst into laughter and said, "You are still young. Don't ask such questions. Don't say anything. Miss Ling Long will be coming out soon." Chapter 17:17. The maidservant girl left the Cloud-Water Wonderland on the 8th floor, and an elegant and pretty girl walked out of the flower boat. A commotion immediately broke out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as the delinquents called out Ling Long's name. Xiaochen looked at that girl. She was indeed as pretty as a flower, devastatingly beautiful. Her appearance and aura were excellent. Of course, what shocked Xiaochen even more was that this girl was actually a major primal core venerate. Just based on surface strength, this girl was actually stronger than Xiaochen's. What Jiang He said was true. Ling Yu showed an embarrassed expression, still conflicted over the earlier question. He raised his head to look at that girl. With just one glance, he was stunned as he held up his wine cup. Ling Long hugged the pipe and nodded gently. Then, her delicate, lily-white hand started to gently play the pipe. The beautiful pipe music rang out, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ears. The music seemed to ring out right beside them, telling a beautiful story. The moment the pipe music rang out, the noisy place fell silent. Everyone became immersed in this wonderful state. The green mountains and flowing water moved along with the stream. When one closed one's eyes, the beautiful scene that seemed like the wind was right before one's eyes, within reach. Slowly, the many decorations in the elegant room and the landscape paintings on the walls seemed to come to life. The beautiful girl carved on the screen seemed to come to life. Mixed with the pipa music coming from the boat above the clouds and water, it was extremely beautiful, like a poem or a painting. The large strings were like a torrential rain, and the small strings were like whispers. The music was noisy and disorderly, like pearls of various sizes falling on a jade plate. The oriole's words were smooth, like the flowing ice of the serene spring. There was no need to worry or hate. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. At some point in time, the music had already stopped. However, everyone remained immersed in it, not opening their eyes. Wonderful! Xiaoqin could not help praising as he slowly opened his eyes. However, he discovered that Jiang He had already opened his eyes at the same time. Brother Xiao, did you hear anything from it? Xiaoqin took a sip of wine and replied, no. I only felt that the string music was wonderful and ever-changing. It blended with the decorations in the elegant room, making one involuntarily immersed in it. However, when her song broke off at the end, it seemed like she wanted to express more. There were still many emotions that she wanted to express, but for some reason, she suddenly stopped. Jiang He smiled and said, all right, then I'll fulfill Brother Zhao's doubts. I'll have headliner Ling Long accompany you tonight. He casually waved his hand and a streak of crystal light flew toward the window. Countless medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his storage ring, forming a dazzling belt of light. Hua hua hua. The moment the spirit jade flew out, it automatically flew toward the flower basket in the young maid's hand. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades for Miss Ling Long's token. Jiang He was very generous, spending 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades with a wave of his hand like flowing water. However, the flower basket in the hands of the young maidservant didn't reveal anything as she directly stored the spiritual jades in it. How extravagant! 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades in one go. Which rich guest is this? Everyone was startled awake from the music. Seeing such a large sum of money, they were all shocked. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades was not a small sum. Ordinary people would not dare to spend so casually. It was not that one could not take out 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Rather, one would spend 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades just to win the favor of a beauty. It's him. He is the Jiang He who won the life juice source in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. No wonder he is so generous. He is someone who can afford 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. Naturally, 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades is nothing. I heard that he even offended the people of the Cluster Lord's residence. He showed himself in the limelight and stirred up many people's dissatisfaction. Jiang He did not mind at all. All sorts of discussions were going on, and he kept smiling as if nothing could trouble him. 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Just as Jiang He thought that he was in the bag, a clear voice rang out, and 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades flew into the flower basket. Jiang He's face sank. That voice seemed to be directed at him, directly doubling the price. Clearly, there was a deeper meaning behind it. 300,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Jiang He had already made his offer to Xiaoqin. He could not possibly not bid. 400,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh! 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 Light flickered in the smiling daughter pavilion. Crystalline ribbons of light made of spirit jades moved about, making the pavilion resplendent and dazzling. The unassuming flower basket flickered with light that nearly covered the entire place, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit jades entered the flower basket, countless beautiful flowers flew out. In that instant, flowers filled the air in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They were very beautiful, looking indescribably beautiful. Xianxia showed a sullen expression, but he could not continue bidding. The other party raised the price to 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit jades, making it impossible for him to continue. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion knew that someone was purposely making things difficult for him, wanting to trample on him in front of everyone. Flowers fill the hall. This is my first time seeing such a scene. That person must have tossed in at least 4 or 5 million medial-grade spirit jades. This is rare. This is my first time seeing people compete so fiercely. This is too crazy. Is there such a need? That is the heavenly profound gates Feng Qin, the flowing clouds Sex Qin Yun, and the thunderflame castles Yan Yuan. I remember them. Earlier, in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's Divine Eye contest, the three of them were at the very end. No wonder they are making things difficult for Xianxia. It turns out that they formed a grudge in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Ha! Interesting. This time, Xianxia's face is slapped in a miserable manner. Excited cheers immediately rang out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Spectators were always like this, never complaining about things blowing out of proportion. Xianxia shrugged and smiled helplessly. It can't be helped. In the end, I can't overturn Miss Ling Long's reputation. In the earlier competition, the bids totaled up to 2,000,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Right now, Xiaoqin could no longer take out any more spirit jades. The other party was at a disadvantage against him alone. Ling Yu felt somewhat flabbergasted. This competition allowed him to see for himself. In just a few blinks of an eye, Xiaoqin, pauper. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You are already giving face to the Cluster Lord in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion, not making things difficult for you. To think that you still dare to come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to show your might. Just as Xiaoqin was about to speak, a sarcastic voice came from the private room that had been making things difficult for Xianxia. In the private room across, Feng Qin, Qin Yun, and Yan Yuan showed cold smiles and mockery as they sipped their wine in an indifferent manner. The heavenly profound gates Feng Qin said indifferently, "Let's see if he can still smile in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion." Yan Yuan put down his wine cup heavily and said, "This fellow really does not know the rules. I wonder where this foreigner came from to be so arrogant. He is truly reckless. Tonight, I'll show him the rules." These three were the outstanding talents of the many nearby astral clusters. In the Divine Eye contest in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they had been in the limelight. Who could have imagined that this Xianxia, who came out of nowhere, would win the life juice source in such a high-profile manner? Furthermore, he showed his might in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion without any fear. This upset the three long ago. After they investigated Xianxia's background, they followed him to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They did this for no other reason than to suppress Xianxia's sharpness and force him to spit out the life juice source. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately revealed a murderous intent on his face. A playful smile flashed in his eyes. Xiaoqin pressed down on Xianxia's hand and said, "Play with them." This Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not a place where he could take the initiative to attack. Whoosh! 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 Xianxia waved his hand, and 2,000,000 medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his palm. They turned into a gorgeous beam of light and entered the flower basket. In the private room, Feng Qin, Qin Yun, and Qin Yun were all stupefied. The 2,000,000 medial-grade spirit jades of light persisted for a long time before the flower basket absorbed them all. When everyone saw this, they all exclaimed in shock. Their mouths gaped in disbelief. The flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand immediately shot out a dazzling 7-colored light, illuminating the 8th floor. Between the clouds and water, it looked like a paradise on earth. Whoosh! A fairy-like beauty flew out of the 7-colored light, performing a sword dance in the air. Her beauty was boundless, attracting the attention of the girl performing the sword dance in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her extraordinary appearance gave off a hazy air. This attracted everyone to stand up and go to the window. Then, they opened their eyes wide and did their best to look. They only wanted to see that fairy's appearance. Everyone was intoxicated by this girl's beauty, unable to extricate themselves. In the end, a sword soared through the air, dominating the world. Snow and ice gathered into pure white flowers that drifted down, looking boundlessly beautiful. The fairy performed the sword dance, and ice flowers bloomed. This was on a much higher level than the earlier mysterious phenomenon of flowers blooming in the hall. Everyone was intoxicated, unable to say a word. This was the Hall of Flowers intoxicating 3,000 guests, one sword frost 14 provinces. Chapter 17-18. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One sword cold 14 provinces. Above the clouds, the flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand gave off a mysterious phenomenon. This poem was the best way to describe it. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion became intoxicated by the ice flowers filling the sky, feeling like they melted into their hearts. Many people stood at the windows and craned their necks to look at the flower boat. However, after that fairy girl swept her sword across the sky and soared into the sky, she returned to the flower basket and did not appear again. This made everyone feel empty in their hearts, like they had lost something. They felt heartache and brooded over it. The girl known as Ling Long hugged her Pipa in the flower boat. She showed a calm expression, only showing some surprise. He truly did not expect that in this soaring dragon city, there would actually be a phenomenon that would only occasionally appear in the imperial capital of the empire. That flower basket had a great origin. It was forged with great care. In terms of complexity, it was even more complex than a peak Dao tool. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could amass wealth on a large scale, relying on the talents and outstanding talents to compete with each other. To a large extent, it relied on this flower basket. The flower basket also had a very nice name. It was called the Fairy Basket. It was said that not only could it emit all sorts of strange phenomena, but it was also able to create many strange phenomena. It was said that not only could it give off many mysterious phenomena, but the person in charge of every branch of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion could also control the flower basket to defend against enemies. The fairy basket in the dynasty's headquarters was a peak existence that surpassed Dao tools. The various branches had peak Dao tools. 2 million medial grade spirit jades. No one else is bidding. Congratulations to this young master for obtaining headliner Ling Long's card. The maidservant girl smiled as the green card in her hand turned into a beam of light, flying towards the private room where Xiaoqin was. Whoosh! Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and caught the green card. The words Ling Long were written on the front. It was a piece of superior grade jasper. Jiang He laughed loudly. I thought that trash like you could be very powerful. You are only so. It turns out that you only know how to argue. In the end, you are not even comparable to a pauper. Feng Chen, Chen Yun, and Yan Yuan showed sullen expressions, showing unsightly expressions. After being humiliated in such a manner before the many honored guests of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiaoqin found it hard to swallow. They had already trampled Jiang He underfoot, but who could have imagined that Xiaoqin would suddenly show up and slap them back? They didn't even have the strength to fight back. I can't stand it anymore. The hot-tempered Thunderflame Castle's Flame Yuan was about to erupt in anger. Don't be rash. Let's wait for them to leave first. Feng Chen said indifferently. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Originally, he did not want to be a match for Xiaoqin. After all, he was a member of a rank 4 sect, unlike Jiang He, who had no background. However, Feng Chen could not care so much right now. He took a sip of wine and said, "Let's go. There is no need to stay here and embarrass ourselves." After speaking, Feng Chen stood up and led Qin Yun and Yan Yuan out of the private room. They walked along the corridor and headed downstairs. As soon as the three of them appeared, they were immediately noticed by countless people and their gloomy faces. Many people knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. In Jiang He's private room, he could see Feng Chen and the other two walking out with dark expressions through the window. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. These three were all on the same level as Shengguan Lei. This was somewhat problematic, but that was all, just somewhat problematic. Jiang He said casually, "Don't mind them. They are just some flies. The true experts of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm are not in Soaring Dragon City." Surprised, Xiaoqin asked, "Where are they, then?" Jiang He smiled and replied, "The Dragon Flame Ancient Land." Aside from the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the main reason why the Soaring Dragon Great Realm can become the center of the nearby dozens of astral clusters is because of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That is a dangerous land that existed when the dragon race was still around. The environment is harsh, and flame beasts roam about. Who knows how many outstanding talents who cultivated bitterly hid there. Only those who killed their way through life and death situations can be called experts. These people are all showy but impractical. They are far from being experts. Dragon Flame Ancient Land. When Xiaoqin heard this name again, he felt surprised. If he had a chance, he had to see it for himself. After the two chatted for a while, someone knocked on the door. The headliner Ling Long had finished her preparations and kept her promise, coming to accompany the guests. Ling Long carried a pipa and wore plain clothes as she slowly walked in. When she saw Xiaoqin and Jiang He, she bowed respectfully. This performer was indeed extraordinary up close. It was a completely different feeling from looking at her from afar. Jiang He smiled and said, "Miss Ling Long, it was really not easy to invite you here tonight." Ling Long smiled faintly and said, "Duke Jiang, you are exaggerating. This concubine had no choice." Jiang He smiled casually and said, "It's fine. You accompany my brother. I'm going out to relieve myself." When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Honestly speaking, he somewhat regretted his earlier actions. Xiaoqin did not feel much about the pipa that this headliner Ling Long played. He only felt that the music was very profound. It was too unfortunate that she did not finish playing some of the states. A large part of the reason why Ling Long was willing to throw out 2 million medial-grade spirit jades was because she earned them from Jiang He. Ling Long could not bear to see Jiang He humiliated, so she used his spirit jades to help Jiang He regain his face. After Jiang He left, Ling Long looked at Xiaoqin and asked, "Young Master Xiao, do you like to listen to the pipa?" Xiaoqin did not say anything. Instead, he said calmly, "Miss Ling Long, can you perform the unfinished pipa song that you played on the flower boat in its entirety?" Ling Long felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin made such a simple request. However, Ling Long truly could not fulfill such a request. She said helplessly, "Sorry, I really cannot finish playing this song. The lyrics and music came from the ancients, but it is incomplete and unfinished." Incomplete. No wonder. However, that's fine. If it were the complete song, I would forget it after listening to it. On the contrary, an incomplete song would leave a deeper impression. If I can find the rest of the lyrics and music in the future, I will come and get Miss Ling Long to perform it. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt that it was unfortunate. However, he immediately felt at ease. His mental state was calm. He would not be overly stubborn about many things, able to give and take. Ling Long smiled in her heart. What a strange person. She nodded and said, if you can find the latter half of this Pipa's song, you can come to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for me. Xiaochen did not know anything about the music Dao. However, headliner Ling Long had a good impression of Xiaochen. As she spoke, she patiently explained things to Xiaochen, allowing him to gain some knowledge. Unexpectedly, the music Dao was similarly vast and profound, no weaker than the saber Dao or the sword Dao. This was Ling Long's first time seeing someone more interested in the music Dao than her. Hence, Ling Long spoke exceptionally seriously. The two chatted happily, practically ignoring Ling Yu and the other maidservants. Aside from bringing pleasure and enjoyment, the music Dao could also kill with sound. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could kill without leaving a trace. A strong cultivator of the music Dao could even block a vast army with one song, shattering mountains and rivers and causing the world to crumble. However, such strong cultivators of the music Dao were becoming increasingly rare. The reason was none other than the fact that the music Dao was simply too difficult to cultivate. Compared to the saber Dao or the sword Dao, the music Dao had stricter requirements on talent. Furthermore, it needed to be practiced from a young age. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Xiaochen felt that the 2 million spirit jades he spent was worth it. At the very least, he would have a way to deal with troublesome cultivators of the music Dao in the future, preventing them from happening. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Jiang He entered the private room. When he saw Ling Long's face beaming with happiness, he exclaimed in shock, "Miss Ling Long, you already left. How unfortunate." Xiaochen thought to himself, this Jiang He is definitely up to something. I just do not know what he did. I'm leaving. Many thanks to Brother Jiang for the wine. The two of us will be taking our leave as well, Xiaochen said as he and Ling Yu stood up. Jiang He smiled confidently and said, let's go. I'll send you off and deal with those 3 pieces of trash while I'm at it. They have probably been waiting for a long time. After leaving the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jiang He and Xiaochen were immediately stupefied. They saw more than 100 cultivators with Feng Chen and Yan Yuan in the lead. None of them had low cultivations. These people blocked Xiaochen's and Jiang He's paths, showing hostile expressions. Jiang He said somewhat helplessly, I seem to have forgotten that the sects behind these 3 have a faction in Soaring Dragon City. There were more than 100 primal core venerates and 3 outstanding talents comparable to Sheng Wanlei. No matter how Xiaochen looked at it, he could not win this battle. Chapter 17-19. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. This matter was somewhat unexpected. If it were just Yan Yuan and the other 2, Xiaochen would not fear them at all. If it were just Jiang He and himself, they could easily defeat the other party. However, so many people came at once. Furthermore, they were all primal core venerates. Many of them were even major primal core experts. This would be somewhat difficult. However, it was only a little difficult to deal with. Given that Xiaochen had a Dao tool, it was practically impossible to stop him. On the other hand, Ling Yu was somewhat problematic. Xiaochen said indifferently, Ling Yu, return to the pavilion and look for Miss Ling Long, get her to arrange for you to leave. Ling Yu understood the gravity of the matter. He also believed in his martial uncle's strength and did not have to worry about his life. Martial uncle, take care. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he turned around and returned to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. As for Xiaochen and Jiang He, they did not think of hiding for now. These people were here for the 2 of them. Ling Yu's departure would not attract their attention. However, it would not be so easy for Feng Chen and Jiang He to leave. Feng Chen looked at Xiaochen and said softly, Xiaochen, this matter has nothing to do with you in the first place. You can leave now. In Feng Chen's opinion, Xiaochen had the Purple Flame sect behind him. It was best not to offend him if possible. His main target was Jiang He, the life juice source on him. Feng Chen offended the cluster lord and did not have any sect backing him. Furthermore, Feng Chen liked to show off before others. He had already made up his mind to teach Jiang He a lesson in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiao Chen ignored Feng Chen. Leaving Jiang He behind and leaving on his own was clearly not in line with his character. Furthermore, the life juice source that brought Jiang He disaster happened to come from Feng Chen. Jiang He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. "You are indeed a good brother. I did not spend a lot of money to invite you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. Let's kill our way out. I'll block these 3 good-for-nothings." Whoosh! Right after Jiang He spoke, he took a step forward and charged towards Feng Chen. "You are seeking death." Feng Chen instantly attacked with the sword in his hand. A strong sword intent slowly spread out and formed a vast sword light. As the sword light pressed down, ping ping ping, the floorboards on the street all exploded and flew in all directions. Smiling faintly, Jiang He unsheathed his saber and pressed down. With a loud boom, all the scattered floorboards shattered into dust. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a loud sound. Feng Chen was knocked back by the saber strike. When he landed, he revealed a shocked expression. Jiang He smiled faintly. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you that you're a weakling." Feng Chen was enraged. He swung his sword backward and attacked again. At the same time, Yan Yuan and Qin Yun could no longer stand by and watch. They attacked together, the 3 of them completely surrounding Jiang He. The situation immediately became somewhat unfavorable. Although these 3 people were arrogant and despotic, their strength was undeniable. They were all existences on the same level as Shengguan Lei. This was especially so for Feng Chen, who was even more powerful. Xiao Chen hugged his tyrant saber, not in a rush to attack. He wanted to see Jiang He's true strength. Jiang He's situation was ugly in the face of the trio's attacks, but he remained at ease and did not fall into real danger. Jiang He's movement technique was very profound, giving off a familiar feeling. After watching for a while, Xiao Chen suddenly startled to his senses. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. That was right. This was a dragon race movement technique, very similar to the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. However, it was clearly superior. Jiang He moved around in a small area like a dragon, moving its head and wagging its tail. Together with the saber in his hand, he easily repelled the 3's attacks. Jiang He dealt with danger multiple times, always remaining undefeatable. Jiang He smiled and said, "3 weaklings. You are only so-so even when you work together. You are seeking death. Activate your bloodline and kill him." The 3 of them were truly enraged, feeling very sullen. Feng Chen was the first to activate his bloodline. Next were Yan Yuan and Qin Yun. The 3 of them had suppressed many of their peers in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion with their bloodline power. This showed how strong their bloodline power was. Now that they activated their bloodlines at the same time, the Great Desolate Aeon's divine might spread out. They instantly gained a suppressive advantage, forcing Jiang He back step by step. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on Feng Chen's face. At the same time, his eyes flickered with some hesitation. Feng Chen was also someone with a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not want to reveal it in public. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He knew that he could not continue watching and had to make a move. Tyrant Saber, breaking vast armies. The saber moved like a rainbow, and a tyrannical might mixed with the Thunder Great Tao and the Saber Great Tao spread out in an unparalleled berserk manner. Then, it carried Xiao Qin and clashed with the 3 who activated their Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines. When Jiang He saw this, the grave expression on his face faded somewhat, and he laughed loudly. The saber in Jiang He's hand trembled intensely. In the next moment, it gave off a resplendent saber light and the great Dao's might. Immediately, the three great Dao's might merged together. They clashed intensely with the three's great desolate Ian divine might, erupting with startling mysterious phenomena. Without activating their bloodline power, the two completely blocked the three's terrifying great desolate Ian divine might with just their Dao might. In the next moment, both sides exchanged moves. A chaotic battle ensued. Saber light clashed with sword light, saber technique clashed with sword technique, great Dao's might clashed with the great desolate Ian divine might. Horrifying auras spread out in all directions, attracting countless people to stop and watch. Soaring Dragon City never lacked great battles. However, it was rare to see such a scene between two bladesmen. Two bladesmen actually blocked three people with great desolate Ian bloodlines without activating their bloodlines and only relying on the saber in their hands. After a while, both sides moved back. Now, Xiaochen and Xianxia stood side by side. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips, indicating that they were slightly injured. After activating their great desolate Ian bloodlines, their combat prowess increased explosively. Given the three's cultivation, they could approach the strength of a cloud sea star venerate. Even with the three's Dao might merged, there was still a small gap. However, the two still relied on their exquisite saber techniques to block. Yan Yuan and the other two each had a terrifying saber wound on their bodies. What was even more terrifying was that these wounds contained Dao energy. These wounds could not heal in a short time. Blood gushed out, looking rather terrifying. What are you staring blankly for? Attack together! Feng Qin shouted coldly. He no longer dared to clash head-on with Xiaochen and Xianxia. The 100 venerates behind him raised their weapons and charged at Xiaochen and Xianxia, who had just clashed. Xiaochen and Xianxia immediately split up, each fighting in a different direction. A minor primal core venerate with a Dao tool infused with two kinds of Dao might could not block even one saber strike from him. However, a major primal core venerate could not block more than 3 moves. If not for their advantage in numbers and the fact that they were all rank 4 sect disciples, Xiaochen and Xianxia would have charged out long ago and would not suffer any injuries. Kill! Seeing that the situation was bad, Yan Yuan and the other two took a breather before charging back into battle. This made the situation even more chaotic. There is no end to this. For the first time, killing Qi appeared in Jianghe's eyes. He suddenly spun the saber in his hand, and his aura changed drastically. When Jianghe swung his saber, the entire saber turned heavy. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he watched, unable to look away. The Dao might all over Jianghe's body vanished. He became one with the saber, and his sharp eyes focused on the saber's edge. After Jianghe swung his saber, the level of space continuously rose, making Xiaochen feel like he was in the depths of a fiendish demon battlefield. This startled Xiaochen. This was his first time seeing such a heavy saber technique. It was like lightning flashed in his mind, shocking him to the extreme. He was completely stunned, forgetting about his current situation. Bang! 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 Everywhere the saber light passed, all the venerates blocking it were chopped in half. Then, their corpses exploded and turned into pools of blood splattering everywhere. Caught off guard, Yan Yuan and the other two were sent flying by the saber light and vomited blood. They felt like their chests had been struck by a hammer. The heavy blow penetrated deep into their blood vessels and meridians, nearly reaching their sea of consciousness and soul. Sweat continuously poured down Jianghe's forehead as he swung his saber. Then, he opened a large opening and immediately fled far away. Let's go! Xiaochen sheathed his saber and quickly followed. It was not easy for him to open a gap. If this group of people surrounded him again, it would take some effort. Swinging a Dao tool was not an easy task. Yan Yuan and the other two, who had fallen to the ground, paled in fright. However, they did not dare to give chase. They could only watch as Xiaoqin and Jiang He quickly fled into the distance, getting further and further away. The two of them sped all the way out of the city before coming to a complete stop. After confirming that it was safe, they stopped running. Jiang He panted, but he showed a wide smile on his face. Ha! How delightful! Brother Xiaoqin, although I'm sorry, I still have something to tell you. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. He knew what Jiang He wanted to say. He smiled helplessly and said, I have something to tell you as well. Chapter 17:20. Confusion appeared on Jiang He's face. After a while, he smiled in embarrassment and said, let me say it first. The dragon pattern cauldron that you auctioned was actually mine. I was the one who pushed the bidding price up from behind the scenes. I'm sorry, brother, I cheated you. Xiaoqin smiled and said, actually, I knew it long ago. However, it's fine. No matter what, I would have won that cauldron. This startled Jiang He. Then, he smacked his forehead and laughed, you are really a fool. I thought that you kept it a secret. Ha ha ha. What Xiaoqin said next really made Jiang He's smile turn from laughter into a bitter smile. The bottle of life juice source that you auctioned was placed there by me. What? Jiang He jumped up in shock, feeling stupefied. The expression on his face was as fascinating as one could imagine. After a while, Jiang He gave Xiaoqin a thumbs up. Then, he said depressedly, I was acting stupid earlier. Now, I really became stupid. I thought that I owed you, so I specially invited you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It turns out that I was the one who gave you money. How pitiful. When Xiaoqin saw Jiang He's expression, he could not help but smile as well. That's all right. In the end, I gave the spirit jades to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, helping you regain your face. Who knew? When Jiang He heard that, he smiled mysteriously. It is indeed all right. Ha! I managed to get back that fairy basket in the end. Right after Jiang He spoke, a flower basket appeared in his hand. This was the mysterious flower basket that the maidservant in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion held. Ha ha ha. How can I, Jiang He, suffer losses when I go out? That Smiling Daughter Pavilion wants to cheat me of my money. Dream on. Jiang He felt incredibly cocky. In the end, the spirit jade still ended up in his hands. This time, this truly startled Xiaoqin. It turned out that when he said that he was going out to relieve himself, he was actually going to steal the flower basket. No wonder Jiang He immediately left when he heard that Xiaoqin was leaving. So, that was what happened. With the flower basket gone, the performers could not make an appearance. They would definitely suspect the guests. Jiang He used this opportunity to come out and fight with Feng Chen and the others, preventing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's people from suspecting him. Since he was fighting with someone and in big trouble, how could he be in the mood to steal the flower basket? In an instant, he was cleared of suspicion. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly. You're good. Jiang He replied calmly, it's nothing much. I'm taking the spirit jades inside, so you can have the fairy basket. After saying that, he casually threw the fairy basket to Xiaoqin, not caring about it at all. Xiaoqin took it with some astonishment. For me? Jiang He nodded. I've been wandering around for so long, and I haven't really had much to talk to. Today, I accidentally exposed some of my strength in the fierce battle with those people. I have to change places again. Xiaoqin was startled. That dragon pattern cauldron, could it be that you also stole it from the dragon tribe? Jiang He chuckled awkwardly. Sort of. But... Dragging out his words, Jiang He solemnly said, I didn't lie to you about that story. The dragon pattern cauldron was indeed used by the Lancet Blade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stolen such an ordinary cauldron. As expected, he had guessed correctly. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. The lancet blade, is the lancet blade really that famous? Jiang, he said seriously, that is natural. The lancet blade is an outstanding talent of the white dragon race. He has a pure bloodline, reaching rank 7 and above. No one knew about him in the first 30 years. However, the moment he appeared, he shook the entire dragon race. Now, he is one of the 10 most talented people of the dragon race's 6 bloodlines. Note, the entire dragon race's 6 bloodlines. The lancet blade of the white dragon race. No one knew about him in the first 30 years. However, after he appeared, he shook the entire dragon race. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat, and his body stiffened slightly. He asked uncertainly, is the lancet blade a man or a woman? A woman. What's wrong? The title of the lancet blade comes from her name, Lu Ryue. He. She is an absolute beauty. Her smile is very flirtatious. Many outstanding talents of the dragon race are interested in her. Unfortunately, for some reason, she even rejected the pursuit of the noble dragon god crown prince. Jiang he spoke tirelessly, engrossed in his story. However, he did not notice that Xiaochen appeared distracted and his expression changed. Jiang he muttered to himself, I really don't know what the reason is. Is it because she has high standards, or is it because she has devoted herself to the martial Dao and does not want to get involved in relationships for now? Xiaochen did his best to calm his emotions. Then, he asked softly, how is she doing? Haha. An outstanding talent with a boundless future. She is very flirtatious, and everyone revolves around her. Even the dragon god crown prince is infatuated with her. Didn't you say that before? Xiaochen was slightly stunned. Then, he asked sullenly, dragon god crown prince, is there really a dragon god? Jiang he smiled and explained casually, that is how it is. He is just the son of the current dragon emperor. However, given his status, it is not too much to call him the dragon god crown prince. Oh, it seems like I have said too much. This matter has gone too far. In any case, the lancet blade has no relationship with you. There is no point in saying so much. No relationship. Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He looked at Jiang He and said, if I guessed right, you should be a member of the dragon race, right? Tell me about it. Stealing a cauldron that the lancet blade used should not be a heavy crime. What exactly did you steal to make you so nervous? Jiang He's smile did not fade. However, the expression in his eyes was no longer as casual as before. He said seriously, you don't have to worry about that. Actually, a large part of the reason I got close to you at the start was because you were an expert sent by the dragon race. I thought that you were an expert sent by the dragon clan. However, from the looks of it now, I can dispel my worries. Although you have the dragon race's bloodline, it is too thin. Furthermore, you are not from any of the 6 bloodlines. It can only be a coincidence. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looked like the other party really had a dragon race treasure on him. It was worth taking the risk. However, Xiaochen could not bring himself to attack someone he had just fought with. Furthermore, this Jiang he did not reveal himself. However, that stunning saber strike at the end was frighteningly mighty. This is probably the state that senior brother Yi Zifeng mentioned. Xiaochen held a Dao tool and 2 Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques. Even so, he might not be able to take down the other party easily. Who knew what other trump cards the other party had? Xiaochen tossed a small jade bottle over. Before I leave, here's a gift for you. Jiang he casually caught it and joked, what is it? Could it be poison? 50 kilograms of life juice source. The next time we meet, I might not let you leave so easily. I am not as simple as you think. The connection between me and the dragon race is deeper than you imagine. Letting me know that you have a dragon race treasure is not a smart move. Xiaoqin said with a calm expression and a normal tone. Xiaoqin was not interested in Jiang He. He was only interested in the dragon race treasure that Jiang He stole. As the last inheritor of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiaoqin had promised the old dragon horse and the others that he would become the dragon emperor and revive the blue dragon bloodline. Xiaoqin had promised the old dragon horse and the others that he would become the dragon emperor and revive the blue dragon bloodline. Whether Xiaoqin was willing or not, he could not feign indifference after learning about the dragon race's treasure. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Jiang He felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "That's right. I did not notice earlier that you would rather draw your Dao tool and fight bitterly. Even so, you are not willing to reveal your great desolate Ian bloodline before me. It looks like there really is something more to it. However, you should rejoice that you did not rashly attack me. Otherwise..." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "No one knows what the result will be. However, I am truly grateful to you for the information you told me earlier." Jiang He's eyes gleamed. He discovered that he could no longer figure out this person before him. Interesting. It looks like he really has a trump card to fight me. I'm leaving. I hope that we can meet again. Haha. Whether you attack or not, I am very happy to see you again. Goodbye. Jiang He laughed loudly. Then, his figure flashed a few times, vanishing from Xiaoqin's sight. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Interesting person. Honestly speaking, aside from the fact that Jiang He had a great treasure, this person was indeed worth befriending." After the smile faded, Xiaoqin's face turned sorrowful. He had not expected to learn about Lu Ruyue under such circumstances. She was an outstanding talent with all sorts of charm. Even the dragon god crown prince was captivated by her. Xiaoqin took out the dragon pattern cauldron and placed it in it. As he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron that Lu Ruyue once used, many things of the past flashed through his mind. After a while, Xiaoqin's gaze turned resolute. As he looked at the saber in his hand, he muttered, "From today on, I will officially call you Sun Yu." Chapter 1721. After a long time, Xiaoqin put away the dragon pattern cauldron. Then, he entered deep thought as he looked at the flower basket in his hand. The exterior of the flower basket was exquisite, adorned with all sorts of flowers. Aside from its pretty appearance, there was nothing special about it. However, when Xiaoqin saw the wonders of the flower basket in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, he naturally would not treat it as an ordinary flower basket. However, it seemed that its miraculous effect was only a decoration. It looked incredibly gorgeous, filled with flowers, and powerful sword dances. These were all things that tempted profligates to throw money at. Some looked impressive, but they were useless. If they were really useful, Jiang He would not have casually tossed them to Xiaoqin. Could there be spirit jades in there? I better not think about it. Even if there were, Jiang He would have taken them all. Why would he leave them for me? Never mind, I should refine it first. No matter what, it is a Dao tool, after all. When Xiaoqin sent his spiritual sense into the flower basket, he immediately felt the world spin around him as if he had entered a maze. Countless exquisite screens were placed in the middle, crisscrossing and looking incredibly complicated. No matter how Xiaoqin tried, he could not get out, completely trapped inside. After some thought, Xiaoqin increased the strength of his spiritual sense and sent in some soul energy. Xiaoqin prepared to force his way through. Rumble. Xiaoqin crashed into the screens, breaking one after another. However, the result was that he sank deeper and deeper. It was like there was no end to it. How troublesome. Xiaoqin lost his patience, and his spiritual sense directly exploded. Rumble. The entire maze shattered. The screens shattered into pieces like glass and floated in the air. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. However, before his smile could spread out, it froze. With a whoosh, all the screen fragments reassembled, turning into a brand new maze that was even larger and more complicated. The more problematic thing was that Xiaochen discovered that he could not pull out this portion of his spiritual sense. Xiaochen was completely trapped inside. He could only escape if he severed it. However, this was Xiaochen's spiritual sense, which involved soul energy. If he severed it, his soul would be affected. Damn it, this is bad. No wonder Jiang He was not greedy. It turned out that Xiaochen already knew that unless he possessed the strength of a cloud sea star venerate, he would not be able to forcefully break out of this maze and obtain control over this flower basket. It was just a decoration in his hand, completely useless. It couldn't even bring out those mysterious phenomena. What should he do? Xiaochen fell into a dilemma. He could either sever his divine sense and accept his bad luck and suffer the damage to his soul. At the very least, his life wouldn't be in danger. Or he could continue walking and solve this maze. Hesitation was not Xiaochen's character. He immediately made a decision. Xiaochen cut off his spiritual sense and retreated. Face pale and dizzy, Xiaochen's body swayed for a while. He closed his eyes and covered his head. After resting for a while, Xiaochen barely regained some energy. However, the damage to his soul would require several days to recover. Looking at the flower basket, he smiled bitterly. Before Jiang He left, he had left a hole for himself. He was indeed a very interesting person. He seemed carefree and always had a smile on his face. In reality, he was extremely proud in his heart, unwilling to admit defeat. He was bold but careful. However, Xiaochen did not hate Jiang He, not even close to hating Jiang He. The relationship between the two was more like that of opponents. Jiang He could sense the saber intent in Xiaochen's body and confirm his identity as a bladesman. Jiang He was also present. He immediately saw through the saber intent that the other party hid. Before a true bladesman, that sharpness could not be hidden. When two true bladesmen fought, they would definitely have a competitive mentality. Neither would be willing to admit defeat. While the two did not seem to have any conflicts, in reality, they had clashed more than once. In the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they could be considered to have fought once. Xiaochen caused the other party to suffer a loss, and the other party even treated him to a drink. In the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jiang He stole the fairy basket without anyone noticing, turning the tables on Xiaochen. Earlier, when the two fought the three, they had purposely held back, wanting to see who would reveal their true trump card in the end. However, neither of them revealed their trump cards, so it was a draw. Like you, I also look forward to meeting you again, whether I attack you or not. A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face. Then, he put away the fairy basket and returned to the city to look for Lingyu. In the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, when Xiaochen returned, the place was already deserted, no longer as bustling as before. Xiaochen, who knew the reason, was not surprised. After reporting, he found Lingyu happily drinking tea in a private room. "Martial uncle, why are you back?" When Lingyu saw Xiaochen, he felt greatly startled. Xiaochen smiled and said, "After escaping that group of people, I was afraid that you would worry about me, so I came back to meet you and say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Lingyu felt somewhat shocked. "Martial uncle, you are not returning to the Purple Flame sect?" Xiaochen nodded. "That's right. I plan to remain in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm for a while before returning to the Grave Sea." "How long?" "Maybe half a year, maybe 1 year." Lingyu felt disappointed. However, he understood. His martial uncle's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was time for him to go out on experiential training. Furthermore, this soaring dragon great realm was filled with experts. The truly incredible people of the dozens of astral zones were all here. With martial uncle strength, this was the most suitable place for experiential training. The grave sea was rather small. Ling Yu thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. Oh, right. Martial uncle, something major happened in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Oh. What major matter? Xiaochen asked despite knowing the answer. Ling Yu whispered, their fairy basket disappeared. That fairy basket is extremely precious. Without that flower basket, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion cannot continue operating. They need to wait for the headquarters to send a new fairy basket. However, the refinement of the fairy basket is extremely complicated. There are many steps and takes a long time. This soaring dragon city's Smiling Daughter Pavilion probably can't continue operating. Ripples appeared in Xiaochen's heart, but he did not show it on his face. Unexpectedly, the matter blew up so much. However, it was impossible for Xiaochen to hand over the fairy basket. Xiaochen kept feeling that this fairy basket still had some mysteries and great value. In any case, it would not be traced back to him. Xiaochen asked softly, are there any clues? Who stole it? Ling Yu shook her head and replied, no. The person who did it did not leave any traces. This is simply strange. Right now, they suspect that a holy venerate did something to it. After all, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion has a cloud sea star venerate guarding it. Xiaochen smiled in his heart. This is a grave mistake. That fellow, Jiang He, could even steal the dragon race's treasure. Furthermore, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was a treasure of the dragon race. There were peak dragon race experts guarding it, at least sovereign personages. Sorry, there was some chaos in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, so I did not receive young Master Xiao personally. As Ling Yu spoke, headliner Ling Long walked in with an apologetic expression on her face. Xiaochen felt embarrassed in his heart. Such sincerity made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he definitely could not expose himself now. Xiaochen nodded and said, it's fine. I heard from Ling Yu that Miss Ling Long has any plans. Ling Long smiled bitterly and replied, what plans can I have? Naturally, I will return to the imperial capital. One cannot do as one pleases in the mundane world. When Ling Yu heard that, he could not help saying, Miss Ling Long, how about returning to the Purple Flame sect with me? Given Miss Ling Long's talent, you can definitely become a true inheritor. When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help thinking, she is already used to the bustling world. How can she endure loneliness? In the end, my little martial nephew is still young and does not understand the ways of the world. Ling Long did not deny that. Instead, she smiled at Ling Yu and said, thank you, young Master Ling, for your kind intentions. In the future, if I no longer have a place to stay in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, I will definitely remember young Master Ling's words. Ling Yu smiled and said, no problem. Earlier, Miss Ling Long made arrangements for me without hesitation. Naturally, I, Ling Yu, will do as I say. Ling Long smiled faintly before saying, I would like to speak with young Master Xiao alone. Ling Yu glanced at his martial uncle curiously before retreating as he was told. After Ling Yu left, Ling Long's expression changed slightly. Then, she asked directly, your friend stole that fairy basket, right? Xiao Chen's expression did not change, not revealing anything. He looked at Ling Long and asked, why do you say that? It is just a suspicion. The time he left was too coincidental. It happened to be when the fairy basket was stolen. Ling Long said sullenly, don't worry. I did not tell anyone. No one would believe that a major primal core venerate would steal the fairy basket. Xiaochen felt surprised. Why? Ling Long replied softly, to me, there is no loss. Furthermore, I sincerely treat young Master Xiao and young Master Ling as friends. I do not want the two of you to get into trouble. Xiaochen felt warmth in his heart. No matter what, as long as Ling Long voiced her suspicions, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would definitely question him. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion would definitely question him. That would be troublesome. Many thanks. You're welcome. If we are fated, we will meet again in the Yanwu dynasty's capital. Ling Long bowed and left. As Xiaochen watched the other party leave, he entered deep thought. After Ling Yu entered, he asked, "Martial uncle, what did Miss Ling Long ask you?" Xiaochen did not answer the question. "Do you like this girl?" Ling Yu immediately blushed. "Martial uncle, why do you ask that?" Xiaochen smiled faintly and replied, "Because even a fool can tell that if you like her, you should marry her. Miss Ling Long is a good person." Chapter 1722. When Ling Yu heard Xiaochen's words, he asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Martial uncle, can I?" That Miss Ling Long had seen many marquises and Holy Gate outstanding talents in the royal dynasty's capital, but none of them had moved her heart. "I'm just a core disciple of a small fourth-grade sect. How could I be worthy of her?" There was one more thing that Ling Long did not say. What was even more awkward was that although this Ling Long did not reveal herself, her cultivation was even higher than Ling Yu's. Xiaochen said with a straight face, "How old are you?" "You're only in your 20s. Life is like a blank piece of paper, filled with endless possibilities. But if you don't even dare to think about it, then it's really impossible. How could senior brother have such a disciple?" Ling Yu felt somewhat powerless to argue. "Martial uncle, but as Xiaochen said softly, there are no buts or buts. If you don't have the determination, then give up on this thought as soon as possible. If you have the intention, why can't you set this as your goal? You can make your own decision." Everything about Ling Yu was good. However, he was somewhat indecisive and lacked boldness. His innate bloodline was not inferior to anyone. As long as he was willing to work hard, anything was possible in the future. Otherwise, why would Yi Zifeng accept him as his disciple? "Martial uncle, I've decided. I'll go see Miss Ling Long now and have her wait for me in the imperial capital for 5 years. If she gives me this chance, I will work hard and live up to the 5 years she gave me. If you don't give it to me, I'll give up on this thought." Ling Yu hesitated for a long time before finally making up his mind. He knew that his martial uncle was doing this for his sake. If one does not act decisively, one will fall into chaos. However, as Xiaochen watched Ling Yu turn around and leave, he smiled faintly. He did not believe that Ling Yu truly had the guts to say that to his face. However, he couldn't care too much about this matter. He could only wish him good luck. Indeed, it was as Xiaochen expected. When Ling Yu saw Ling Long in his hot-bloodedness, he was instantly defeated by one look from the other party. "Young Master Ling, why are you looking for me?" Ling Long blinked as she looked at Ling Yu with a serious expression. Ling Yu immediately calmed down, not daring to look straight at Xiaochen. However, he felt incredibly anxious in his heart. He did not know how to say the words that he had prepared many times. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. An awkward expression appeared on his face, and he did not know what to do. After holding it in for a long time, Ling Yu could not think of anything to say. Seeing that he had to say something, he racked his brains and said, "Miss Ling Long, I wish to learn the pipa from you." The moment Ling Yu said that, he showed an embarrassed expression. He wished that he could find a hole in the ground and hide in it. Ling Long's eyes widened. She was stunned for a moment before she burst into laughter. What kind of man would want to learn the pipa? Ling Yu immediately felt disappointed. He was still too much of a failure. Compared to his martial uncle, he was far inferior. He did not even have the courage to speak. But just as he was about to say his goodbyes, headliner Ling Long smiled and said, "However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is closed for this period. I happen to be free, so I will not rush to the imperial capital. Young Master Lingyu, if you are interested, I can give you some guidance." This was simply joy falling from the sky. Lingyu's wooden head was stunned for a moment before he reacted, feeling incredibly joyful. "Thank you, Miss Ling Long. I'll go buy a pipa now." Overjoyed, she ran out and told Xiaoqin what had happened. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. Xiaoqin did not know why Lingyu was so happy. However, as long as his martial nephew was happy, that was enough. In that case, congratulations. You can stay in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for this period. I'll find another place to cultivate for a while. Don't forget to cultivate as well. Xiaoqin patted Lingyu's shoulder and took his leave. After renting an independent courtyard in Heaven Dragon City, Xiaoqin started his preparations to upgrade the Heavenly Flame. Xiaoqin casually waved his hand, and the dragon pattern cauldron landed heavily on the ground. As he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron that Lu Riyue used, a determined expression flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. The words that Xiaoqin said to Lingyu earlier were also meant for himself. If Xiaoqin had not made up his mind, he would have given up now. After making up my mind, I will never change it. As long as you are still around, I will not abandon you. Lu Riyue was an outstanding talent, charming and charming. The dragon god crown prince fell head over heels for her, but she remained unmoved. Lu Riyue's position in the dragon race put some pressure on Xiaoqin. However, it also strengthened his resolve. He needed sufficient capital before he could enter the central Great Realm and head to Ancestor Dragon City. If he was not strong enough, even if Lu Riyue did not abandon him, he would feel very uncomfortable. The pride in Xiaoqian's heart did not allow him to compromise. Xiaoqin shook his head and tossed aside these distracting thoughts. Then, he threw a palm strike, and the heavenly flame entered the cauldron. Boom! The heavenly flame burned fiercely. It seemed like Lu Riyue's face appeared in the flame, making one think about her and think about her. Xiaoqin exhaled softly. Then, he placed the dazzling sunlight true flame into the cauldron. Whoosh! Although the dazzling sunlight true flame was of a high rank, it was much weaker than the heavenly flame. The dazzling sunlight true flame looked very mighty. However, it could not cause much of a stir before the heavenly flame. The dazzling sunlight true flame flopped around a few times before dying in the cauldron, slowly being swallowed up by the heavenly flame. Xiaoqin firmly controlled the heavenly flame with his mind, slowly swallowing the dazzling sunlight true flame. After half a day, the heavenly flame, which had been crying piteously for food, finished swallowing the dazzling sunlight true flame. The blazing heavenly flame gathered into one spot. Only a light came from the dragon pattern cauldron, shining golden and dazzling. Boom! Just as Xiaoqin felt suspicious, the spot of heavenly flame suddenly expanded and burned intensely. A terrifying heat wave surged out, and the air and the surroundings turned dry. The flowers, grass, and trees in the courtyard turned scorched yellow. The ground cracked, and cracks appeared. It's rank 1. Xiaoqian's face lit up in joy. The heavenly flame's origin flame finally broke free from its primitive state. Relying on the nourishment of the dazzling sunlight true flame, it reached the limits of rank 1. In that case, I'll add some more fire. Xiaoqin did not hesitate to send the purple thunder true flame from the purple thunder divine incantation into the cauldron. The electric flame gathered and turned into a beam of light that continuously poured into the cauldron. The rank 1 heavenly flame immediately blazed even more fiercely. In the dark night, a strand of golden radiance could be seen rushing into the sky, illuminating the surroundings and making everything bright. Fortunately, there were all sorts of strange things happening in Soaring Dragon City. Experts were everywhere. Occasionally, there would be some mysterious phenomena. For example, some outstanding talents cultivating in closed-door cultivation, some old monsters refining medicinal pills, and some experts refining weapons. The mysterious phenomena in the courtyard had not reached a world-shaking level yet, so it did not attract much attention. Xiaochen lit up 5 stars on his 9-star primal core, looking resplendent. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly, continuously draining his veritable essence energy, turning it into the purple thunder true flame and sending it into the cauldron. With Xiaochen's vast cultivation, he managed to force the absorption of the purple thunder true flame into the cauldron for 1 hour. After that, there was a loud boom, and the flame in the cauldron shrank back to a spot. Having experienced this before, Xiaochen did not dare to rest. He stretched out his hand and formed a barrier, preventing the heavenly flame from causing too much damage. Boom! In an instant, the barrier was burnt to a crisp by the explosion of heavenly fire. Everything that could burn in the courtyard started burning at the same time. The entire building started giving off smoke. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he was startled. All the buildings had restrictions. If they were triggered, it would definitely cause a huge shock wave. Heavenly snow divine flame. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a suffocating cold surged out, instantly sealing the heat waves in ice. Pure white snowflakes drifted down from the burning courtyard. In one breath of time, they turned into ice, filling the place with frost. It's rank 2 now. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he looked at the heavenly flame in the cauldron. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Originally, Xiaochen had expected to be able to break through to rank 3. Now, it looked like the heavenly snow divine flame completely suppressed the heavenly flame. Yin and Yang could not balance. He definitely could not form the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. In the end, it was all for naught. After withdrawing the heavenly flame, Xiaochen frowned heavily. He entered deep thought and muttered, "It looks like I can only think of another way. Perhaps there would be such an opportunity in the Dragon Flame ancient land." The moment Xiaochen heard the name, he knew that it had something to do with fire. However, there was no need to go now. There were more important things to do. The greatest use of the dragon pattern cauldron was not for the heavenly flame to consume flames. It was for Xiaochen to cultivate the dragon race's body tempering cultivation technique. The divine dragon body tempering art that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave Xiaochen needed a good cauldron. A dragon race cauldron would be even better. Back when Xiaochen bought the dragon pattern cauldron, one of his main considerations was to cultivate this divine dragon body tempering art. Chapter 1723. Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. There were a total of 9 layers. Not only did they cultivate vital qi, but they also remolded their physical bodies to that of the ancient dragon clan. This allowed the fleshly body to reach the physical strength of the ancient dragon race, possessing a strong bloodline, a terrifying defense, and a resilient physique. The first layer was to cultivate the dragon tendons, making the meridians as strong as the real dragon tendons. That way, they would be able to withstand more vital qi surging through the meridians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use his powerful vital qi. Xiaochen knew that using vital qi harmed the body. Back in the Kunlun realm, he had damaged his body, resulting in a huge hidden danger. The body and bones were always the foundation of a martial artist. They could be tempered and risked their lives, but they absolutely could not leave behind any hidden injuries. The second level was to cultivate the dragon bone, which was to cultivate the bones of one's entire body to resemble the bones of a dragon. The skeleton was the main frame of the fleshly body. It was also the main protective layer of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. As long as the skeleton was injured, the heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and other important parts of the body could be further injured. Although after becoming a perfected being, one would no longer have a mortal body and the recovery ability of one's physical body would be very strong. It could even reach the stage of regrowing severed limbs. However, if the heart was instantly crushed, it could still cause fatal damage to the cultivator. After all, it was impossible to grow a new heart without a few months. Of course, there were some special cultivation techniques that could reconstruct the heart in a short period of time. However, there were only a few of them. These kinds of cultivation techniques were also quite rare, and ordinary martial artists could not buy them at all. By cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's second layer, one could modify their bones, making their bones as strong as the ancient dragon races. It could allow a martial artist to withstand more damage and protect their internal organs from fatal injuries. The third layer was the cultivation of dragon blood. Only with this layer could one be considered to have reached the next level and officially begin to cultivate qi. As the saying goes, qi and blood boil, qi and blood are inseparable, and there is vitality in the blood. Bloodlines were the source of energy, especially after awakening the blue dragon bloodline. He could take advantage of this point. To any cultivator with a great desolate Ian bloodline, the power of their bloodline would forever be an inexhaustible treasure trove. They would not give up on any method to develop their bloodline power. Any natural treasure that could unearth the potential of one's bloodline would be sold for an astronomical price. This was the reason why the life juice source was so revered. There was a total of 6 more layers. They were all in Xiao Chen's mind, personally passed down by the blood-soaked dragon emperor. With just a thought, all sorts of information about the divine dragon body tempering art would appear in his mind. If one wanted to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art, one needed a cauldron, an ancient cauldron. In ancient times, cauldrons were revered. They sought to conquer the world, and the cauldron stood on the ground. One had to observe its form, feel its meaning, and comprehend its soul. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged. His eyes lit up as he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron was a square cauldron with 4 legs. It was squarish and had sharp edges. The surface of the cauldron was painted with vivid and lifelike dragon patterns. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a dragon swimming within the cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon clan was indeed more suitable for Xiao Qin. Not long after, he felt the will of the real dragon in the cauldron. The image of a primordial true dragon appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It soared through the clouds and stirred up the rain. As it breathed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The might of a primordial true dragon imprinted itself in Xiao Chen's mind, inspiring a desire to worship it and not to profane its divine might. Xiao Chen calmed his mind and meditated on its soul, comprehending its spirit. Soon, he entered a state where he forgot about himself and the world. That was the will of an ancient true dragon. The will of an primordial true dragon imprinted itself in the depths of Xiao Chen's mind and wandered about freely. Without Xiao Chen noticing, the dragon pattern cauldron had already merged into his body without him noticing. The sky was above, and the earth was below. There was an insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth. Xiao Chen used his body as the cauldron and the dragon's soul as the will, connecting the sky above and the earth below. The cauldron stood between heaven and earth, connecting heaven and earth, merging into one. The power of heaven and the power of earth merged into the dragon pattern cauldron. After the dragon pattern cauldron modified it, it turned into dragon energy that flowed in Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, the first layer of the divine dragon body tempering art circulated naturally. Under the modification of the dragon energy, the meridians in Xiao Chen's body slowly changed. Because Xiao Chen had already condensed the blue dragon war body long ago, he did not have a follow-up cultivation technique and had been stuck at a standstill. Now that Xiao Chen formally cultivated the divine dragon body tempering art, it went very smoothly, practically without any obstacles. In merely 4 hours, the pure dragon energy formed by the might of heaven and earth circulated a minor cycle in Xiao Chen's body. Half a day later, Xiao Chen had completed 18 minor cycles. 3 days later, he successfully completed a major cycle. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He felt comfortable all over, and his meridians felt strong and powerful. He clenched his fist and gathered 4 cauldron force in his body. Xiaochen flicked his finger, and 4 cauldron force gathered at his fingertip. Buzz! Space trembled, and the dust on the surfaces of all the objects in the courtyard fell off. Whoosh! 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 It was like fine snow had fallen, spreading everywhere. A spiral-shaped ripple spread out from where Xiaochen's fingertip touched, dissipating in waves. Xiaochen felt some pain in his meridians. Bursting out 4 cauldron force at his fingertip within a short time was somewhat unbearable. However, this was already a great improvement. In the past, Xiaochen would not have dared to use 4 cauldron force so crazily, erupting it in an instant. Then, Xiaochen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, continuing to cultivate. 1 month later, Xiaochen opened his eyes again. He had succeeded in cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's first layer. Next up was continuous accumulation. As Xiaochen's cultivation increased, his dragon veins would improve as well. Right now, the meridians in his body had undergone a complete transformation, turning into dragon veins. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly gained 1 cauldron force. Xiaochen's total vital qi improved further, reaching 5 cauldron force. With a gentle tap, he could make 5 cauldron force explode at the same time. Explode! Suddenly, Xiaochen shouted and pointed. 5 ancient cauldrons appeared above his head, and the energy at his fingertip instantly exploded. Boom! Vital qi burst out. Everything that stood in front of Xiaochen's line of sight turned into dust. When the wind blew, it disappeared without a trace. Not only did the meridians not feel any pain, but they also moved with ease, far from reaching their limits. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He felt that it was somewhat wasteful to use only 5 cauldron force in these meridians. Could I use the sharp spirit finger like I did in the Kunlun realm to merge my veritable essence energy into my vital qi? The primordial energy in the Kunlun realm was far from comparable to the veritable essence energy that could burst out after the primal core was formed through the harmonization of yin and yang. Furthermore, what Xiaochen condensed was a 9-star primal core. His veritable essence energy was even denser and denser. After thinking hard for a while, Xiaochen entered closed-door cultivation again. After lighting up 5 stars on the 9-star primal core, it is already equal to the veritable essence energy of a peak major primal core cultivator. If I gather all my veritable essence energy into one spot, the destructive power would be no weaker than 5 cauldron force. Xiaochen was somewhat worried that his newly transformed dragon veins would not be able to endure it. The more important thing was that once he executed the sharp spirit finger, he would use all his vital qi and veritable essence energy, leaving nothing behind. The explosive power was not as simple as 1 + 1. Instead, it was multiplied. Xiaochen pondered the pros and cons. If the dragon tendon was damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. The gains did not make up for the losses. Actually, using the sharp spirit finger to attack was not worth it. Once executed, it would drain veritable essence energy and vital qi for a short time. This was his trump card. If the enemy did not die, he would be the one to die. Therefore, after Xiaochen learned the sharp spirit finger, he rarely used it. Because he didn't like to put himself in a hopeless situation. After executing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane, Xiaochen did not end up in such a sorry state. The efficiency of the sharp spirit finger was too low. It was of little value. It was useless, and there were not many chances for it to be used. Once it was used, it meant that Xiaochen had to fight with his life on the line, and he was already in a desperate situation. It would be a pity to abandon it, but it was still a killing move that could give him a chance to survive in a desperate situation. Could he modify it and turn it into a more efficient conventional move? As soon as he thought about it, he couldn't stop it. In the end, after thousands or tens of thousands of attempts, he failed. I keep thinking of using the sharp spirit finger to attack. Why have I never thought of using it for defense? With a change of thought, all sorts of ideas appeared. This made Xiaoqin, who was somewhat numb to failure, excited again. My defensive means are limited in the first place. I can't condense my strongest defensive martial technique, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, for now. Indeed, I need a defensive martial technique that I can use more frequently. How should I modify it? Xiaoqin thought hard. However, he rejected all sorts of ideas. Just when he felt that he had run out of ideas, Xiaoqin glanced around and saw the dragon pattern cauldron on the ground in front. The cauldron stood on 4 legs, not moving at all. Just this simple cauldron's existence gave off a Tao, making one think deeply about it. Xiaoqin revealed a smile on his face. Cauldrons are revered, cauldrons are precious. Cauldrons stand tall and seek the world. The wisdom of the ancients is actually all concentrated on this seemingly simple cauldron. To think that I ignored such a good reference before me. I am really stupid. No matter how strong the wind was or where it came from, the cauldron did not move at all, looking as majestic as a mountain. However, it was even more majestic than a mountain, more vivid and simpler. This was how the great Tao was simple. Why don't I use my body as a cauldron, my head supporting the sky and my feet standing on the ground? When the sky changes color and the wind blows in all directions, I will remain unmoving. Watching the wind rise and clouds churn, listening to the surging waves, remaining unchanged to deal with all changes. After finding his direction, Xiaoqin entered closed-door cultivation again. This time, his thoughts became clearer and more lively. In a mere 7 days, he had thought clearly about how to change the sharp spirit finger. Xiaoqin stood up and silently circulated his energy for the sharp spirit finger. His vital qi surged, and 5 ancient cauldrons appeared above his head. 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core, and he drove all his veritable essence energy. Veritable essence energy and vital qi merged. Immediately, a strong aura burst out of Xiaoqin's body, equal to that of a peak major primal core realm cultivator and infinitely close to that of a star venerate. However, the energy did not flow to his fingertip. Instead, it poured into his entire body, freezing him like an ancient cauldron. His entire body, including his blood, froze. As his aura spread out, it even affected the surrounding space, freezing it completely. It was like time stopped flowing. At this moment, not a single strand of Xiaoqin's hair moved. In the courtyard, Xiaoqin looked very foolish. However, at this moment, even a star venerate would not be able to knock him back. Scatter. Such a situation could not last for long. Xiaoqin held 2 fingers together and gently waved them. The frozen space immediately broke, and cracks appeared on the ground. In the next moment, countless pieces of cracked soil soared into the air.